Chapter 48. Thankfully, Gaara had yet to pressure her outside of a single short burst, and even then, she was more than quick enough to avoid the worst of what his sand could offer. Altering her plan slightly, Satsuki threw together a short sequence of hand seals and extended her right palm toward Gaara. Her body flared to life with crackling blue electricity. She had yet to use the jutsu in live combat, but now was a better time than any to change that fact. Lightning style, depth charge, she uttered calmly. A split second later, a volatile bolt of concentrated lightning flew forth from her body, aimed right at Gaara's chest. In half the time it took a person to blink, the blast crossed the arena and caused a small-scale explosion that enveloped the area containing the Jinchuriki. A shockwave of wind sent Satsuki's hair whipping back. As the dirt and dust cleared away from the blast, an odd sight came into view. Rather than a body or a puddle of blood, there was a dome of sand. Much of the outer surface of the new structure had been melted into a molten glass, and the ground around it was blackened. Pushing down the pride she felt in the force she had generated, Satsuki observed cautiously as the shell crumbled away into its prior form, revealing Gaara within its walls. Somehow, despite the near-instantaneous speed of her jutsu, the Jinchuriki's sand had shielded him. Though he was not wounded, slight twitches were visible in Gaara's frame periodically. The blast had not hit him, but its residual effects were paying dividends. Depth charge, alongside one other jutsu, was easily the most potent technique Kakashi had imparted upon Satsuki during the month-long gap between rounds. Damaging, fast-acting, and relatively low cost for its power, it was an excellent pressuring tool from a distance. "You're not what I'm here for, but I'll give you the same treatment," Gaara said darkly, folding his arms across his chest. He looked unbothered, even after having been so narrowly saved by his sand, which had resumed floating around him. Giving no response of her own, Satsuki's form flickered amid the rapid beeline she made to weave around behind him. When she attempted to punch him in the back of the head, however, her wrist was caught by a tendril of sand. "You may have Lee's speed, but unlike him, you're predictable," Gaara sneered, not bothering to turn and face her. Unable to free herself in time, Satsuki was lifted high into the air and whipped in several circles before being slammed onto her back in the dirt. Coughing painfully as a small sum of blood flew from her mouth, the Uchiha made a frantic scramble to free herself from the grip of Gaara's sand. She managed to succeed in doing so, but not before feeling a bone in her forearm crack. Clenching her jaw and backpedaling, Satsuki managed to avoid a swipe from the same arm of sand. Her arm was in fairly significant pain, but flexing the hand, she found that the injury was minor enough for the limb to still be usable with some caution. Settling in at a comfortably long distance, she took a moment to regroup. "I need to mix up my entries. He'll splatter me if he gets hold of me one or two more times," she thought to herself. Naruto had been right to consider the redhead dangerous. Even now, several minutes into a serious fight, it was obvious that he was hardly worried. Simple blitzkrieg would not be enough. She would need to strike decisively. Blowing a strand of hair out of her face, the Uchiha girl took on Lee's taijutsu stance again. "I'll show you just how unpredictable I can be, you freak." Kakashi kept his hands tightly clasped in his lap as he watched Satsuki walk an incredibly fine line. The tactics they had devised were working well, but the margins were nerve-breakingly thin. She was flirting with intense danger each and every time she stepped in to strike Gaara, and while she was largely succeeding in threading that needle, there had been several close calls, and she had nearly lost an arm already. "Not sure if I've ever told you this, but you're a hell of a teacher. You turned both her and Naruto into monsters," Shikamaru said with a whistle as Satsuki kicked Gaara's legs out from under him and let him fall onto a harsh knee to the chest. Though he would have liked to show a smile, the Jonin was far too focused on the battle below. "You didn't do too bad yourself. She hasn't won yet, though. This is a long way from guaranteed," he said. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. "She's tagging him whenever she commits to it, but it doesn't seem like she's hurting him much," he commented in tandem with Satsuki planting her shin across the right side of Gaara's ribs and cracking him with a sharp hook on the opposite side. Kakashi stroked his masked chin. "He's like a fly trap. Unresponsive until you get too close, and then he lashes out. You'd think a style like his would be easy to take apart, but he's so potent in those moments that his opponents inevitably have to slow their own pace down unless they want to get a leg ripped off," he said analytically. Satsuki then narrowly avoided a swinging tendril of sand that crashed into the far wall, splitting the stone like glass. "She's only tried out that huge thunder cannon so far. Well, that and Phoenix Flower a minute ago. I get why she's being conservative, but she'll wear herself out beating on him at this rate," Shikamaru said. It was a fair point, one that had already crossed Kakashi's mind, but there was little that could be done about it. Satsuki still possessed several weapons that she had yet to flash, but only one of them was worth the energy it would cost. Depth charge is worth some investment, but she needs to land it clean. Slamming it into his sand isn't going to do her any favors, he replied. Shikamaru eyed his teacher intently. You know way more jutsu than any sane person should, you know, he said, seemingly in response to learning the name of the technique Satsuki had utilized. Kakashi laughed a bit. They don't call me the copy ninja for nothing, kid. I've been around for a while, he said with a shake of his head. The crowd then broke out into cheers, prompting the student and teacher to focus on the match once again. Satsuki had managed to drive a kunai into one of Gaara's shoulders, and had electrocuted him with the steel blade as a conductor. You'd think all the shock therapy would be taking a toll by now, Shikamaru said as his teammate skillfully maneuvered her way to safety in the face of the redhead's retaliation. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly as Gaara shook off the electrical caning he had endured. He was fully recovered within seconds. His durability and recuperation were unnatural. Surviving Rock Lee's brutal assault had been the first indicator that the boy was far from normal, but that day's events had only hammered that point home further. I've had my concerns since the preliminary round, but I'm sure of it now, he said, earning a look of puzzlement from the Nara at his side. Sounds like you've got a theory, he pressed. The Jonin nodded and focused his Sharingan. Only possessing a single eye out of the ocular pair somewhat impaired his ability to accurately judge the flow of chakra, but it could reveal abnormalities rather easily. As he stared deep into Gaara's well of chakra in detail for the first time, he was struck by two things. Firstly, his reserves were absolutely enormous. Easily as vast as Naruto's. Secondly, his chakra did not appear as the consistent blue shade it should have. While a fair amount of it was azure in color, it was interspersed nearly evenly with a bloody orange mixture that was nearly identical to Naruto's invocation of his inner demon. His suspicions had been correct, if his eye was telling the truth. He's a Jinchuriki. Just like Naruto, he said. Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly. His expression was certainly one of surprise, but there was no disbelief to be found in his visage. How sure are you? He asked after a few moments of hesitation. Kakashi leaned back in his seat and wiped the sweat from his palms. I'm not sure how much you know about international politics, but tailed beasts are treated as something of a bargaining chip. Even the weakest of them are terrifying weapons. Before our time, arrangements were made for each hidden village to have at least one under their control at a time. That's what the Jinchuriki are for, he began, taking a deep breath between thoughts. Chapter 49. The crowd fell into tense silence in the wake of the gruesome turn of events. All that could be heard by those in attendance was the wailing crackle of Satsuki's jutsu, which she had punched directly through Gaara's body. To the genin in question, the most prevalent noise was the labored breathing of one another. For Satsuki, it was born of a newfound exhaustion that was just beginning to set in. For Gaara, he was fighting not to suffocate on his own blood. Now you know how they felt, you sick son of a bitch, the Uchiha hissed in his ear. The redhead rasped out a chuckle, choppy and strangled. You're a little late, he replied. Somehow, not a single trace of fear could be found in his voice. Even critically wounded, the Jinchuriki was unbothered. Bleeding hearts, the lot of you. You never would have known they died. What difference does it make to you? They weren't your friends. They weren't your family. You don't even know their names, he continued, blood fauceting from his mouth with every breath he took. Satsuki forced her arm through him a few inches further. They were human, and they deserved a chance, she replied indignantly. Gaara laughed again, earning a second jolt from the Uchiha. Even Naruto didn't take it so personally. I've got half a mind to say that you're projecting, he said with macabre humor. His words struck a deep, unhappy chord within Satsuki's mind. Ripping her arm free from Gaara's body, she shoved him back as hard as she could. The Jinchuriki staggered backwards, eventually falling to his knees and gripping his badly wounded shoulder. I'm not pulling the next one short. Stay down. Satsuki snapped. Gaara bared his blood-stained teeth with a grin. Even with a firm upper hand, the Uchiha couldn't fully embrace a feeling of control. No matter what she did to him, she could not dent his psychotic confidence. That was your first and last chance, Gaara said, rising up to his feet with visible difficulty. A slight humming sound began to emanate throughout the arena. Grains of sand floated up around the Jinchuriki, shimmering in the afternoon sun. The gourd on his back then split open and burst, sending a shower of sediment in all directions around him. Satsuki took a cautious step back. Whatever was occurring, it radiated an aura of danger. Every ounce of Gaara's sand then poured in from all directions, flying right by the girl without touching her. Swirling around the Jinchuriki like a cyclone, the wind and flying grains forced Satsuki to shield her eyes and turn her head away. When the wind finally died down, the leaf genin opened her eyes and turned her head back toward her foe. What she saw was unnerving. Where Gaara had once stood, there was a dome of solid sand, similar in structure to the defensive shell he had erected in the face of Satsuki's lightning. However, it was denser, more uniform, and larger. What is this? Satsuki pondered nervously. Though she possessed no natural ability to sense chakra, the Uchiha girl could feel a metamorphosis taking place within the earthen cocoon before her. The presence seeping out from the sand was disturbing, and it was growing more potent by the second. Satsuki's better judgment begged her to intervene, but when she attempted to take a step to put a stop to it, she found that she was frozen. She was subject to the dark spectacle to come. The wait was a short one in reality, lasting less than 30 seconds, but it may as well have been an eternity within Satsuki's mind. She could practically taste Gaara's menace, even without a clear view of him. Finally ending the intermission, the sandy shell burst into a massive cloud of shining sand that hung in the air without falling to the ground. In the epicenter of the theatrics stood Gaara, and he had indeed undergone a transformation. His eyes had changed from a featureless blue to golden, with diamond-shaped irises. His left arm, which Satsuki had left so badly mangled mere moments ago, was encased in a jagged, form-fitting armor of condensed sand that reached up to the base of his neck. Beyond that, his face was covered in symmetrical markings that extended down from his eyes over both sides of his body and overlapped with his encased arm. Much of his tunic had torn away, leaving him nearly shirtless save for a few scraps of cloth. His muscle mass even seemed to have increased, if only a slight amount. While his appearance was intimidating in and of itself, the effect he had on the environment around him was even more unsettling. Birds had ceased their songs, cicadas had silenced, and the crowd's murmur was now that of a hushed whisper. Whatever he had become, its danger was not lost on anyone or anything. After a few moments of silence, he spoke. "I'd apologize for what's about to happen to you, but I've never been a liar," he said, his voice a half-octave lower than it had been before. Satsuki assumed her taijutsu stance. Things were about to become significantly more perilous, and she knew it. The sand floating in the air then dropped to the ground, and Gaara burst forward. Immediately, the Uchiha girl was utterly shocked by his speed. He was upon her with a quickness that nearly felt instant, and Satsuki's heightened senses were the only thing that saved her from a swift decapitation. Ducking at the last possible moment, the leaf genin felt a violent breeze sweep through the space where her head had been a fraction of a second prior. Though he had overswung massively, Gaara was able to catch his balance without stumbling, which left him right in range to take another swipe at her. Unfortunately, Satsuki was unable to defend herself from his second attempt at striking her, as his armored fist sunk into her side. The impact sent the girl soaring backwards. After skipping off the ground twice, she slid to a stop just before hitting the wall. "This is gonna suck," she grunted under her breath, dragging herself up from the dirt. Gaara had not pursued her. He was simply waiting in the center of the arena. He was blazing fast, and the first punch he'd landed had bruised at least 2 of her ribs. He was the complete opposite of what he had been at the start of the match. Letting him go first is suicide. Satsuki thought to herself with a slight nod. Steeling herself for the difficult task ahead, she led the dance by vanishing from sight, only to appear right behind the Jinchuriki a brief pause later. Spearing a punch toward his spin, Satsuki's attempted strike was sidestepped, and Gaara clamped her arm down against his ribs. He then gave a harsh jerk on the limb, tossing her out in front of him again. Catching herself easily, Satsuki charged back into fight. With a kunai drawn and charged with electrical chakra, the Uchiha clashed against Gaara's left arm. Sparks flew in all directions as they strained against one another. "The sand's harder than metal," Satsuki noted with a clenched jaw. Her arm was then knocked aside, leaving a clear opening that Gaara took full advantage of by cracking her clean across the jaw with his bare, tattooed arm. Despite his flesh being human, unlike that of his left arm, the impact was still painful. Holding her ground, the Uchiha attempted to counter him with a similar punch, but her wrist was caught. Responding immediately, Satsuki made a short vertical leap and slammed her knee into the bottom of Gaara's chin. The Jinchuriki released her, but did not retreat even a step. Building on her minimal success, Satsuki pressed her palm into his chest and jolted him with a sizable amount of her chakra, freezing him up momentarily. Taking the chance to retreat, the Uchiha leapt backwards. She hadn't made it 20 feet before she bumped into an obstacle. She had taken her eyes off of Gaara. The lapse had been momentary, but as she was quickly learning, her margin for error was non-existent. Though she whirled around to face him as quickly as she could, she was unprepared for the vice grip that clamped down on her neck. Lifting her up by her throat with his encased left arm, Gaara slammed Satsuki into the ground with enough force to cause her to sink into the dirt an inch. Try as she might to struggle against his grip, the Uchiha could not overpower him. Especially not from flat on her back. "Come on, give me more resistance than this. I went through the trouble of transforming. Make it worth my while. Gaara growled, his sadistic smirk revealing a set of fangs as he squeezed her windpipe. Locking eyes with the redhead, Satsuki attempted to hypnotize him with her Sharingan, but to her shock, it took no effect. Despite being unmoved by her illusion, Gaara acknowledged her failed tactic. Your genjutsu won't work on me, little girl, he said mockingly, picking her up from the ground and dangling her out in front of him. He then dropped her, and kicked her in the stomach mid-fall, sending her tumbling away. Satsuki managed to roll onto one knee and regain her faculties rather quickly, but her entire body was in pain. Forcing herself up to her feet, the Uchiha shook off the ringing in her head. Naruto was right. He was holding back. He's been hiding this the entire time. Lee never had a chance, she thought to herself, fighting back against allowing panic to creep in. She was at a loss. Taijutsu was suicidal, ninjutsu was unlikely to work, and genjutsu had no effect. She was completely cornered. Chidori was likely her final viable option, but wasting it on a non-fatal blow would leave her in even more dire straits. As Gaara approached her, his stroll infuriatingly casual and calm, Satsuki dropped down to a knee again. I'll rip the arm right off this time, she silently vowed, beginning to weave her seals. Before she could complete the process, something strange happened. The entire arena fell into utter silence. The crowd had been quiet ever since Gaara's change, but there had still been audible chatter and occasional cheers. Now, a dropping pin would echo. Stopping her jutsu, Satsuki looked around the arena in confusion. Took them long enough. It's finally begun, came the voice of Gaara, who had halted his advance and was staring up to a specific section of the crowd. Following his line of sight, the Uchiha found that he was looking directly up at the heavily guarded balcony that housed the Hokage and Kazekage. The distance was far too great for her to make out what exactly was occurring up above, but it was clear that greater powers were at work. What the hell is going on? She demanded, drawing Gaara's cold gaze back to her. The Jinchuriki flexed his armored left arm. Use your ears. You'll find your answer, he said vaguely. Frustrating as his response was, Satsuki did as she was told and strained her hearing to its limit. Upon doing so, she picked up on what almost sounded like a muffled skirmish, far in the distance. Such sounds then intensified, causing her to flinch. Tearing her eyes up to the silent crowd again, she saw that dozens of people had risen from their seats. They all had one thing in common. They were all wearing identical brown flak jackets. The peace has been broken, said Gaara, voicing the very same conclusion Satsuki had come to herself. The Uchiha glared at him, a new unease gripping her. This was all just a diversion, she said. The Jinchuriki nodded and made a wide gesture with his arms, a grin of anticipation on his face. I'm surprised you didn't catch on sooner. None of this really means much to me, but it gives me a playground to let loose on. You'll only be the first, he said darkly. What he was implying was all too clear. You wouldn't, she warned dangerously. Gaara gave her a bored look and made a hand sign. His eyes then drifted up to a section of the audience consisting entirely of unmoving civilians. Wouldn't I, he asked, the sand that had fallen to the ground amid his transformation rising up to life. Satsuki's blood ran cold. It had been a foolish sentiment. No part of her held any doubts as to Gaara's capability for murder. Now taking his threat incredibly seriously, the directive in the Uchiha's mind completely changed. Not here, she said, allowing him to connect the dots for himself. Gaara raised an eyebrow and tilted his head off to one side. Why not? Lots of open space, and a captive audience. I quite like this, actually, he replied coyly. Satsuki opted against wasting more time than she already had. In a risky maneuver, she blitzed him without warning. The gamble paid off, as she was able to knock his head back with a quick punch as she flew past him. Moving as quickly as she could, Satsuki sprinted up the far wall, and leapt up onto the roof of the arena. She was afforded no time at all to think, as the moment she turned around, she saw that Gaara was in hot pursuit. With one last deep breath, Satsuki set off toward the nearest border. The hunt was on. Hiruzen rose up from his chair and straightened his robes. Things had fallen into chaos down below. A large-scale genjutsu had been cast. One that had rendered a majority of the arena unconscious. Those with an intrinsic resistance to such things had retained their autonomy, and were fighting in the stands. Sunajonin and Chunin had been inserted into the crowd under false identities, and they had been spared of the genjutsu's effects. It was a disaster, in no uncertain terms. Well, there isn't much left to do or say, is there, Orochimaru, he said calmly. The so-called Kazekage, who was seated to Hiruzen's right, rose to join him. If you knew, why let the final round go on at all? The false leader asked, his voice serpentine and raspy. The Hokage turned to face the younger man, his eyes slightly narrowed. Having an event to structure our defense around made things simpler. We had forces at the ready stationed all over the village. They're already battling yours, actually. The only surprise was that you went to the trouble of stacking the deck, so to speak. Using the crowd as cover was cowardly, he said. The Kazekage chuckled darkly, finally allowing his henge to drop entirely. The ends justify the means, sensei. Regardless, there's no stopping this now. This is an invasion. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Hiruzen folded his hands behind his back regally. Violence was surely the inevitable destination of their encounter, but any and all information he could siphon out before the situation hit that point was valuable. What could you possibly stand to gain from this? You're a murderer, that much I've known for years, but why Suna? Why upset the balance in such a way, he questioned. The Sannin turned up a palm. It was just too convenient, really. Control of an entire country, and the chance to put a stake through your heart. I couldn't pass it up once it became clear that Raza was vulnerable, he said. A reminiscent laugh. Though, I never expected his brat to be such a nuisance. He tried to kill me more than once. I had to tame him by force, he added. Before Hiruzen could respond, he caught something out of the corner of his periphery. Turning his head to fully face left, he saw that Satsuki had scaled the far wall, and was now up on the roof with Gaara ripping after her. Watching silently, the Hokage pursed his lips as the Uchiha leapt down into the village below. Based upon the direction they were heading, it was fairly easy to deduce what the girl's intention was. Lead him as far away as you can. Tread carefully, he called out to her silently. Suppressing his concern, Hiruzen turned back to Orochimaru. Opportunistic and manipulative. You haven't changed a bit, he said. The pale man removed the hat from his head and tossed it aside. Oh, but I have. You'll be learning just how much, old man, he jeered. The Hokage stood unflinchingly and unclasped his hands from behind his back. Enough talk, then. I'll give you the duel you're seeking, but not here. Not among so many, he said firmly. Orochimaru merely smirked. For a time, the estranged pupil and master stood in wordless silence. Eventually, they both vanished into puffs of smoke to rekindle hostilities. Kakashi stepped over a dead enemy Jonin as he drove a kunai into a second. As the man's eyes glazed over and his vitality fizzled out, the copy ninja tossed him over the edge of the arena. He had been on high alert the entire day for reasons he had been unable to pin down, but the moment the pandemonium had ensued, the feeling had crystallized within his mind. Something had felt distinctly wrong for several days, and now he knew why. Konoha, in one sudden burst, had been invaded by Tsunagakure. Tensions had been fairly high between the two nations for some time, but relations had improved somewhat in recent years. It sounds like there's already active combat outside the building. They saw this coming, didn't they? Kakashi pondered, tossing yet another man over the edge of the seating area mid-thought. If preparations had been made ahead of time, he had been left out of the loop, and he found that possibility quite irritating. Breathing deep, the silver-haired ninja glanced back over his shoulder. Thankfully, Shikamaru had not been touched by the 4 imposters that had been present within their small seating area. The Nara was hard at work rousing sleeping civilians from their involuntary sleep. Strolling over to his student, Kakashi swept his eyes across the section. All but a few had been awoken, and while they weren't exactly calm, Shikamaru had managed to keep them from panicking. Assisting in the cause, the Jonin awoke 2 of the remaining 3 unconscious people. The third was handled by the genin. With a group of 20-odd shaken people fully lucid, Kakashi cleared his throat loudly to catch their collective attention. We're in too deep to sugarcoat this, so I'll be blunt. From the looks of things, we're under attack. I can't promise you much, but I can give you my word that you'll all be safe if you do as I say, he began, earning a few nervous nods. He then pointed to Shikamaru. My student is going to lead you to the lowest level of the arena. There's a bunker below ground for exactly this sort of situation. He's capable, and he's smart. You can trust him, he said. Reactions were mixed, but no outright opposition was voiced. With arrangements seemingly made, Kakashi took the Nara off to one side. The bunker is to the left of the infirmary. People are probably holed up down there already, so just follow the noise once you get into the lower halls. Can you handle that? He asked in a hushed tone. The plan was improvised, but it was the only reliable option. Shikamaru nodded firmly. Sounds easy enough. What are you gonna do? He replied. The copy ninja's eyes darted off toward the opposite side of the arena, where the Kage's seating balcony stood empty. Lord Third and the Kazekage set off a minute ago. I'm going to pursue them, he revealed. His student's expression gained a shade of concerned skepticism. Hokage-sama should be able to handle himself, don't you think? He inquired. Kakashi shook his head. He's still our strongest shinobi, but he's old, Shikamaru. Over 70. He hasn't seen much action lately. If there were ever a time to be cautious, it's now, he explained. Seemingly satisfied with his logic, Shikamaru nodded and turned his attention toward the civilians, who were looking at them expectantly. Let's get moving, folks. Stay as close together as you can, he called out to them, jogging out toward the stairwell. Kakashi watched him lead the group down the first few steps. Once they had all filtered out, he stepped up onto the edge of the balcony. Stay safe, Satsuki, Shikamaru, Naruto. I'll see you all soon. Satsuki kept her eyes fixed straight ahead toward the dense forest as she bounded from rooftop to rooftop. She was being chased, and she was not the faster of the two participants. Gaara was gaining on her an inch at a time, and the moment he caught up with her, the battle would resume. She would not allow it to happen in the presence of so many unprotected civilians. Most enemy ninja, no matter their rank, were decent enough to leave unarmed citizens out of the fighting. As rushed as her travel had been, she had witnessed several examples of this truth. Gaara held no such mercy in his heart. Should they clash in public space, people would die, and likely more than just a few. He was bloodthirsty and wild. The border was nearby. A bit less than a mile away. Less than 3 minutes. Looking back over her shoulder, Satsuki was met by Gaara's demented face. His eyes held a boundless contempt, and not just for her. Nothing was personal to him. Nothing was important. All that mattered was chaos. Not a shred of empathy called his soul home. Turning to face him fully, Satsuki shifted to more or less running and jumping backwards across the roofs. Keeping the Jinchuriki in her sights allowed her to be prepared in case he grew impatient. The next quarter-mile was uneventful, at least in the sense that their extended game of cat and mouse remained intact. Once that distance had been passed, however, the lull was horrifically broken. As they raced along, a pair of leaf chunin leapt up from the streets below. The moment they came into view, Satsuki's stomach dropped. Whether out of ignorance or truly outsized confidence, they were attempting to ambush Gaara. No, the Uchiha screamed, planting her feet and reversing her course in a futile attempt to prevent what she knew all too well was coming. The Chunin had caught the redhead as he was leaping between buildings. As such, the brief engagement took place mid-air. It lasted less than 4 seconds. The first of the two Chunin, a man appearing to be in his mid-20s, was impaled through the chest by Gaara's jagged left arm, with the Jinchuriki's hand sprouting out from his back with a grotesque spray of blood. The second was caught by the throat with the Suna boy's free hand in the same motion. Soaring across the gap between buildings, Gaara violently slammed the pair into the dense roof they landed on, instantly snapping the neck of the second Chunin, a woman who looked only a few years older than Satsuki herself. Ripping his hand free from the man's chest, Gaara licked the Chunin's speckled blood from his cheek and stood up straight again from the kneel he had landed in. Satsuki touched down on the opposite side of the same roof a half-beat later. She had not made it in time. 2 people had died on her watch. Gaara had slaughtered them without even blinking. Every fiber of her being screamed out for her to attack her foe right then and there, but she managed to contain her feelings. Nodding off toward the border, Satsuki took off across the rooftops again, this time with her back turned. She dared not look upon his bloodied face for risk of a total loss of her self-control. A smidge over 2 minutes later, Satsuki leapt down from the final building and landed just in front of the edge of the forest that enveloped the village. Gaara touched down several meters away seconds later. You're just delaying the inevitable, you know. The minute I'm done with you, I'm having my fun, the Jinchuriki said, his voice holding a threatening undertone. Satsuki stood firm and inched forward. You'll die trying, she shot back. Gaara opened and closed his hands, fresh plasma dripping from both. Do you even know how to kill somebody like me, he asked. Satsuki drew a pair of kunai and crossed her arms to assume a taijutsu stance. I'll cut your head off. See if that works. Naruto snapped awake with a jolt. He had been drifting in and out of consciousness for a duration that was lost on him, but any grogginess he had felt during his previous awakenings had vanished. Something had shocked him into full gear. Don't move too much, Naruto. Turning his head left on the stiff mattress he was laying on, Naruto saw the head medic, who had been at his side each and every time he had returned to the waking world. Unlike every other occasion, however, the middle-aged man was now working alone, with his hands glowing green against the blonde's abdomen. Something was awry. What's going on? He asked, wincing in pain as he sat up just a bit too much. The medic gently laid him back down. His expression was calm, but his eyes were alight with stress and strain. Konoha has been invaded, from the looks of things, he replied. The answer was so utterly jarring that Naruto initially took it as a joke, but the longer the silence stretched on without a punchline, the clearer it became that the man was not spinning a yarn. Taking a deep breath to remain calm, Naruto swallowed a lump in his throat. When did this all start? He asked. The head medic glanced up at a crooked clock that appeared to have been shaken from its proper orientation. Just over 15 minutes ago. Not much time, but everything is scrambled, the older man replied. The Jinchuriki looked toward the door, which was ajar. I'm guessing the other doctors ran, then, he asked. To his surprise, the medic shook his head and pursed his lips as he seemed to come upon a particularly difficult problem within Naruto's injuries. I sent them to the bunker. They'll be safer there, and plenty of civilians were injured in the initial attack. I'm working as fast as I can, but you still aren't much more than half done healing, he corrected. Naruto sighed heavily and stared up at the ceiling as he processed the mountain of information that had been presented to him. Though his encounters with them had been brief, the Suna Genin had struck Naruto as unusual in their behavior from the very beginning, even excluding Gaara's more blatant crimes. Inevitably, his thoughts found their way to his teammates and his teacher. Kakashi, he worried very little about. The man was strong, intelligent, and experienced. Come what may, he would be fine. Shikamaru was also likely to preserve himself. It was in his nature. He would find a way to remain intact. The moment his mind settled on Satsuki, worry began pouring in. She had neither Kakashi's poise nor Shikamaru's instinct for self-protection. She would take matters into her own hands. How long have I been in here? He asked, a new urgency in his voice. The head medic took another look at the clock. 45 minutes, he reported. Naruto's panic intensified. Based upon the time frame, it was likely that the invasion had begun during Satsuki's match against Gaara. How this change of atmosphere had affected their duel was a mystery, but the results were almost certainly negative. Despite being aware of his lack of natural sensory capabilities, the blonde clamped his eyes shut and strained himself to search for some sign of his teammate nearby. Instead, he found Gaara. As with their encounter many weeks prior, Naruto could feel the redhead's bloodlust, and it was far stronger than it had been back then. Something about him felt distinctly different. His aura was heavier and denser than before. He had changed, and not for the better. This revelation completely pushed Naruto over the edge. He could not sit idly by. Not with a creature of Gaara's nature at large, and especially not while unsure of Satsuki's well-being in the face of him. Forcing himself to sit up, Naruto bore the pain that came with his excessive movement through bared teeth and clenched fists. He was in less agony than he had been during his first awakening, but his body still ached all the way down to the core, and he felt rather weak. Please sit still. I can't have you moving around. This is a delicate process, the head medic said. Naruto shook his head and threw his legs over the side of the bed, dropping down roughly to the floor. I can't stay here. I need to help, he wheezed, staggering toward the door. The older man put a firm hand on his shoulder and pulled him back. I understand how you feel, lad, I really do, but you're in no condition to be fighting. You'll keel over. Let me finish treating you, he reasoned. Naruto clenched his jaw and attempted another step. There isn't enough time. I can't wait, he said. When the medic attempted to pull him back again, Naruto shot him a glare over his shoulder, his irises shifting from blue to red. After a brief staring match, the man sighed. Give me 2 minutes. I can cut some corners and slow down the bleeding, he requested. Though he was hardly happy with any delay whatsoever, Naruto's logical side won out over his emotions. Make it quick, he grunted, sitting back down on the edge of the bed. Getting to work immediately, the head medic pressed his palms to Naruto's chest and began mending specific sections of his damaged organs. After a touch over 90 seconds, the older man retracted his hands and stepped back with a nod. Standing again, Naruto found that he was in far less pain. It was a temporary fix, but it would do. Thank you, he said gratefully. The head medic gave him a thumbs up and gestured for him to be on his way. Try not to get yourself killed, he said. The Jinchuriki nodded and ran out the door and into the winding hallway. Stay in one piece until I get there, Satsuki. Chapter 50. Satsuki pushed off her rear leg and charged in to engage with Gaara for the first time since their departure from Konoha's interior. She had learned the hard way that allowing the Jinchuriki to take initiative over her would end in disaster. He was too explosively fast, and far too strong. Dictation was paramount, no matter how risky it was in and of itself. Leaping up into the air a few feet before reaching him, Satsuki stabbed both her kunai down toward his chest. Gaara easily blocked both blades with his left arm, sending a small spray of sparks. Satsuki attempted to rotate through and kick him across the opposite side of his face, but the redhead caught her ankle with his free arm and tossed her up into the air. Weaving a quick series of seals, Satsuki sent forth a volley of blazing fire. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, she yelled. Gaara responded by drawing his left arm over himself, and then ripped it across the space in front of him. A powerful blast of whipping wind smashed into the Uchiha's flaming assault, snuffing each blaze out like a small candle. The wind also pushed Satsuki further up into the air, where she was soon joined by Gaara, who leapt up to meet her altitude. She was then violently spiked back down to earth by his earthen fist slamming into her back. Landing roughly on her hands and knees with an impact that stunned her badly, the Uchiha was far too slow to rise, and was punished further with a vicious kick to her stomach while she was still down that lifted her up off the ground when Gaara touched down. The Jinchuriki caught her by her left arm, spun her around, and seized her right as well. With no warning, he pushed her back down to the ground and drove his foot between her shoulder blades. When I was watching your team in the forest, I saw you break a boy's arms this way. I was honestly a bit jealous. I hadn't thought of the method myself. So consider this payback for beating me to it. Gaara sneered, applying painful pressure to her back. Indeed, their position exactly mirrored the way in which Satsuki had snapped Zaku's arms, but now, she found herself the victim. They hadn't been fighting an entire minute, and Gaara had already put her in a major bind. Gritting her teeth, Satsuki took full advantage of her natural flexibility and performed a split with her legs, causing Gaara's foot to slip from her back. The Uchiha then hooked her insteps through his ankles and yanked her legs forward again, off-balancing him just enough for her to free her wrists from his grasp. Whirling around, Satsuki drew a kunai and slashed it sideways across Gaara's face while the redhead was still regaining his footing. The blade did not draw his blood. She was not able to ponder for long, as Gaara quickly recovered and sent her flying backwards with an armored punch that struck her in the upper chest. Landing on her feet, Satsuki made another hand seal and conjured a clone, which appeared next to her. She then charged alongside the doppelganger to meet the Jinchuriki halfway, as he had already made chase. Stepping off in front of Satsuki's true body, the clone's neck was crushed by Gaara in short order. Rather than vanishing into smoke, however, the copy burst into a crippling pulse of electricity that froze Gaara up. Seizing the opening, Satsuki slapped an explosive tag across his chest and jumped backwards several meters. A beat later, the paper bomb detonated, sending a violent shockwave of dirt and smoky air in all directions. Small as they were, the tags were deadly. Shielding her eyes from the debris, Satsuki kept her obstructed gaze fixed on the center of the blast, which was soon revealed anew when the smoke cleared. All of that, and he's not even on his knees, she thought to herself in frustration. Gaara was still standing, his arms crossed in front of him and his feet planted. Aside from the last of his tunic having been blown away, he had taken no clear damage. Dusting himself off, the Jinchuriki glanced down at the small crater he was standing within. Lightning clones? Creative, he commented. He then took a deep breath. When he breathed out again, he came tearing forward again. Knowing better than to match strength with him, Satsuki retreated fully into the forest, bounding from tree branch to tree branch. Her backpedaling was cut short rather quickly, as both ninja soon exited the dense wooding into a large clearing. Returning to the forest floor, Satsuki held her ground as Gaara joined her in the open space. It was far from ideal, but it was further from the village itself. Wasting no time, the Leaf Genin rushed in. Gaara simply awaited her approach, and when she reached him, the Uchiha girl was struck in the face by her foe's forearm, causing her body to vertically rotate once before she fell harshly onto her stomach behind the redhead. She was badly dazed. Every single time he hit her, it felt as though she'd been struck by a hammer. Frantically rolling to her right, Satsuki narrowly avoided having her ribs crushed by Gaara, who had attempted to stomp her into the ground. His foot's impact made a small section of the ground shake. Satsuki returned to her feet in a rush, meeting the Jinchuriki's aggression with a hard punch to the left side of his jaw. Taijutsu was perilous, but at such a close range, she had no other choice. The blow turned Gaara's head to the side, but did little to shake him. Following her strike back to its source, Gaara retaliated with twice the force by ripping the claws of his left hand across her face, spinning her halfway around and splitting open a cut on her hairline. As she stumbled away, Gaara kicked out her legs and set her to her rear end. Rearing his armored arm back, the Jinchuriki attempted to strike her with his claws a second time, but Satsuki caught his wrist. Slowly forcing herself up to her feet despite the downward pressure he was applying, the girl clenched her jaw and took hold of his right hand as well. "Thanks for the help," she hissed. Gaara briefly took on a look of confusion, but his silent question was answered seconds later, as Satsuki skillfully manipulated his fingers into creating matching hand seals with her. The Leaf Genin's body then flared to life with a crackling blue glow. "Lightning style, depth charge," she recited. The technique was primarily a long-range weapon, but it had a secondary, less commonly applicable use that could be performed in close quarters. Through their connected hands, Satsuki sent a violent rush of fully transmuted electrical chakra into Gaara's body. The sheer force of the pulse sent the Jinchuriki flying backwards until he crashed backfirst into a tree on the opposite side of the clearing. Satsuki did not follow him, as while the maneuver had been successful, using her own body as a conductor for so much electricity, self-created or not, had taken a toll on her as well. As a result, Gaara recovered without incident, and rose up from the bottom of the trunk. Cracking his neck to both sides, the redhead wiped a stream of blood from his nose. "I've nearly killed you more than once, and every time, you've come up with some way out of it. You're crafty, I'll give you that much," he said, offering a rare compliment. Satsuki blinked blood out of her eyes. The cut in her hair was leaking profusely. She was fatiguing, taking more damage by the minute, and she had done little in the way of slowing Gaara down. She was far from empty in terms of chakra, but she needed a cool-down period. Conjuring another large-scale jutsu would put more strain on her body than she could afford without a break. "You talk too much," she snapped at him. Gaara smirked at her retort and began a slow walk toward her. "You should be more grateful. If I were taking this even half as seriously as you clearly are, you'd be dead by now," he shot back casually. The Uchiha girl drew another kunai and narrowed her eyes. "That little twitch every time you move is a dead giveaway." "You're bluffing," she said. The redhead sighed and brought his hands together. "Stop me if you've heard this one before," he said vaguely, forming a sequence of signs that Satsuki could identify as familiar, but couldn't quite put a name to. "Wind style, great breach," he yelled, rearing his head back and unleashing a monumental blast of concentrated wind. With wide eyes, Satsuki was completely helpless in the face of the hurricane, and was caught up in its wake. Crashing across the ground, bouncing off of shattered trees, the Uchiha was battered up and down before she came to a violent landing on the jagged, broken ground. Somehow, the attack had not rendered her unconscious. Seeing triple at first, Satsuki's vision slowly cleared, allowing her to behold the destruction Gaara had so easily wrought. The clearing they had been scuffling in was now extended hundreds of feet further, with his jutsu having ripped countless fully developed trees from their roots, and stripping the ground of its grass. The Uchiha herself was laying painfully at the very end of the extended, shallow crater. If Naruto's use of the technique had been like a landmine, Gaara's had been more akin to a volcanic explosion in comparison. Though she could hear the noise of mass combat in the distance, the ravaged forest was all but silent, save for the sound of Gaara's heavy footsteps. He was still a fair distance away, well over 200 feet, and he was taking his time, but Satsuki knew all too well that he could crash down on her in an instant should he so choose. With great strain, the genin labored up to her feet with her arms dangling down in front of her. "You know, I'd heard something about the Uchiha before today. That there were only 2 of you left. I took that to mean that you were special. That, somehow, you'd been strong, when your clansmen were weak. But now, I'm starting to think I was fooling myself. You're just another dead woman walking," came the voice of the Jinchuriki, loud and booming across the vast desolation. His tone and words stabbed right through Satsuki's pride and ego. Her hands curled into fists. "Don't run your mouth like you know a damn thing about us," she fired back angrily. Gaara, who was much closer now, came to a stop. "What's there to know? That surname doesn't change a thing. Those eyes haven't helped you, and they're the greatest gift your blood has ever given you," he said coldly. Satsuki bared her teeth, but kept her eyes downcast. "Besides, in the end, half their memory will be gone. You'll just be another drop in my bucket for today," the redhead continued callously. Gaara of the Sandwell and truly saw no value in human life. It was all trivial to him. Mere playthings to be used up and thrown away. He was a walking genocide. An extinction waiting to happen. As the girl fell deeper into her growing personal hatred for the boy, another familiar face drifted across Satsuki's mind. Eyes like her own, stress lines on his cheeks, a gray umbu flak jacket. In the darkest way possible, Gaara's brutal nihilism invoked Itachi's justifications. His desire to destroy, simply to test his own ceiling. Dragging her glare up from the battered ground, Satsuki looked upon the Jinchuriki with boundless contempt. "You get off on this, don't you? Blood and destruction. That's all you care about, isn't it?" she asked roughly. Gaara's golden eyes gleamed with amusement. "I do this for the thrill. I do this because I can," he countered calmly. Satsuki felt a searing pain explode from the side of her neck as her temper flared and consumed her. As the black marks spread across her body, she threw together a dangerous set of seals. "Maybe I've let my family down, and maybe you are stronger than me, but as long as I'm still breathing, you won't kill anyone else," she screamed. Digging her heels in, the Uchiha marshaled the entirety of her remaining chakra. "Fire style, majestic destroyer flame," she roared, unleashing a burning sea of fire that engulfed the entirety of her field of vision. As the wave bore down toward Gaara, the Jinchuriki could do nothing but stand in awe. In his heartless eyes, true fear took root for the very first time. Kakashi strained his body to move more quickly as he honed in on his leader. Hiruzen was nearby, but still enough of a distance to make the travel unbearably long in the current state of things. He couldn't quite see them yet, but he could feel them. They had not yet begun fighting. It was likely that they were still conversing, but there was no telling how long that would last. As he sprinted across the tops of the houses and shops, the Jonin took a short glance down. The streets had fallen into absolute chaos. It was a war zone. Ninja were falling left, right, and center, from Suna and Konoha alike. The death toll is going to be awful. Things are already bloody as all hell, he thought grimly. His students were still at the forefront of his mind. Satsuki had led Gaara out of the village minutes ago, and based upon the crushing advantage the Suna boy had displayed over her during their brief skirmish in the arena, facing him alone could only spell danger for her. There was no use in regretting what could not be changed. Blocking out the carnage below, Kakashi focused on locating the Hokage and his foe once again. A minute and a half later, an unexpected development occurred. Rising up from the streets, a green blur fell into pace beside Kakashi. The copy ninja raised an eyebrow and cast a sideways glance. "Don't you have a team to lead, Guy?" he pointed out. Might Guy, who had joined him on his journey, gave his classically exuberant grin. "Niji's being tended to, but Lee and Tenten are plenty youthful on their own. I have faith in them," he said confidently. His expression grew serious. "Besides, if you're heading where I think you are, the more the merrier," he added. His logic was sound, even if his entrance hadn't been. As such, Kakashi nodded in agreement. "I think we're within a mile of them. Lord Third chose the least populated sector," he reported. Guy fixed his gaze straight ahead, focusing his own senses. "We'll be on top of them in 2 minutes. Ready yourself, Kakashi. There's every chance this fight gets ugly, even with all 3 of us pressing him," he said. The copy ninja nodded again. Moving as quickly as they could muster, the pair of Jonin raced across their village in a desperate bid to assist their leader. Finally, once the time frame Guy had established had nearly come to pass, they caught sight of the Sannin and Kage. They were standing atop the roof of a large building. Oddly, each corner of the roof was occupied by an entity, none of whom were wearing a uniform resembling that of Suna's military. As they approached, something concerning began. A red glow began to encase the rooftop. Uncovering his Sharingan, Kakashi felt his stomach drop at what he saw. "I'm not sure who they are, but those 4 are creating a barrier. They're trying to lock us out," he said. They were still a quarter mile away. They were moving quickly, but not quickly enough. Recognizing the dire nature of their standing, Guy took matters into his own hands and grabbed Kakashi by the wrist. "Brace yourself," he said. Without warning, they lurched forward and burst across the remaining distance at breakneck speed. They crossed through the threshold just as the barrier was completing itself. They had made it, but only barely. Their landing was less than graceful, as they both lost their balance upon touching down, but both were on their feet in seconds. They had barged in right between Hiruzen and Orochimaru, who appeared to have begun their battle in earnest. "What on earth are the 2 of you doing here?" the Hokage questioned. Kakashi took his position at the old man's left side, with Guy doing the same on the right. "Backing you up. Don't act like you couldn't use the help," the copy ninja said shortly. Guy assumed his stance and allowed a grin to retake his features again. "Forgive his insolent tone, my lord. We simply thought it would be timely to assist our commander-in-chief," he said flamboyantly. Despite hardly looking pleased with their arrival, Hiruzen took a deep breath and set his eyes on Orochimaru, who was looking on in curious haughtiness. My. Such loyal subjects, sensei. I never found you too charismatic myself, but I suppose that's up to opinion," he said. Kakashi drew a pair of kunai and crossed them in front of himself in preparation for the fight to come. Hiruzen, who was wielding Enma, his great staff, took one final look at both of his Jonin. "Leave most of the fighting to me. Give me openings. I'll do the rest," he ordered. Guy and Kakashi nodded curtly. Orochimaru laughed without mirth. "I just had an excellent idea. I know the 2 of you are eager to let out all of that nervous energy, so I'll give you each a dance partner," he said, whipping out a scroll and laying it out in front of him as he spoke. He then slammed his palm down into the paper. "What is he?" Hiruzen started, trailing off as a massive cloud of smoke rose up behind the Sannin. What the trio saw upon its clearing was unsettling. Conjured from nowhere, 2 coffins had appeared. Shikamaru took a sweeping look around the interior of the bunker. There had been 22 civilians in the group he had led down through the stadium halls, and despite having counted each and every one of them several times by now, he still felt the urge to list them off again. He had succeeded in delivering them to something resembling safety. There was room for pride in what he had done, but he was still far too stressed. He could hear the fighting up above. The interior of the arena was a battlefield. The bunker itself was secure. Its door was heavy, metallic, and tightly sealed. The room was dim, but there was enough light to navigate. There were half a dozen medics tending to a number of injured people, shinobi and civilian alike. The room was packed. Shikamaru himself was leaning back against the leftmost wall, but he had little room on either side. This place was built to house 40 people. 50 tops. There are at least 65 in here, he thought to himself as he bumped shoulders with a man. The bunker smelled of an unpleasant mix of blood, gauze, and raw breath. He had smelled worse, but Shikamaru would have taken quite literally any other scent. Above all else, he was agitated by how utterly useless he felt. He had succeeded in ensuring the safety of nearly 24 people, but he was healthy, if quite tired, and he was not fighting. Sensei never put me up to this as a bodyguard. My job was to be an escort, he pondered. While the sentiment was literally true, reading the room made it clear that the cluster of people within it would be completely helpless should the door be breached. But even with this fact in mind, the fact remained that Shikamaru himself would be of little use against a jonin, which appeared to be the most common rank amongst Tsuna's forces. Doubly so due to his chakra reserves being nearly dried up from his exertion during his match. Another thought then occurred to him. His father had been in attendance for his match, and as a highly regarded jonin, he was almost certainly leading a makeshift platoon. His mother, on the other hand, had been forced to stay home due to sickness. She was alone. This realization filled the Nara with an immediate sense of fear and urgency. Yoshino was not helpless, far from it, but her prowess as a fighter had dulled with her recession into motherhood. With a renewed sense of purpose, Shikamaru maneuvered his way through the cluster of people and approached the door. He could feel the eyes on his back as he reached for the handle. The metal barrier was their lifeline, and even if for only a moment or two, he was going to strip it away. Ignoring the prying stares, Shikamaru opened the door and closed it behind him. He heard it lock from the inside. The bunker itself was located several meters below ground, with a flight of stairs leading back up to the hallway. Counterintuitively, the stairwell itself was only blocked by a wooden door rather than a metal one. Jogging up the steps hurriedly, Shikamaru opened the second door and stepped out into the hallway itself. Surprisingly, aside from the background noise of the war raging beyond the walls, it was surprisingly quiet. Welcoming the lower volume, Shikamaru carefully closed the wooden door and took a deep breath. When he turned to face down the corridor, his blood froze in his veins. Standing on the opposite end, right at the intersection, was Temari. She had certainly seen better days. Her face was scuffed with dirt, her clothes were torn in several places, and she was without her fan. She had seen the violence up above for herself, that much was obvious. In spite of her weathered appearance, nothing about her outward demeanor radiated anything less than her usual sturdiness. For several long moments, the genin stared at one another in silence. I'd call this awkward, but that's not really the right word, is it? Temari mused, breaking the uncomfortable ice. Shikamaru swallowed his nerves and remained calm. Not quite, no. At this point, I'm just confused, he said honestly. Temari put her hands on her hips and leaned her head off to one side. In what way? I've been pretty straightforward with you, she said. The Nara shook his head and stepped away from the door. What was the point? I don't understand, he said. His words lacked detail, but both knew exactly what he was referring to, both specifically and broadly. The fan wielder's face transitioned through several emotions before settling back on apathy. Takes 2 people to dance, Shikamaru. You can't lay it all on me, she said, slowly reaching into the pouch on her thigh. But, if you need an answer, it's that I'm selfish, she tacked on as an addendum. She then drew a kunai, which she let hang at her waist in a loose grip. Shikamaru drew his own knife, hating the motion every step of the way. Aren't we all, he muttered just loud enough for her to hear. Another, far strong silence took hold of them. There was much unsaid, but not the time to say any of it. Temari's knees then bent slightly. I'm sorry it's gotta be this way, she said, her voice betraying emotion not visible on her face. Shikamaru, for once, met her aggression in kind, and stepped forward to engage. So am I. Satsuki sank down to her knees as her body completely failed her. She had given everything she had left to give. Majestic Destroyer Flame was the single most powerful jutsu at her disposal by a wide margin. She had only recently learned it from a musty old scroll she had found while rummaging through the Uchiha storehouse on her property, and its results were as devastating as the old text had suggested. Gaara had made a crater, but Satsuki had created a miniature wasteland. Nothing but petrified wood and scorched earth lay in the path of the fire. Thankfully, it did not appear to be spreading to the untouched trees in either direction, but the outcome had been destructive all the same. It had come at a heavy price. She could not rise again. Her legs would not respond. It took active thought to simply breathe. On top of her utter exhaustion, the accursed tattoo on her neck had spread as far as her chest beneath her shirt. She could feel its grip tightening on her by the second. With luck, it would not matter, as she could not see or sense Gaara. The sheer force of the jutsu wiping him out entirely was far from unlikely. Satsuki had shocked even herself with the power she had generated. Fighting to catch her breath, the Uchiha girl slowly began to relax, at least to an extent. She had won, even if it had come at a hefty price. Or so she thought initially. Just as Satsuki began to allow her mind to think of other things, a shifting sound caught her attention, and drew her gaze up from the burned ground. She mentally kicked herself for daring to have been optimistic. Roughly 40 feet away, an unwelcome figure rose up from a pile of ashes and charred bark. His hair was still red, his left arm was still encased in sand, and he was still very much alive. Gaara had survived. Frustration, fear, and anger rose up within Satsuki, but she said nothing. Her voice was gone. Shaking off the gray ashes, the Jinchuriki slowly plodded toward her. His body was littered with burns, which were slowly mending themselves, and he was bleeding from a gash on his cheek. Most strikingly, one of his eyes was closed, and its eyelid was badly seared. As he approached her, Satsuki's heart rate increased. Her end was coming, one step at a time. "Maybe you are special," Gaara said, his usual mocking intonation replaced by something resembling sobered respect. He said no more until he had reached her, and stopped just in front of her. Glaring up at him with all the fury she could muster, the Uchiha girl despised herself for being unable to lash out any further. Meeting her eyes confidently, Gaara's lips pulled into a smirk. "I think we're done here," he said, his left arm morphing into a serrated, blade-like spike. He pressed the edge of the sand to her throat, applying just enough pressure to make her flinch. "If it's any consolation, this is nothing personal. I'm killing you out of spite," he offered, his eyes drifting back in the direction of Konoha for a moment. He then reared his bladed arm back. "Goodbye," he said, his voice seeming to echo slightly. Satsuki closed her eyes. She had done what she could. She did not wish to die, but there was no escaping it now. However, instead of a swift, sharp chopping sound, what the Uchiha girl heard next was the harsh impact of one body slamming into another. Snapping her eyes open again, Satsuki regained her vision just in time to see Gaara fly backwards, and a new shadow cast over her. Slowly looking up again, the girl's eyes widened to saucers at what she saw. Cloaked in a flaming aura of orange chakra, still clad in bandages and a tattered shirt, was Naruto. Glancing down over his shoulder, the blonde's red eyes met hers. "I should have come sooner. I'm sorry," he apologized quietly, the softness of his voice contrasting the feral rage in his irises. He then turned his attention back to Gaara, who had landed a fair distance away, and was back up on his feet. "I was wondering how long it would take you. Your timing needs work. She'd be headless right now if you were even a second later," the redhead called out to his fellow Jinchuriki. Naruto remained silent, taking a preliminary step forward. Gaara did the same. The tension in the air had instantly thickened upon the blonde's arrival. "If you wanted me, you should have just come looking," Naruto said. The Suna boy chuckled a bit and narrowed his eyes. "What fun is that? Now you're good and motivated. Trust me. You'll need it," he said with a derisive snort. Satsuki dug her fingers into the dirt. Precisely what she had fought so relentlessly to prevent had come to fruition despite her efforts. Gaara had drawn Naruto to him, and she was helpless to do anything about it now. Whether her teammate could find a way to win or not was unclear to her, but it mattered little within her own mind. She had endangered him with her inability to overcome Gaara. Once again, she had been too weak, and once again, she had failed. Chapter 51. Gaara had been far more correct than Naruto would have liked. The single conversation the two Jinchuriki had shared had not been a pleasant one. Marred by a horrid crime, open threats, and blood, it was a moment in time the blonde had pushed to the furthest recesses of his mind. He had never gone so far as to forget it entirely. He remembered each and every word they had exchanged. One sentence was ringing true at present. "When one apex predator finds another, it's only natural to be competitive, don't you think?" The sentiment did not fit perfectly, as Naruto's competitive spirit was secondary to his raw dislike for the redhead as he stared into his sociopathic eyes, but he could not deny that his natural instinct was to rip the boy apart. It had been from the very start. The difference between then and now, simply put, was that he now felt capable of doing so. Perhaps the inclination was a byproduct of the demonic chakra coursing through his system, perhaps not. It made no difference. With little else other than raw disdain fueling him, Naruto charged across the lengthy crater to intercept Gaara, who had already begun his approach. The Jinchuriki clashed halfway, locking opposing hands and cracking their foreheads together. Straining against the redhead, the Leaf Genin was instantly struck by how brutally strong Gaara had become physically. Though he had never faced him in combat before, none of what he had seen indicated such a staggering level of physical power. Within seconds, Naruto had been pushed back a foot, with his feet sliding back across the dirt. When he attempted to force out more strength to regain ground, Gaara turned his own effort against him by stepping off to the side and allowing him to stumble forward. Trading in his hold on Naruto's wrist for a grip on the back of his neck, the Suna boy bent the blonde's posture over and drove the point of his knee up into Naruto's stomach. He then tossed him back toward Satsuki with the same grip. Rebounding to his feet, Naruto took a deep breath. The first exchange had been definitively won by Gaara. Under normal circumstances, the blonde would have taken stock of what he had done wrong, and at least attempted to adjust accordingly, but his mind was clouded by discord and anger. Charging back in again, Naruto was made to miss with a swipe of his claws aimed for the Suna boy's face. Leaning back, Gaara caught his arm as it whizzed past his face. He then spun Naruto around and shoved the arm up between his shoulder blades, putting tremendous pressure on his shoulder. The blonde struggled against the bind, quickly freeing himself and paying his fellow Jinchuriki back with a cracking punch across the jaw that turned Gaara's head. The redhead merely grinned. When Naruto stepped forward to continue his assault, he was painfully punished for his recklessness with a stabbing pain on his right side. Gaara had, in the brief pause between engagements, reformed his left arm into a serrated spike once again, and had sunk it 6 inches deep into Naruto's shoulder. Ignoring the pain, Naruto returned the favor by jamming his claws into his foe's stomach. "You've made my day already," the Suna boy said with a dark chuckle. He then snapped his head forward and sent Naruto stumbling back with a mean-spirited headbutt. Rubbing the small hematoma rising up on the crown of his head, the Leaf Genin scowled at Gaara. The aesthetic damage he had taken from Satsuki before the Jinchuriki's arrival had already healed, and he could see the multiple puncture wounds on his stomach mending in real time. His recovery was even more rapid than Naruto's. "How about we move a bit faster?" Gaara suggested. The blonde was afforded no time to answer, as the Jinchuriki was directly in front of him with alarming suddenness. Ducking low, Naruto narrowly avoided being bludgeoned by Gaara's jagged left arm and reflexively slugged him in the gut. Before he could build on his success, the Suna boy snatched up his arm and performed a short spin to generate momentum and toss him up into the air. Regaining his bearings quickly, Naruto couldn't help but marvel at just how high he had been thrown. When he began to plummet again, he picked up speed quickly, and with nothing to push off of, he was a slave to his own trajectory. Gaara waited until the last possible moment to move himself into position, almost as though he was drawing the blonde into a false sense of security. But he did indeed move, and once again, with shocking speed. When Naruto was within 10 feet of hitting the ground, the redhead sprinted to meet his descent, and made a short, vertical hop that resulted in the top of his head smashing into Naruto's spine. Bouncing off of Gaara's skull, the blonde was violently kicked in the ribs just before he could hit the dirt and sent sprawling. When he finally came skidding to a stop, he had returned to the exact place he had started upon his arrival. Right in front of Satsuki. As he slowly made it back to his feet, he took a glance back at his battered teammate. She was on her hands and knees still, with her eyes downcast. She had not even reacted to his rough landing near her as far as he could tell. Upon further inspection, an explanation for her statuesque state presented itself. Her face was covered in black markings, all of which were stemming from the tattoo on her neck. She was pushing back against its grip in silence. Wincing at the pain in his lower back, Naruto spat blood out of his mouth. A prick of cold then hit his face. It was beginning to drizzle. Ignoring the shift in weather, the Leaf's Jinchuriki locked eyes with Gaara, who was nonchalantly trudging his way forward. He was immensely strong. Far beyond what Naruto had sensed during his approach, which either suggested that he had been holding back significantly during his bout with Satsuki, or that the blonde's senses had fooled him. Likely a combination of both. Worse yet, Naruto's gut told him that he had not seen the extent of Gaara's strength in any capacity. "I can't win like this," he thought to himself grimly, shifting his eyes down toward his claws. His own reserves of chakra were still depleted from his grueling exhibition with Neji. Even now, he could feel the pressure the fox's chakra was exerting on his body to maintain his current form of strength. It simply was not enough. Brief as the battle had been up to the present moment, it was clear that Gaara was simply stronger than he was. He could react to his movements, and he could resist him, but the difference in impact was palpable. "I have to try it," Naruto decided. Digging his nails into his palms, he allowed a further rush of demonic chakra to burn through him. It was painful. Tremendously so. It always felt unpleasant, but Niji had inflicted severe damage to his internal pathways, which only amplified the pain. Stepping away from Satsuki and toward Gaara, the fiery aura lining his figure increased in volume and deepened in shade. "That's the way. Embrace it," the Suna boy encouraged, baring his own fangs. Naruto held his tongue. He was unsure of how long he could handle the raw weight of his demon's chakra. Wasting precious seconds on barbs would be foolish. Bursting across the space between them, Naruto drove his fist into the left side of Gaara's jawline with as much momentum and force as he could muster. The impact completely bypassed the redhead's firm stance and sent him sliding backwards with his heels digging into the earth. When he came to a stop 10 feet away, he suffered a delayed reaction in the form of his knees buckling slightly. For the first time, Naruto had truly staggered him. Immediately going back on the offensive, the blonde rushed in and swung for his head again, connecting flush across his cheek with a swipe of his claws. In his desperation to work quickly, he threw himself woefully out of position attempting to strike him a third time. With a slight stumble forward, Naruto was punished for his lack of consideration by Gaara, who clobbered him over the head with his armored left fist. The sand encasing his arm felt like a dense metal. Enduring the ringing bell in his head, Naruto pressed on and snapped Gaara's head back with a spearing punch from his leading left hand. He was finally able to connect with consistency. Gaara was far from cowed, and having adjusted to the blonde's renewed speed after only a single lost exchange, he was prepared when Naruto ran in to continue their scuffle. Jumping back a step to extend the distance between them, Gaara allowed his fellow Jinchuriki to walk face-first into his bladed arm. Naruto thinly avoided having one of his eyes removed by jerking his head left, but still suffered a deep gash on the side of his head as the serrated sand sliced by him. The pain of the wound paused him for just a moment, but it was more than enough time for Gaara to knock him back with a harsh kick to the chest. The boys did not immediately leap back into the fire. Instead, they began to slowly circle one another. The rain was well and truly pouring down now, and the sky had darkened. The demented smirk had not yet left Gaara's face. "I'll give you credit where credit's due, you're already packing more of a punch than that whore ever did," he said, gesturing off toward the still immobile Satsuki. Naruto's jaw tightened at his vulgar insult. "But as you are now, who you are now, you don't have a prayer. That much I can promise you," the redhead continued. The Leaf Genin snorted in response. "What's with all those bruises, then?" he pointed out. Gaara licked the blood that was leaking from his lower lip and held his air of arrogant confidence. "They're my reward for being so patient," he said, a shade of masochism coloring his tone. The air around the pair then deadened. In the dimmer light brought about by the burgeoning storm, a faint red glow could be seen emanating from Gaara's outline. Naruto could feel his presence growing heavier. His golden eyes almost seemed to emit light. The blonde's instincts had been correct. He had been suppressing himself. "What the hell are you?" Naruto demanded, doing his absolute best to hide the slight degree of nervousness in his voice. Gaara's sanguinary smile only widened. "What you were too afraid to become." Shikamaru squinted his eyes as sparks flew from his and Temari's kunai. Taijutsu, and especially knife play, had never been a favorite of the Nara. It was an exhausting practice, and it was highly stressful. He was already cut in several places from his face all the way down to his sternum, and his arms were growing weary from the torrid pace Temari was forcing him to contest. They had battled their way out of the infirmary just over a minute ago, and were now tussling in the hall's intersection with another. She was strong, aggressive, and relentless. She never ceased attacking. Shikamaru was not entirely devoid of chakra, but he lacked the space or time to use what he had. Leaning back at the waist, the Nara's eyebrow was trimmed by the edge of Temari's blade. Snapping back at her immediately, Shikamaru countered her near miss by punching her clean in the mouth when he straightened up again. For just a moment, the fan wielder backed off and touched her lips, likely to ensure that neither had split. In that moment of temporary calm, Shikamaru felt his personal regrets and self-loathing creep in. This was not the way he wanted it to end. He scarcely understood why he had done what he had with the girl, or why he had bothered to be receptive to her at all, but he knew for certain that violence was not the outcome he had been seeking. He hadn't known that an invasion was imminent. That much he could forgive himself for. But, in reality, the internal pain he felt with every traded blow was of his own creation. He had made choices, and he was reaping what he'd sown. He was being forced to duel a person he, at the very least, viewed as worthwhile, and at most, held a genuine appreciation for. It was his own fault for allowing attachment. Especially after the brutally close call his feelings had incurred once before. Temari allowed him no more time to think, as she quickly pressed forward again. When the sparks began to fly again, Shikamaru found that his desire to push back had weakened. He still defended himself. He still countered her when he could. But he no longer felt the adrenaline rushing through his veins that had been fueling him in the earlier stages of their encounter. Within 30 seconds, he felt his back hit the wall of the corridor they had maneuvered into. Tensing up at the predicament he found himself in, Shikamaru was unable to bring his hands into proper position to defend the point of Temari's blade, which was headed for his neck. He was quite surprised to find that he could still breathe a moment later. His throat was in pain, but not in its center. The Suna girl had missed a clean puncture, and had only grazed the side of his neck and plated her kunai in the wall next to it. As the blood dripped down to his shoulder, Shikamaru met her eyes, which were uncomfortably close to his own. In them, he found conflict. She had pulled short at the last possible moment, and he was still alive as a result. What was going through her mind, he could not tell. Her teal irises quickly hardened again, and she pulled her blade from the drywall. Acting hastily, Shikamaru snagged both of her wrists and pushed her back. He then released her right wrist and folded his arm over to crack her on the temple with the point of his elbow. Temari backed up a step, but yanked her remaining arm free and whipped him just below his right eye with the butt of her kunai. Pain exploded from where she had hit him. He knew immediately that his orbital bone had been shattered. Gripping his face with a wince, Shikamaru staggered. Temari was upon him again rapidly. Any questions she may have had regarding what she was and wasn't capable of doing to him had been answered, it seemed. With his vision badly compromised by the damage to his face, the Nara struggled to avoid the blade trained on him. His arms were able to endure most of the punishment, but his neck was nicked twice more in the following minute. He had been wavering mentally to begin with, but now, he was wavering physically. Temari had sorted her feelings, and she was fighting to kill him, or so it seemed. I'm gonna die. Shikamaru thought to himself frantically as he barely managed to deflect a swipe of the fan wielder's knife with his own. His mistakes had earned him administrative and social punishment the first time he'd made them. And now, his retribution would be harsher. He would pay for his inability to compartmentalize with his life. He had been incredibly, unfairly lucky in the land of waves. That luck had run out. And yet, despite the truly awful circumstances, he did not want to die. He despised himself for his naivete, and a small part of him felt as though he deserved what was coming to him for allowing such mistakes time and again, but his deepest desire was to live. He was unambitious, and he complained plenty, but to be killed in a lonely hallway was not an end he could abide. With a desire to preserve himself building up inside of him, Shikamaru put his greatest asset, his mind, to work. Stealing a look over his shoulder, he found his cornerstone. The hall they had stumbled into connected directly to one of the emergency exits, and the door had been ripped off by some past effort. Absorbing a harsh punch to the forehead, Shikamaru clenched his jaw and strained his mind. Time was running out. Even if he escaped through the open doorway, she would pursue him out in the open just as tirelessly. Then, a method clicked in his mind. One that he hated. One that made him sick to his stomach. But one that would work. It was simple, but simplicity was his friend given the minimal margin for error at hand. Steeling himself to do what he must, the Nara stepped into the oncoming Temari and shoulder-checked her as hard as he could. Being slightly larger than she was, the impact knocked the fan wielder off her feet. Shikamaru then produced a smoke bomb and threw it down. Due to the small volume of the corridor, the ensuing mass of smoke was incredibly thick and opaque. Well aware that he had minuscule time to operate, Shikamaru sprinted for the door, and when he reached it, he threw together his crude trap as quickly as he could. The entire process took 15 seconds, and by the end of it, he could hear Temari's feet thundering toward him. Scrambling up to his feet again, Shikamaru backed as far back from the emergency entrance as he could without intruding on the active fighting raging on all sides of the arena. Time seemed to slow down for what came next. As the Suna girl came into view in the doorframe, Temari appeared to realize the grave mistake she had made right at the last moment. Her eyes widened in fear, and she attempted to stop, but she was a slave to her own momentum. Her feet hit the tripwire, and set off the paper bombs Shikamaru had lined the interior with. They exploded instantly, causing a decent chunk of the wall overhead to collapse down into the doorway. A massive cloud of dust and debris flew forth from the blast site, scattering all the ninja in close proximity, enemies and comrades alike. Shikamaru was not among them. He stood his ground, and covered his face as the wide whipped past him. As the dust slowly dissipated, the results of his deadly handiwork came into view. There was a pile of rubble where the exit used to be, and in a sight that he instantly knew would haunt him till the day he died, Temari's upper half was sticking out of it. The middle of her back on down was completely obscured by the concrete and stone. Crushed, in all likelihood. A sobering numbness took hold of the Nara. H's legs moved practically on their own, in a slow approach toward the broken kunoichi. The closer he drew, the more an even darker reality dawned on him. She had survived the blast, somehow. Her arms twitched and pulled at the asphalt, and her head slowly craned upward. When he reached her, Shikamaru knelt down in front of her. He could not feel. He could not afford to. He could sense the terrible whirlwind spinning deep down inside of him. He had made his choice. There was absolutely no reversing it. Regrets had no place. Any conviction to be so cold completely disintegrated when Temari's eyes met his own. You, finally grew a pair. I'm proud of you, she croaked out, somehow finding the levity to joke. Her voice was choked and decaying. Hardly a shred of her usual bluster. Shikamaru said nothing. He dared not speak. CC-mon, I gave you a compliment. At least smile, the dying girl pressed. Whether she was truly without care for her own passing, or entirely delirious, the Nara could not tell. He could not fulfill her request. His face remained stoic, with periodic twitches as his emotions threatened to shatter his composure. Temari appeared to realize this fact. Propping herself up as best she could, the Suna girl shakily reached out and touched his cheek. Look at me, Shikamaru. And listen, she said, her tone deadly serious. The Leaf Genin exhaled heavily at her touch. He was hanging by a thread. No matter what they say to you, no matter who it is, never stop caring. And, never stop trying to see the good in people, she said as firmly as she could possibly manage. Her words broke him. He had maimed her, and there she was, encouraging him. Urging him not to lose himself. Shikamaru's shoulders shook, and hot tears streaked down his cheeks. It had been years since he'd cried. Temari, in her final moments, gave him a bloody smile. Keep that heart. It's what she began. Before she could finish, the light in her eyes dimmed completely, and her hand slid off his face, falling limp to the ground. She was dead. He had killed her. Self-defense be damned, he had murdered a young woman. A person he had cultivated a friendship with. A person he had respected. A person with friends. A family. Goals. Dreams. Interests. An entire human being. Gone. Reaching out, Shikamaru gently closed her eyes, and then rose up to his feet. He then felt a drop of water strike the top of his head. Rain had come. Brutally, tragically poetic. She really liked you, you know. Apparently, Temari's final words, and the cold of the rain were not enough torment. The powers that be were not satisfied with Shikamaru's suffering. The voice that had pierced through the falling rain and chaotic noise of the battlefield was far too familiar. Turning around slowly, Shikamaru was met by the cruelest sight imaginable. Standing 20-odd feet away, with his face paint-smeared and bloodied, was Kankuro. His expression was blank, and his posture lifeless. As with Temari, Shikamaru could not find his voice. He had nothing to say for himself. Kankuro filled the silence himself. She had a thing for you right away. Thought you were cute. Said she liked how calm you were, he continued, his voice breaking slightly. Though he did not sob, a fresh set of tears stained the Nara's face. After you stood up to Gaara, you were all she talked about. Maybe you think she just wanted to screw you, but it was more than that. She felt awful for not telling you. Hell, she almost wrote you a note. She wanted you to survive, above all else. Kankuro said, his frame trembling as he slowly fell apart. That's why she came looking for you. She wanted to make sure nobody else got to you. She would have let you live. She would have knocked you out and hid you somewhere. And you went and did this, he choked out. Shikamaru finally spoke, against his better judgment. I didn't know. He started. Midway through his reply, Kankuro stomped his foot on the ground, silencing him instantly. Shut up. Don't you dare try to smooth-talk your way out of this, he snapped, rage and grief visible on his face. The puppeteer trudged across the wet ground, stopping just short of him. After a moment of hesitation, he punched Shikamaru clean on the jaw, sending him back a step. He then drew a kunai and attempted to stab the Leaf Genin in the chest. Having no more will to retaliate, Shikamaru did not move. Kankuro had every right to retribution. The puppeteer froze halfway through the motion, accompanied by the sound of a dozen small impacts. Kankuro's chin rested on the Leaf Genin's shoulder as he lurched forward. He then took a grip on the Nara's ripped shirt. You've got some nerve to be crying, he hissed in his ear, sorrow, pain, and frustration dripping from every word. You have no right to cry, the puppeteer rasped, sinking down to his knees and breaking down into uncontrollable sobs as he took hold of Temari's unresponsive hand. His back was littered with sanban, with one in the base of his neck. They were made of ice. Shikamaru's brain registered the implications quickly, but he couldn't help but look on in shame at the raw agony he had incurred for a moment before turning around and stepping away from the broken family. Looking to the roof of a nearby shop, the Nara found what he was looking for. Standing atop the building, expression hidden behind her mask and hair flying in the wind of the storm, was Haku. How much she had seen beyond the very end was unclear, She was holding a short blade in her right hand, and a set of sanban in her left. As he looked upon the former huntress, Shikamaru felt his eyes begin to leak again. He was not like these people. There was blood on the end of Haku's blade, and a touch splattered on her mask. She could kill without conscience. Satsuki had done so as well. Naruto certainly would have in his rage. Shikamaru could not. Even with every justification, what he had done to Temari would remain a specter in his mind for the remainder of his days. He knew it to be the case. More than anything else, a single truth disturbed him. His feelings of disgust were temporary. He would learn in time. He would learn to let go. He would learn to kill. He would become numb to it all. He would no longer view his enemies as people, but as obstacles. He would become just like the rest. Just like Haku. For all that he appreciated, and held a certain degree of affection for the girl, the absolute last thing he wanted was to mirror her. She was everything he was not, and while that fact likely informed his suppressed feelings toward her, it made no difference. A flash of lightning cracked across the sky. As the thunder followed it, Haku took a half step in his direction, one of her arms twitching forward as though she wished to reach out and touch him. She pulled back and stopped at the edge of the roof. She then glanced off toward the northern border. When her attention returned to him, she tossed her short blade down toward him. Shikamaru caught it by the hilt. He seldom knew how to use such a weapon, but the message was clear. Stay alive. Managing a nod in Haku's direction, the Nara gripped the handle until his knuckles turned white. Seeming to feel that she had done all she could given the situation, the Umbu girl turned away, and vanished into the rain. Alone again amongst the fighting, Shikamaru took a deep breath, and wiped the rainwater and tears from his face with his sleeve. Fixating on the image of his mother's face, he prepared to brave the chaotic battlefield. It was of no comfort to him, but in the back of his mind, he knew how his actions that day would be viewed. A loyal shinobi, serving his country no matter the cost. A boy with conviction so strong that he had put aside his personal feelings for the greater good. A good soldier. A strong patriot. An emotional child. A killer of friends. Naruto lowered his posture and bent his knees in preparation to charge. Things had only become more difficult since Gaara had begun to truly flex his literal and figurative muscle. His speed had only increased, he hit even harder, and he was a stonewall to grapple with. The blonde had still found his successes, including managing to knock his man down, but none of it had been sustainable. Throwing himself forward, Naruto speared his claws toward Gaara's face. His wrist was caught before he could connect, and when he attempted to strike him with his free hand, so was his other. The redhead twisted the joints inward, forcing Naruto's arms to hyperextend. Using the uncomfortable grip, Gaara lifted him a few inches off the ground. You might want to fix this. They'll break soon, he said with a sneer, hoisting him up another inch. The blonde grunted in pain as his joints were stressed beyond their limits. With great effort, he was able to break free from Gaara's iron squeeze, but not before his right wrist snapped. Unfortunately, the pain distracted him for just a moment too long, as when his feet hit the ground again, he was caught badly off guard when Gaara violently sank his earthen fist into the right side of his abdomen. Blood flew from Naruto's mouth. The shock of the blow practically folded him in half, and forced him down to a knee. At least 2 of his ribs had been broken. I meant what I said, Naruto. You can't beat me. Not the way you are now. Gaara said, his voice taking on an odd calm as the rain poured down over them. The Leaf's Jinchuriki glared up at him and attempted to rise, but found that the pain in his ribs was still too great. What does that even mean? He demanded. The redhead reached down and snagged him by the jaw, lifting him up to eye level. You know what the difference is between you and I? You've barely gotten your feet wet. You're green. A rank amateur. And based on how little control you have, you didn't even know you were a Jinchuriki until recently. Gaara said as Naruto tried and failed to break free from him for a second time. They only handed me a rank a few years ago, but I've been in the fire since the day I could walk. Unlike you, I was bred for this, he continued. The Leaf Genin struggled again to no avail. And you're satisfied with that? You'd let them make a weapon out of you, he questioned. The Suna boy smirked and tightened his grip. Well, it lets me do what I like to do. But even then. He started, pausing midway to drop Naruto from his hold. He then cracked him hard between the eyes with his more human hand and sent him down to his back a few feet away. They've never been able to control me, he finished. Naruto propped himself up on his elbows, but was flattened back down by Gaara's foot pressing down onto his sternum. He was simply too much. How Satsuki had survived him at all, Naruto did not know. It was true that the blonde was at less than 100% of his full capabilities. The internal bleeding the head medic had slowed earlier had intensified again the moment the battle had picked up in earnest. But having felt the wrath of Suna's greatest weapon, Naruto begrudgingly felt as though it made little difference. "You're letting them use you," he growled, his entire body aching from the inside out. Gaara stared down at him with remorseless eyes. "You say that like you're any different. If you hadn't beaten yourself half to death, they'd have sent you after me on official orders. All because, well, that's what you mean to them. You're convenient," he said bluntly. The Suna boy dug his heel into Naruto's solar plexus. "And before you accuse me of not understanding, or being too far gone to know the difference, I'll give you some insight," he said. The Leaf Genin made one last effort to sit up, but couldn't muster the strength. "They shunned, ostracized, and tormented me. They branded me a monster. A beast to be feared. I was too young to understand. I went weeks without sleeping. I couldn't even look at my reflection, because I was afraid of what I'd find staring back. I hated myself for what the voice in my head urged me to do. To prove them all right. To be what I was always expected to be. I nearly drove myself to insanity resisting my taste for blood," he said. Naruto despised the genuine, deep-seated chord. Gaara's words were repeatedly striking. "But one day, I made a choice. I embraced it. I let down my walls and I made peace with my demon. I became one with it. The voice in my head became my own. I accepted myself for what I truly was, deep down," the redhead intoned. The golden hue of his eyes then deepened. "I am Gaara of the Sand, Jinchuriki, host of Shikaku," he said, his voice taking on an inhuman echo. Naruto shuddered. He was looking at the darkest road available to him. Submission to the depravity and violence of the beast within him. Gaara's foot lifted from his chest, and repositioned slotted under his back. The Leaf Genin was then tossed away, landing near Satsuki for the second time. Rolling onto his stomach, Naruto made it up to his hands and knees. The lone positive of his situation was that he was still positioned between Gaara and his teammate. As he tried to make it up to his feet, a strained voice hit his ears. "I'm sorry, Naruto," came the voice of Satsuki. The blonde looked back at the girl. Her gaze had finally left the ground. Her face was completely overtaken by the markings. She sounded horribly guilt-ridden. "Don't apologize. It's not over yet," he shot back, turning back to the Suna boy. Gaara extended a hand forward, and sand began to rise up from the ground. "This was over before it even began. I'll extend you some kindness, and let you both die together," he corrected. The sand then formed into an angry cloud. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. There was an outside chance that he could evade it in his damaged state, but Satsuki absolutely could not. In the short time he was given to deliberate, he chose to stay put. If he could shield her, he would. The sand soon came crashing forward. Naruto closed his eyes and braced himself. While he did hear the sound of Gaara's sediment smashing into something, the fact that he neither smelled blood nor felt any new pain brought his eyes snapping open. The sight that greeted him was incredibly confusing. Standing before him was what appeared to be a member of the Umbu Black Ops, gray flak jacket and all. The second, even more perplexing detail was the sizable wall of solid ice that was shielding all three of them from Gaara's sand. As the gears turned in his mind, Naruto soon realized who had come to their rescue, and when he did, a scowl painted across his bruised and bloodied features. "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked. Haku didn't bother to turn and face him, or offer any outward reaction at all. Instead, she made a one-handed seal. The ice wall shattered into snow, repelling Gaara's sand back to its source. "Are you really in any position to be complaining?" she countered. The Jinchuriki opened his mouth to retort, but slowly shut it again. She was right. Finally standing to his feet fully, Naruto wiped plasma from his forehead. "Fine, I'll take it, but you picked a bad time to play hero. Do you even know who we're dealing with right now?" he pressed. Haku simply took a step forward, her masked eyes fixed straight ahead on the Suna boy, who looked quite intrigued. "My orders are to eliminate Gaara of the Sand," she said stoically, both answering his question and clarifying that her arrival had not come out of the goodness of her heart. Regardless of her motives, help had come, and Naruto could not find the bitterness to be upset about that fact. Haku then reached into a pouch attached to her utility belt, producing something small. She then flicked it back toward the blonde. Catching it after several fumbles, Naruto studied it skeptically. It was a small, circular pill of brown color. "What's this supposed to be?" he asked. The pill was featureless, lacking any sort of label or number inscribed into its surface. "It's a food pill. Eat it. You'll like the results," Haku explained. Seeing no genuine reason not to trust her beyond disdain, the Jinchuriki popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt a rush of energy and vitality rush through his system. His pain did not dull, nor did his injuries heal any faster than they already were, but he felt restored. "It's a military-grade ration. It has enough chakra and nutrients packed into it to keep you going for 3 days. Maybe a bit less than that in your case. Haku added, stepping forward again. Naruto looked on nervously as the Umbu stared down Gaara. You again. I didn't even feel you coming. Just like last time, the redhead said, folding his arms across his chest. Naruto furrowed his brow. The Suna boy's words heavily implied a history between the two. Haku drew a kunai. Perhaps I should have just cut your throat and been done with it, then, she said flatly. The blonde shook his head. You can't beat him. I don't know what happened the last time you two met, but he's not the same guy. Trust me, he called out. The former huntress ignored him entirely. For somebody acting on orders, I feel quite a bit of tension in you. What has you so invested? Gaara inquired in an amused tone. Haku made another single-handed seal. Rain water then froze on her kunai, extending its blade with razor-sharp ice. The Umbu held the frozen knife out in front of her, assuming a stance as she did so. I'm having a bad day, and I'll be taking it out on you. Chapter 52. Satsuki had expected to feel far more emotion upon encountering Haku Yuki for a second time. She had never been as purely enraged by her mere existence as Naruto was, nor as softly forgiving and accepting as Shikamaru, but she found herself perplexed by how genuinely apathetic she felt seeing her again. The fact that the unlikely Umbu had saved their necks moments ago evened out her feelings to an extent, but even so, Satsuki of all people had the right to strong leanings regarding the huntress. Currently, Haku was standing between Gaara and the pair of genin, with a frozen kunai drawn as a weapon. Naruto had already warned the girl that her chances were slim at best, but the Umbu did not appear to care what he thought in the slightest. Satsuki could not help but agree with her teammate's assessment. Haku had been far beyond their level during their scuffle, but time had passed, and things had changed. Though she was still unable to rise in order to better her viewing experience, Satsuki committed her entire focus to the battle about to unfold. After another moment of tense silence, Haku and Gaara both vanished from sight. The reappeared directly in the center of the space between them, clashing forcefully. In a surprising twist, Haku did not budge even an inch upon experiencing the Jinchuriki's physical might. Her frozen kunai was braced against Gaara's armored left arm, with the ice holding firm against the sand. When they disengaged from their deadlock, the Suna boy swung for her head with his arm of human flesh. Haku ducked underneath his crude punch and kicked out his legs. As Gaara fell forward, the Umbu let the bottom of his chin drop right onto the point of her knee. With no extra time in between, Haku stabbed her blade down toward the redhead's throat. Gaara was able to catch her wrist before the point could touch him, but only barely. He then tossed the former huntress backwards. As she soared back, Haku pulled a set of icy Senbon straight out of the falling rain and sent a volley Gaara's way. He deflected 4 of 5, with the 5th sticking into the skin of his chest. Both Satsuki and Naruto stared with wide-eyed shock as Haku touched down in front of them. She had decisively won the first exchange, and had taken no damage doing so. Gaara himself hardly looked shaken as he pulled the icy needle from his chest and snapped it in half, but the sequence had been heartening. Seconds later, Haku blitzed in once again. Satsuki strained her eyes to follow the action that ensued. She could just barely make out the motions of both combatants. As fuzzy as many of the engagements were to her depleted vision, several things were becoming clear very quickly. First and most obviously, Haku Yuki was blindingly fast. Even her most basic maneuvers were nearly always accompanied by an afterimage, and half the time, when Gaara flinched or backed up, Satsuki took a full extra second to perceive what had hit him. The huntress held a speed advantage. It was not enormous, but it was enough to pay immediate dividends. Gaara was genuinely struggling to touch her. It's like a game of tag, Naruto said, his own eyes fixed on the perilous duel. Opting not to push herself to speak, Satsuki simply nodded. Each furious exchange was punctuated by a slight, barely noticeable pause. A small reset for both before they rushed back in again. Haku was winning the majority of these explosive dust-ups, but after roughly 90 seconds of fighting, she was not unscathed when she touched down in front of the genin. There was a thin crack down the center of her mask, and a gash on one of her forearms. As with every other occasion, the break in the fighting was brief, with both Gaara and Haku rushing in again mere seconds after they had landed. Satsuki strained her perception a touch further, and as a result, she was able to see what came next in detail. In what was likely his first truly clean connection, Gaara drove his earthen fist right between the eyes of the Umbu's mask, knocking her down flat on her back. The Jinchuriki instantly attempted to capitalize, transmuting his left arm into a spike and stabbing it down toward his fallen foe. In the split second between having been knocked down and Gaara's attempted skewering, Haku made a seal with her free hand. Just before the redhead could run her through, a pillar of ice shot up from the soaked dirt and entrapped his serrated arm. As quickly as the tide had turned in Gaara's favor, Haku ripped the momentum away from him again, shooting up to her feet and impaling him through the stomach with her frozen kunai. Naruto and Satsuki each perked up, a sudden burst of hope rushing through their systems. Gaara hacked up a sizable helping of blood, sending it dripping down his chin as Haku's mask fully broke apart and fell from her face, the impact of the redhead's punch having fully cracked it in half. The Jinchuriki opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced when the huntress twisted her kunai deeper into the wound. Satsuki swallowed nervously. Based upon the look on Gaara's face, one of discomfort rather than fear, things were far from over, but she could not suppress her awe any longer, and one look at Naruto revealed a similar expression of begrudging intrigue. Haku then ripped her blade free from Gaara's body, and reared it back in preparation to slit his throat. As she swung it across, the redhead suddenly flared to life again, with the same ominous red glow he had displayed against Naruto reigniting. Shattering his frozen restraints, Gaara put his left arm in the path of Haku's kunai just in time to knock it off course. He then kicked the huntress in the chest, sending her sliding back across the slick dirt. Coming to a stop right where she had started upon her arrival, Haku dusted herself off and stood straight. Satsuki struggled to stand again. The situation at hand was choked with a tension that was eating her alive. She failed to make herself vertical, only making it halfway before sinking back down to her knees. She could not overcome the mark's grip. Naruto was at her side immediately, laying a hand on her shoulder as they both watched Haku from behind. "Don't push too hard. You've been through it today," he said in a hushed tone. Satsuki felt hot frustration bubbling up within her. Naruto had taken as much, if not far more damage from Gaara, and he was nearly ready to fight again. She had been reduced to a liability. The Uchiha held her tongue, pushing down the anger to keep her focus where it needed to be. "Well, now. This is a surprise. You're a riot." Gaara called out to the huntress, his abdominal wound visibly beginning to mend. Haku, characteristically, said nothing in response. As perturbed as she obviously was beneath the surface, the Umbu was a portrait of professionalism. Cold, clinical, and deadly. "Though, with a face like yours, there are better things you could be doing than being a manhunter," the redhead jeered, filling the silence. This time, Haku did indeed give him a reaction. "Shut the hell up," she shot back in a blunt, monotone voice. Her form then flickered, preceding her reappearance directly in front of the redhead. With that, they began their bout anew. The engagements had intensified. Satsuki could feel their collisions in her bones. Haku was significantly stronger than she had anticipated. The more she considered things from a logical perspective, however, the more sense it made. In hindsight, it was likely that Shikamaru's presence on the bridge had clouded the huntress' focus to some degree, and there was every chance that she had simply not been taking Satsuki and Naruto entirely seriously before it was too late. Compounded with the months she had spent working, and likely training with the Umbu Black Ops, Haku's performance against Gaara was far from surprising. She had been far stronger than the genin to begin with, and that gap was still present. It was irritating in its own way that so little had changed despite their best efforts, but as of now, Haku's strength was nothing but a boon to them. Over the following 2 minutes, the genin watched in silence as the former huntress dueled Gaara evenly. After those minutes had elapsed, Naruto spoke. "She can't beat him," he said grimly. Satsuki painfully turned her head up to look at his face. He looked incredibly stressed, with his eyes narrowed and jaw slightly tensed. "What do you mean?" she managed to ask, her voice hoarse. Naruto's gaze did not waver from the battle raging before them. "Gaara's healing faster than Haku can hurt him. She's faster, and strong enough to compete with him head to head, but she won't win this if it drags on. He's just tougher than she is, and he's finding ways in," he explained. The Uchiha managed a nod. Naruto's senses were sharper than hers at the moment, that much was clear. After another minute of observation, Naruto stood up, leaving Satsuki kneeling on the ground. He then curled his hands into fists and let out a short grunt. His pupils thinned to slits, his irises turned red, and his flaming orange aura of chakra returned to him. He was ready to fight again, it seemed. Satsuki felt her stress intensify. It had been hard enough to watch a girl she hardly knew struggle against Gaara, but Naruto's prospects against the Suna boy had been laid bare. He could not defeat him. Unlike before, he would not be fighting alone, but the fact remained that he would be punching above his weight. Satsuki attempted to speak again, but her voice came out as nothing but a croak. Having heard her, the blonde glanced back. "I can't sit back and watch. I have to help," he said firmly. The Uchiha girl lowered her eyes back to the ground. A moment later, she heard him push off and throw himself back into the fire. She was utterly helpless. Crippled and weak. She shared his conviction, but unlike him, all she could do was sit idly by. She had never felt more painfully civilian. Gaara's demonic power had been too much for her to handle in every possible way, and while Naruto had been beaten in the end, his own tailed beast had allowed him to compete beyond his natural limits. Jinchuriki had fascinated her as a concept on paper, and upon learning of Naruto's status, she had done her fair share of research, but actually seeing them in action had filled her with entirely different emotions than curiosity. She was appalled. Not by what they were, per se, but what they were capable of. Gaara of the Sand was almost certainly a prodigy in and of himself, but he was easily more powerful than most Jonin with the help of his demon. Naruto was a far more stark example. He was more talented than many gave him credit for, but he had been pushed to the brink by Niji Hyuga. The strength he had demonstrated in his losing effort against Gaara was easily double that ceiling, nearly triple. As hard as she tried to suppress and kill the feeling, Satsuki found herself infuriated by it all. She had given absolutely everything she had been able to give to stop Gaara. Her efforts now felt completely worthless. Gaara had been holding back, and Naruto had outperformed her. Now, out of absolutely nowhere, Haku was showing a level of class Satsuki had yet to even touch. The marks on the Uchiha's body spread an inch further. Too weak. Every single time. Today had been intended as one of entertainment and leisure. Being an actively serving member of the Umbu Black Ops largely meant that downtime was incredibly limited, especially when on an assignment, but simple security for what essentially amounted to a sporting event had sounded flatly relaxing. For a few hours, it had been. Haku had been posted atop the arena as surveillance, which allowed her a clear view of the matches, and little to do other than watch. She had genuinely enjoyed the spectacle. Of course, they had been instructed to be at the ready, but that was standard procedure. The moment things had gone south, her platoon captain had been instantly prepared. Formations, positions, and individual tasks had been determined ahead of time. Such thorough base covering suggested that the invasion had been far from a surprise to the village administration. Haku herself had not been given her own orders until several minutes after the invasion had begun, but the directive had been simple. Neutralize the threat of Gaara of the Sand by any means necessary. Within the former huntress mind, the wording directly translated to elimination. It was the safest, surest method of ensuring that the redhead would not wreak any more havoc than he already had. That task was proving utterly daunting. Gaara was powerful, crafty, and completely relentless. He was crude and bruising, but he was physically overwhelming in the extreme. Despite her initial advantages, Haku currently found herself feeling a dull ache from deep in her bones. She had scarcely been hit cleanly, but she had been forced to block or deflect dozens of blows from the Suna boy. Even while playing a relatively clean defensive game, she was feeling the effects. I've cut him open a dozen different ways, and he just keeps coming. Nothing works twice, either. Haku thought to herself, sidestepping a blitz from Gaara as she pondered. The redhead regained his footing quickly, turning to face her with a sadistic grin. There was madness in his eyes. It was barely restrained. He was unhinged behind his mask of snark. I like the way you dance, whoever you are. A woman after my own heart. Gaara joked, wiping blood from his cheek as a gash mended rapidly. Haku tightened her grip on the hilt of her kunai. Things were going nowhere, and quickly. She could outmaneuver him, and she was significantly more skilled across the board, but the gap in strength was becoming more and more apparent. Every time Gaara touched her, it moved her, but the inverse was not true. He felt like metal. Gaara gave her no more time to think or plan, as he dug his back foot into the dirt and pushed off. Though Haku initially began to move to meet, she stopped when she caught a crimson blur out of the corner of her eye. Rushing in from the sidelines, Naruto came barreling into play and collided with the Suna boy head-on. The boys bounced off of one another in opposite directions, sending the blonde skidding back toward Haku. Took you long enough, the Umbu muttered as Naruto settled beside her. The genin raised an eyebrow and gave her a sideways look. I figured you preferred fighting alone, he said. Haku cracked her neck and remained ever vigilant of Gaara, who was observing them with predatory interest. You'd be right normally, but in this case, I'll accept the help, she replied. Naruto nodded and blinked steam out of his eyes. Rain was evaporating on contact with his body. You should know, he won't tire out. Both he and I are Jinchuriki, if you know what that means, he revealed. Haku's eyes widened slightly. It certainly explained the blonde's explosive burst of power on the bridge. She had only ever encountered one other such container, half a decade prior during an excursion to the Hidden Mist with Zabuza. The experience had been horrifying. I'm familiar. It explains his recovery, she said curtly. A plan then began to form in her mind. Charging in face first was unlikely to work, even with Naruto's added strength. I need 10 seconds. Can you handle that? She asked. The genin nodded again, widening his stance. A beat later, he rushed toward Gaara, who returned his aggression in kind. The Jinchuriki butted heads forcefully, sending a tangible burst of wind in all directions. Wasting no time, Haku put her kunai in her mouth and made a hand seal with both hands. Dredging up all of the water in the ground she could muster, the huntress went to work. In the outline of a square, 4 large pillars of ice rose up from the dirt around Gaara and Naruto. Once they were of a sufficient height, Haku separated her hands and leapt up into action. Landing on the side of the upper left pillar, the huntress launched herself down toward the warring Jinchuriki. Naruto, appearing to feel her coming before Gaara, stepped back and left space. Slotting through the opening, Haku slashed Gaara across the forehead with the edge of her frozen kunai. Before the redhead could touch her, Haku bounced off the ground and landed on the side of the opposite pillar. Exchanging a brief look with Naruto, the huntress locked herself in. The stage was set. What came next was a brilliant improvisational effort from both. Though Naruto was incapable of truly competing with Gaara in any kind of pitched fight, he was able to stalemate him in singular exchanges and pin him in place. As the blonde fought the Suna boy head-on, Haku ricocheted from pillar to pillar, lacing the redhead with icy Senbon from all directions. Her aim was precise, allowing her to avoid striking Naruto inadvertently. On occasion, when the opening was clear and exploitable, she would blast down into the skirmish itself, stealing a quick cut of her blade before slipping away. The dual threat of being caught off guard by Naruto's bruising strength, and Haku's constant barrage of needles rendered Gaara largely impotent for a time. The two-way tactic worked marvelously for nearly a minute. After 60 seconds had passed, however, Gaara appeared to have had enough. As Haku rebounded off of the bottom right pillar, the Jinchuriki floored Naruto with a cracking punch to the jaw, and stomped a foot into the dirt. Upon his foot's impact with the ground, a shockwave of raw chakra forcefully expanded from his body. The burst slowed Haku's charge just enough to render her easily visible to him, and as a result, when she reached him, Gaara seized her by the neck and violently threw her into the dense base of one of the pillars. The ice cracked as her back slammed into it. Naruto was back on his feet quickly, wrapping his arms around the redhead from behind and preventing him from pursuing the Umbu girl. In a display of immense physical strength, Naruto lifted him up, rotated him over his hip, and slammed him down into the ground. The moment of control was short-lived, with Gaara powering back to his feet easily and shucking the genin off of him before swatting him away. He then turned back toward the huntress. Haku scampered up and leapt vertically, narrowly avoiding Gaara's earthen fist, which slammed into the pillar to her back. The mass of ice shattered from the bottom up, sending large chunks falling to the ground. Haku flipped backward mid-air, propelling herself away from the Jinchuriki. She landed 30 or so feet away from the redhead. She was joined seconds later by Naruto. The entire sequence, from start to finish, lasted less than 2 minutes. The battle was being contested at a torrid pace. The Leaf Ninja both stared intently at Gaara, who was standing in the remnants of the frozen monument Haku had created for their makeshift maneuver. The arrogant humor had left his features. He now looked solemn and serious. More pertinently, he appeared to be taking deep breaths. Initially, Haku took this to mean that Naruto had exaggerated their foe's endurance, but she quickly ruled it out. Chances were, the fighting itself was not to blame for Gaara's growing fatigue. More likely, his own regeneration was the culprit. Convenient as the healing factor was, it had to draw on something to function. That something was almost certainly his own chakra. Haku had yet to critically injure him, but she had inflicted hundreds of small wounds throughout their duel, all of which had been healed. Alongside the far from insignificant punishment he had likely recovered from prior to the Umbu's arrival, it stood to reason that the redhead's stamina was beginning to hemorrhage. He was unnaturally durable, but even Gaara had a breaking point. They were wearing him down. For a time, all 3 combatants simply stood and caught their breath. The rain had yet to let up. The silent break came to an end when Gaara's body began to glow a deep red at its outlines. That red gleam expanded outward, forming into an aura much like Naruto's, but darker in shade. Haku felt a chill run down her spine. He was finally letting his full strength show. This was his limit. His signature had increased by a small, but significant amount. He had been operating at 80-some% of his maximum. Naruto's feet shifted uneasily. What is he? The blonde started, trailing off into silence. Haku narrowed her eyes. Gaara's aura was shrinking inward, drawing toward an epicenter in the palm of his left hand. Slowly but surely, small beads of black and white chakra manifested around his left hand. The beads soon began to merge together in the Jinchuriki's palm, forming a dark purple sphere. The blood in Haku's veins froze. The raw density and volume of the chakra being packed into the orb was horrifying. This wasn't my first choice, but my back's against the wall. Gaara said calmly, extending his left arm out with his palm upturned to support the purple sphere. Naruto backed up a step, his eyes wide. I can't stop that, he said. Haku's mind flew into overdrive. Everything about Gaara's body language suggested that attacking him was an awful idea at present. She could not accurately predict the yield of the sphere, but it was bound to be massive. Gaara's arm then dipped slightly. Die, he said darkly, tossing the sphere in their direction. Haku burst into action, taking Naruto by the wrist and pulling him along toward Satsuki as quickly as she possibly could. The compact orb then hit the dirt, exploding on impact. Kakashi grit his teeth and stabbed a kunai into the roof to stop himself from sliding back into the red barrier. Of all the things he had expected to find himself doing that day, battling an undead puppet of Hashirama Senju had not been one of them. Guy was engaged in battle with a reanimation of Tobirama Senju, younger brother of Hashirama and second Hokage to the former's first. Hiruzen, conversely, was struggling against Orochimaru. The three-pronged conflict was at something of a stalemate. It was obvious that while the Snake Sannin had revived the first two leaders of Konoha in image and even in personality to a degree, he had not been able to call forth their full strength, as both Guy and Kakashi were able to fend them off effectively. Little ground was being gained, but equally as little lost. Hiruzen was overcoming Orochimaru incredibly slowly, which was good in a vacuum, but a single issue remained. For all the damage the Jonin had managed to inflict on the two reanimated Kage, they always regenerated. Kakashi had removed one or both of Hashirama's arms 3 separate times, and each time, they simply reformed themselves. Guy, on the other hand, had flatly blown Tobirama in half twice, with the same recovery rendering his efforts for naught. Pulling his kunai from the wood, Kakashi ran toward Hashirama, who met him halfway with equal force. As they clashed and pushed back against one another, the late Hokage spoke. I've been meaning to ask this, but you don't appear to be an Uchiha. Where and how did you get that eye? He asked. Kakashi knocked his hand sideways and kicked Hashirama in the chest, sending him back several feet. It was a gift, he answered. The undead shinobi nodded and shifted his eyes over to the battle between his brother and Guy. His autonomy appeared to extend as far as the base of his neck and no further. I understand, he said. The fight then resumed, with Kakashi taking the back foot to go on the defensive. A solution was needed, and quickly. Guy's conditioning and stamina was famed for a reason, but the longer things dragged on, the more likely he was to fade and break the deadlock in favor of the reanimated Kage. Kakashi himself was already beginning to feel heavy-limbed. As his mind raced to find an answer to the question being posed, an inkling came to him. It was a shaky solution, and would be incredibly difficult to execute, but it was likely the only surefire way to solve the puzzle before them. Maneuvering toward the center of the roof, the copy ninja soon found himself back-to-back with Guy, whose body was glowing with a green aura. Any luck? The flamboyant Jonin asked. Kakashi shook his head and deflected a pair of shuriken thrown his way by Hashirama. He then closed his left eye. No, but I've got an idea. 2 minutes from now, I need you to bunch them together for me. I can finish this all at once, he explained. Guy gave him a look over his shoulder. If you're suggesting what I think you are, then you only have one shot at this. Are you sure there's no other way? He pressed. Kakashi shifted his feet in preparation for the oncoming first Hokage. If there is, I haven't thought of it yet. We're running a tight schedule. Can you or can't you box them in? He shot back. Guy gave a thumbs up and stepped forward. With confirmation of the simple plan, the copy ninja jumped straight up to avoid Hashirama's charge and launched a kunai down toward him. The blade was easily deflected. Kakashi landed back on the roof a moment later, prepared to hold the line until he was ready to put his plot into action. However, something happened that froze the entire village in shock. Off in the distance, beyond the border, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield. Chapter 53. Naruto's vision faded back into focus with a jolt. He had been knocked out, and he was laying flat on his stomach. Pushing himself up with his arms, the blonde looked around the general area. What he saw was shocking. Satsuki and Haku were both on the ground as he had been, though the huntress was up on her knees. They were inside the lip of an enormous crater, roughly 100 feet in diameter, and at least 30 feet deep at its pit. Red electricity was crackling across the floor of the hole that had been blown in the ground, and Naruto could feel the hostile chakra loaded into the air. His entire body was sore. He felt like he had been crushed under a building. As he managed to join Haku on his knees, the memories flooded back in. Gaara had detonated a massive chakra bomb of sorts, and logic dictated that the damage before them was the result. Taking a closer look at Satsuki, who was the only member of the trio to have not risen, Naruto was relieved to find that she appeared to be breathing. Finding that standing was strenuous, the Jinchuriki crawled over to his fallen teammate and checked her pulse. It was faint, but it was present. She was alive, and fairly stable. Naruto then looked to Haku, who, upon further inspection, was nursing a horrific injury. A branch from one of the nearby trees had been blown free by the explosion, and it had skewered her right through her left shoulder. She had made no attempts to remove it, from what he could see. "Are you all right?" he asked nervously. It was a foolish question, but it was all he could think to say. The huntress' gray flak jacket had been lost in the shockwave, leaving her with only her tattered black bodysuit. "I've been better, but—" She started in a strained voice, her eyes fixed down in the depths of the crater. "I'm not what you should be worrying about. This isn't over yet," she said. Taking the verbal cue, Naruto looked down the slope they were roughly settled on. Down on one knee, with his left arm of jagged sand cracked and crumbling, was Gaara. He was situated at the lowest valley of the pit. He had been caught in his own blast from the looks of things, and he was worse for wear. Him surviving that makes some sense, but how are we alive? Naruto asked, speaking more to himself than Haku. The Umbu girl spat red saliva out of her mouth. "I made a barrier at the last second. As dense as I could manage. It didn't save us from injury, but it held up enough to keep us alive," she explained. It certainly contextualized the odd sprinkle of ice crystals in the soaked dirt. "Thanks for that," Naruto muttered. Gaara had risen up to his feet again. He hardly looked happy, but he was very much healthy enough to fight. His strengths dropped off by about half. He used a big chunk of what he had left. Haku reported. She then pursed her lips. "Do you have anything up your sleeve?" "Because making that ice wall used up the last of my chakra," she asked. Naruto kept his eyes fixed on Gaara, who was now beginning to ascend the slope toward them. "Yeah, I've got something, but it takes me time to charge, and I doubt I can use it more than once right now," he said. Haku nodded and labored up to her feet. "How long do you need?" she replied. The genin thought for a moment. If he had been fresh, the delay would have been fairly minimal, but even with the food pill in his system, he was tired. There was also the matter of control. 1 minute, he said. It was a generous estimate, but it was likely close enough to the truth. Haku responded by taking hold of the branch in her shoulder and ripping it out. Its end was sharp and slicked with her blood. She then gripped the same shoulder and shoved it back, producing an unpleasant cracking sound. "I'll buy you time. Get to it," she said, walking down to meet Gaara, brandishing the sharp branch as a weapon. Naruto watched her with unease for a moment, but quickly did as he was told. Turning his right palm up, he focused his chakra. Slowly but surely, blue energy began to swirl just above his hand. His mastery of the technique was far from perfect, but he had pulled it off more than once. "Come on, work with me," he grunted, forming the chakra into the outline of a sphere. He then applied a spinning motion to the energy within. As he formed the jutsu, he was shaken from his focus by the sound of Gaara and Haku beginning to fight. A quick glance down revealed a dire scene. Only 20 seconds had passed, and the Umbu appeared to be struggling badly already. "Ignore it," he coached himself, forming a shell around the spiraling chakra. Another 10 seconds passed. 30 in total. The process was coming along well enough, but it felt too slow. He had a deadline to meet. Another 10 seconds. Sounds of a beating down below. His nerve was slipping. All that was left was to stabilize the core of chakra and let it settle. He needed to remain calm. It was essential. Not now. "Don't lose it now," he hissed to himself. Only 10 seconds remained. He was nearly done, but he was hitting a wall. He had the chakra to complete the formation, but squeezing it out was proving difficult, and conjuring the fox's chakra would take more time than he had to work with. As the struggle was on the verge of bleeding on too long, Naruto felt a weak grip on his thigh. A small rush of chakra then coursed through his body. Looking down, he saw that Satsuki had regained consciousness. Her face was entirely overtaken with the black markings, but her eyes held strength. "End it," she mouthed, her hand slipping off of his leg and dropping to the ground as she blacked out for a second time. She had given him the last of her chakra. With his face taking on a determined scowl, Naruto stood up fully and applied the energy she had donated to the spinning sphere. The final push ensured the jutsu's function, and set it into a self-sustaining motion. It also took on a unique characteristic compared to the previous occasions Naruto had utilized the technique, in that small strands of electricity crackled from its shell. Though his initial steps were slow, the genin rapidly broke out into a sprint down the slope. Gaara had knocked Haku down violently, and he was now pinning her with his foot the same way he had done to Naruto himself. His left arm was in the shape of a cracked spike. "Gaara!" Naruto called, drawing his fellow Jinchuriki's attention. The redhead turned to face him, his eyes widening slightly as he processed what was blazing toward him. Seeming to realize that he was in no condition to meet such force head-on, Gaara attempted to retreat to the side, but before he could take 2 full steps, Haku grabbed him by the ankle. Seconds later, Naruto was upon him. Gaara attempted to intercept him with the point of his spiked arm, but the Leaf Genin knocked it aside with his free arm and stepped into him. He then slammed the spinning sphere of chakra into his chest. Rasengan, he yelled out, his eyes shifting from blue to red and back again. The spinning orb bored its way into Gaara's chest, eventually bursting into a blast of charged wind and sending Suna's Jinchuriki flying back down into the pit of the crater. Now standing inert next to the battered Umbu girl, Naruto lowered his outstretched hand back down to his waist, breathing heavily all the while. For several moments, he stared down at Gaara's fallen form in silence as the rain continued to pour. A glance at Haku revealed that she had finally lost consciousness. He was the last man standing, so to speak. When he had fully filtered all that had happened so very quickly, Naruto began a gradual trek down into the crater. As he drew closer to him, it became clear that, once again, Gaara had survived. His body was twitching, and he was certainly in horrid shape, but he had not died. Reaching him inside the same minute, the blonde stood over his fallen foe, whose eyes were still open. The Suna boy's chest was sporting a grotesque wound, and he was losing profuse amounts of blood. The sand had melted away from his left arm and shoulder, revealing what appeared to be a scar. "You copied me. Clevé bastard." Gaara rasped, choking up blood as he spoke. Images of the woman he had slaughtered flashed through Naruto's mind. He had felled a beast. Reaching into the remnants of his pouch, the blonde produced a kunai. "Go aside. I'm not a fan of dying, but there are worse ways to go," he conceded. His tone was coaxing. He was pushing Naruto toward the edge. The blonde reared his hand back, preparing to stab the crippled Jinchuriki in the throat and end his life. Halfway through, he stopped. Something deep within him was holding him back. "Go on. Duichi. You know it's what you want." Gaara encouraged him. Shaking slightly, Naruto fought within himself. His conscience won out. Throwing the kunai aside, he stepped back away from the redhead. "Even if it is, I'm not like you," he said firmly. Gaara smirked, propping himself up on his elbows with difficulty. "Sure you are. Give it some time," he said. The blonde's hands curled up, and he slammed his fist into Gaara's head, knocking him out cold. Standing up straight again, Naruto turned his back on Gaara and began walking back up the slope. A quarter of the way up, the adrenaline wore off, and at half, his legs gave out and he fell forward. Within moments, he joined Haku, Satsuki, and Gaara in the darkness of sleep. It had been years. If he'd had things his way, Kakashi never would have resorted to it at all. It was the furthest thing from his first choice. His absolute last, if anything. Its acquisition had cost him the final shred of what little innocence he'd kept, and it hadn't been by choice. But, now was not the time to rule out solutions for the sake of personal peace. His village was at stake. The situation was bigger than he was. Pushing down the pain barging into his psyche, Kakashi leapt as high into the air as he could without touching the ceiling of the barrier. "Now, Guy," he yelled from up above. His comrade immediately flew into action, knocking Tobirama toward Hashirama, whose eyes were fixed on Kakashi's airborne form. With timing honed by thousands of assignments and just as many close calls, the copy ninja's left eye flew open to reveal a spiral pattern in place of its usual tomo. "Kamui," he cried, straining his evolved Sharingan with all his might. At the focal point of his vision, right between the two undead Kage, a spinning vortex appeared. In an instant, the reanimated shinobi were pulled toward it. As they resisted, Kakashi pushed his left eye closer and closer to its limit. If the tactic were to fail, all was lost. With one last push, the silver-haired ninja managed to fully engulf both Hashirama and Tobirama in the vortex, rending from the dimension entirely. The moment the task was done, Kakashi felt a massive spike of pain erupt in his head, and he dropped into a freefall. Guy rushed to his aid on the rooftop, catching him just before he could faceplant on the unforgiving dry wood. "Good going, Kakashi. We'll take it from here," he said, setting his friend down on his back. The copy ninja was too spent to even nod. He was forced to watch what came next from an awkward downward angle as he lay flat. Guy quickly ran to join Hiruzen, who was facing down an openly shocked Orochimaru, and once at his side, he stood at the ready. Kakashi's hearing was far too muffled by exhaustion and pain to clearly determine what words were exchanged over the following few moments, but the general dynamic was clear. Powerful though he was, the Snake Sannin clearly had enough sense to recognize the dire straits he now found himself within. Hiruzen had been fighting him to a stalemate all by his lonesome, and with Guy's far from a noteworthy strength added to the cause, his chances of victory were slim at best, and non-existent at worst. In line with this logic, the pale man made a signal to the 4 unknown figures just beyond the barrier. A moment later, the red walls of chakra dissipated, leaving the rooftop exposed to the storming rain. Orochimaru then threw down a smoke bomb, and when it cleared away, he was gone. Hiruzen shut down a preliminary effort to give chase by Guy. Could have gone better, but we're all alive. Kakashi thought to himself. The Hokage and jumpsuit-wearing Jonin were at his side seconds later, with both kneeling down. I can't say I'd have picked the method myself, but you gave us the means to checkmate him. You'll be compensated for this, Kakashi, the elderly leader said, laying a hand on the younger man's chest to check his vital signs. The copy ninja attempted to sit up, but barely made it up an inch. I'm probably gonna be useless for a few weeks. Maybe a month, he said stiffly. Though the tedious amount of bedrest he would be forced to partake in soon certainly occupied a reasonable chunk of his headspace, something else dominated Kakashi's thoughts. Satsuki and Naruto. They were both fighting the Kazekage's son. I felt them. We need to, he started, a slight panic working into his voice. Before he could finish, his voice gave out momentarily. Invoking his greatest power had rendered him bone dry. Hiruzen stood up. I'm aware. I had a hunch that Naruto would be that boy's fixation, so I had help arranged ahead of time. I'll go and collect them, he said. He then looked to Guy. Take him to a medic. I'll take care of the rest, he ordered. The flamboyant Jonin responded with a thumbs up before slinging Kakashi over his shoulder. The Hokage leapt to the next rooftop a beat later, leaving the comrades alone. Rest easy. Your kids are going to be fine. They're a tough bunch. Guy assured the copy ninja. Kakashi coughed raggedly, unable to respond with words. He was then carried off, with his fellow Jonin bounding from building to building in the direction of the arena. Just before his world went black, a single thought burned into his brain. You 3 had better be all right. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he came upon the sight of what he could only assume had been a violent, drawn-out struggle. There was an artificial path carved into the forest, with trees ripped out of the ground and strewn about. The foliage had been violated and disheveled, with a dull dirt coating over what had once been a lush forest floor. Distressing as these details were, it was what lay at the end of the lengthy clearing that brought a feeling of genuine unease to the old man's gut. A massive crater, wide and deep, had been blown into the ground, and Hiruzen could feel the residual chakra crackling in the air as he approached it. Simple common sense suggested that the crushing blast he had heard and felt minutes earlier had caused the abrasion. Walking up to the crater's edge, the Hokage peered down into its depths. What he saw was both greatly heartening and concerning. Even from the great distance he occupied, he could clearly make out the forms of Naruto Uzumaki, Satsuki Uchiha, and Haku Yuki, alongside Gaara, who was laying at the very bottom. From a positive perspective, none of them had been vaporized or blown into chunks, but on the negative side, none of them were moving. Leaping down onto the slope, Hiruzen landed roughly in the middle of his 3 ninja. First attending to Naruto, the Hokage flipped him over from his stomach. He was still breathing, and his heartbeat was steady, but he was bleeding from the mouth, and his body was burning hot to the touch. Next, he moved on to Satsuki, whose prognosis was far more worrying. Like her teammate, she was breathing and maintaining a steady pulse, but unlike him, her skin was ice cold, and her body was absolutely overrun by the mark on her neck. Making a mental note of each symptom, Hiruzen jogged over to Haku. Her injuries were easily the most outwardly unpleasant. She was sporting a painful-looking hole in her left shoulder, and she was covered in bruises. Even with all 3 of you combined, you very nearly met your ends. What a mess, the Hokage thought to himself grimly. His eyes then shifted downslope, resting on Gaara. The Suna boy looked nearly dead. His chest was ripped open, and the dirt around him was shaded red from his blood. Despite his ghastly appearance, Hiruzen could still feel a bare trace of life within him. Slowly approaching the fallen boy, the Hokage stopped 10 free from him. Even as a near corpse, the redhead absolutely oozed a repulsive bloodlust. How dare you defile my forest, brat? Hiruzen growled. Having expected no response, the Hokage was made to flinch when he received one. So emotional. It's just a cluster of trees. They'll grow back, came the voice of something utterly inhuman. Hiruzen's heart began to race. He had not been aware until that very moment, but upon hearing its voice, the Hokage knew all too well who and what had addressed him. So, they chose the Kazekage's son. I'd call them cruel, but I'd rather not be a hypocrite, the old man said as evenly as he could. The ancient voice chuckled without a trace of mirth. It was his fate the moment he was born. Premature and small. Unwanted by all but a mother doomed to die. I was his only path to relevance, and his father knew it, the beast recounted. Hiruzen felt his skin crawl. Though, I must say, he took to me like a fish to water. I'd like to say that I changed him, but I've always suspected he was born disturbed, the demon added. Hiruzen spat in the direction of Gaara's body. Shikaku, Tanuki of the desert. Also known as Shikaku the Mad. I think I know which theory holds its water, he snapped back at the ancient being. Another dark laugh. You're entitled to believe whatever you like. Regardless, I'm so impressed by the efforts of your underlings that I'll grant you a boon. Shikaku said vaguely. As the Hokage began to question him, one of Gaara's hands rose up, a marionette on the demon strings. Crackling and popping, the hand pointed up the slope. Following the line being drawn for him, Hiruzen found himself looking at Satsuki. What of her, wretch? He asked with venom. Shikaku let Gaara's hand drop back down to the ground. A great darkness is brewing within her. Of her own design, I cannot say. What's more, the vessel's commitment and loyalty are strong. He may be sucked into her storm, the demon said ominously. Hiruzen suppressed the very real shudder that ran across his spine. The words were pointed and concise, and they articulated a fear the elderly leader had harbored for some time. As silence took its grip on the crater, Shikaku's presence faded away, leaving only his broken host. Breathing deep to calm himself down, Hiruzen shook his head and stepped toward Gaara again. His advance was interrupted by a puff of smoke just in front of the boy. Another man had appeared. He was wearing the Jonin flak jacket of Suna, with half of his face covered by a cloth. The Hokage recognized him to be Baki, leader of Gaara's cell. At first, the two men stared at one another without a word. Please. I've already lost one. I can't lose another. Baki said after a time, the exposed side of his face bearing visible grief. The Hokage briefly weighed his options. He was far from fresh, but he was more than capable of killing both the Jonin and his fallen student in practically no time at all. In some ways, eliminating Gaara entirely would be an excellent piece of risk management. The boy was clearly unstable, and incredibly powerful. A dangerous combination of traits to be sure. Yet, as attractive as the option felt from a logical viewpoint, Hiruzen could not fully silence his empathy. I'll give you 10 seconds, he said sternly. Baki made the only smart choice, and scooped Gaara up as briskly as he could without injuring him further. Right as his grace period expired, the Suna Jonin vanished again with the Jinchuriki in tow. Sighing heavily once alone again, the old man turned toward his unconscious ninja on the slope. I've grown soft, he muttered, trudging up the incline and putting Naruto over his shoulder without having to stop. When he reached Satsuki, he stacked her on top of him, and then slung Haku over his free shoulder. He could hear the rumbling of feet off in the distance, and he could feel the density of chakra in Konoha decreasing. Suna was retreating, at long last. They had staved off the threat. Glancing at the unconscious teenagers he was carrying, the Hokage allowed a cautious smile. You all performed marvelously. Gaara's eyes slowly dragged open as the bumpy rhythm shook him from his slumber. Night had come, as evidenced by the darkness of the sky. Wherever he was, the rain had ceased, and he was dry. He was in absolutely crippling pain. His chest specifically felt like it was on fire, and every bone in his abdomen felt like it had been crushed. It was quite fortunate that he had developed a near-endless tolerance for physical pain over the years, or he certainly would have cried. The anguish was great enough to warrant the tears. With his senses returning to him fully, the Jinchuriki looked around, carefully moving his neck so as not to disturb his wounds. He was being carried, and at all sides of him were Jonin. They were running at full speed, ripping across a grassy plain. With another look on ahead, he saw the familiar dunes of the desert waiting to embrace him. No effort was required to uncover the memories of what had all occurred. He had been beaten. Soundly and fairly. It was a first, in many ways. Gaara had certainly been battered by his father before, but outside of the neglectful man from whom he derived his features, the redhead had never been undone. There hadn't even been a close call. He had long wondered what such an experience would feel like. The emotions it would elicit. He had expected to be angry. To be frustrated with his failure. But he felt no rage or shame. If anything, he felt a sense of relief. He had grown bored of dominance years ago. To be unchallenged had its perks, especially from the angle of reputation, but it was deeply uninteresting. To be pushed, to actually feel his own mortality, it had brought him a sense of purpose lost on him before that day. It undeniably helped that the effort required to bring him down had been truly Herculean. 3 separate shinobi, all of whom had been powerful in their own right, one after another. He had beaten all 3 of them head to head, but their combined might had overwhelmed him in the end. His ego remained undamaged. He was satisfied. Turning his gaze upward, Gaara was met by the unsettled face of his Jonin leader, Baki. The man had never been one to wear a smile, but even by his sullen standards, he looked unusually depressed. Reviewing what little context he had at his disposal, Gaara came to a realization. "Where are my brother and sister?" he asked, discovering that his voice was little more than a weak whisper. Baki's pale lips pulled into a tight line. "Kankuro is further back. He's in critical condition, but he should survive," he reported professionally. For all of his stoic fronting, the Jonin's tone sounded brittle. Gaara furrowed his brow. "And Temari?" he pressed. For the briefest of moments, the Jinchuriki could have sworn that he saw his teacher's bottom lip quiver the slightest bit. "Killed in the line of duty." "I'm sorry, Gaara," he replied, an uncharacteristic break in his voice. The news froze the redhead momentarily. It was a shock, in more ways than one. Temari was far from weak. Despite her low rank, she was easily a step above many Chunin. She could handle herself, even in active warfare. Beyond that, as with both himself and Kankuro, she was assigned a security detail at all times in situations of great peril. "How did she die?" Gaara asked calmly. Baki took a moment to collect himself, clearly not wishing to break down at such a time. "She broke off from her platoon, and struck out on her own. She was crushed to death by falling rubble," he explained. The Jinchuriki processed the information slowly. One single detail remained unknown to him. Was it an accident? Or was she murdered, he inquired. The Jonin audibly swallowed a lump in his throat. According to what little Kankuro managed to say, she was killed by the boy she faced during her match, he said. The face of Shikamaru Nara flashed across Gaara's mind. The mellow genin had been a pain from the very start, but he had never expected him to strike so viciously. He had not seemed capable of such a thing. Pushing down the jumbled combination of anger and begrudging respect rising up within him, Gaara chose instead to focus on what he had lost. He had never been one for familial bonding. His siblings had scarcely been much more than acquaintances to the redhead. He knew them, and they knew him. That had been the extent of their relationship, or so things had seemed. But as he delved deeper into his memories, and allowed himself to feel more honestly, Gaara found a single image recurring time and again. The smile of his sister. It was not a pretty thing. It was wide, crooked, and toothy, but it was distinctly Temari's. With each memory he combed through, the more consistent the pattern became. He had forgotten much of the time he and his siblings had shared, but what he did recall nearly always featured that same grin. As far back as he could remember, Temari had been there, offering her own form of support. What it meant to him, Gaara could not fully discern. In a rare moment of softness, the Jinchuriki looked toward the starry sky his sister had so loved. Rest ainsi, Temari. Chapter 54. Hospitals had never been a particular favorite of Naruto Uzumaki. They were stuffy, dull, noisy, and generally quite unfriendly in his experience. The nurses and doctors did their jobs, usually quite well, but they hardly ever seemed happy about it. It was the same pattern that defined his public life across most facets. Acceptable service, with a distinctly poor attitude. At the moment, however, his discomfort was not rooted in being surrounded by a petty disdain, but instead the fact that it was horribly crowded. The invasion had ended less than 10 hours ago, and the 3 major medical facilities Konoha had to offer were at maximum capacity. The fighting had been short, but it had been bloody. Naruto himself was situated in the largest of the hospitals, near the center of the village, and by extension, he was in the core of the aftermath. He had heard whispered rumors that anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 had died on Konoha's side alone. It certainly felt that way. The upper floor room the blonde was sitting in was packed with 13 people, and the space was only made for 5. Konoha was hardly a poor nation, but its infrastructure was not up to snuff, it seemed. All 5 of the beds in the lengthy room were occupied, with 3 more on cots between them. Naruto had opted to sit against the wall. He had been given immediate medical attention, something which countless others had not been fortunate enough to receive. He had given up his cot to a man who had lost his right arm. Sleep sounded appealing, but try as he might, he could not bring himself to drift off. He was tired, but not enough to block out the groans of pain and the smell of blood. War, or rather, the small taste of it he was experiencing, was a hellish thing. We learned about the last war in the academy. I think Sensei mentioned serving in it once. Naruto pondered. Kakashi had kept perpetually tight-lipped regarding his time as an active soldier, and while the Jinchuriki had always understood it at a baseline, he now fully grasped why. What he had been through that day was paltry compared to the true horrors of war. He would never forget the experience. He had been fortunate, in many ways, to have been occupied with a single battle. He hadn't been forced to watch his fellow ninja be struck down. Shaking his head and running a hand through his disheveled hair, Naruto leaned back against his wall. His severe injuries had been healed, but it was clear that his procedure had been rushed. He still struggled to put weight on his right leg, and his right wrist was still mildly sprained. None were permitted to return to their homes until the next morning, and even then, the releases would be staggered to prevent a riot. He was stuck for the time being. At least I've got some space, he thought to himself optimistically, looking to either side. Positives were few and far between, so smaller details meant more than they usually did. He had not seen either of his teammates since losing consciousness in the crater. If they were in the same building as him at all was an open question. Shikamaru in particular was a mystery. In the case of Satsuki, Naruto at the very least knew what her condition had been before things had calmed down. The Nara had taken his own path, as far as he could tell. He's probably fine, the blonde decided. Shikamaru was far from reckless. He was anything but, in fact. Beyond that, he had been with Kakashi when the invasion had started in earnest. More so than Naruto or Satsuki, he had been poised to survive regardless of the chaos. Shelving the thoughts for risk of overthinking, Naruto closed his eyes to make an attempt at sleeping again. Night had fallen hours ago. For several minutes, he sat motionless, hoping and praying that his dreams would take him away. Just as he was on the cusp of achieving the rest he desperately desired, he was nudged from his dreariness by the feeling of somebody brushing against his shoulder. Opening his eyes slowly, Naruto turned his head left. He was greeted by the sight of Satsuki. She had seated herself beside him, with her shoulder firmly against his due to the lack of space. She had entered the room during his inertia. "Did I wake you?" she asked quietly, having noticed his stirring. Naruto shook his head, mentally noting that her skin was clear of the black markings. The room was dim and lacked windows, but his eyes had long since adjusted. "Haven't been able to get a wink." "Where've you been?" he replied, answering her question with one of his own. The Uchiha drew her knees up to her chin. "Hokage-sama put me through a bunch of sealing rituals. They worked, but I think I hate Fuinjutsu now," she revealed. It explained the restabilized state of the tattoo on her neck. The blonde winced. If her words were to be taken at face value, the process had taken hours. "I'm surprised you didn't already," he said with hollow humor. Satsuki gave a ghost of a chuckle. Neither had the energy to truly entertain levity. The room had begun to fill with snores. Apparently, its other inhabitants had followed Naruto's example with far more success. "Kiba died. Both he and his sister," Satsuki eventually said. Naruto felt his chest tighten up. He had never been close with the Inuzuka heir. Their relationship, if one could even call it such, had been one of antagonism for the most part. Despite that fact, Naruto found himself greatly saddened by the news. "Anybody else we know?" he asked. Thankfully, his teammate shook her head in response. Chewing his inner lip absently, Naruto let out a long sigh. "It's fucked up that I wasn't really feeling much until you told me that. Thousands died. I should be grieving more," he mused. Satsuki shrugged her lean shoulders. "I think that's normal. To be honest, I'm more worried about the Uchiha sector. I saw fires in a few places. I'm just hoping my neighborhood didn't burn down," she said, a trace of audible fear in her voice. "If that did happen, I've got a couch," Naruto offered carefully. Satsuki eyed him silently, seeming on the verge of speech without ever fully committing. "I'll keep that in mind," she finally said. They then lapsed into silence. Prominent topics were obvious in and of themselves, but all of them were wholly depressing. Both were far too personally invested in all that had happened to speak of other things, compounding that truth. Shifting in place after a minute or two, Naruto flinched at a nagging pain in his ribs. Small as the reaction was, Satsuki caught it. Her expression shifted from shelled and apathetic to guilty and concerned. "I'm sorry," she muttered, lowering her eyes to the floor. Naruto furrowed his brow and gave her a skeptical look. "For what?" he asked in a puzzled tone. The raven-haired girl opened her mouth to respond, but shut it again. It took her several more tries to find her voice. "I wasn't much help. Against Gaara, I mean," she clarified. Naruto exhaled through his nose. She had expressed such guilt during the battle itself, and as with every other idea Satsuki got in her head, she was bound to be stubborn about it. "You're kidding, right? You kept him out of the village, and you held the line when nobody else could. You saved so many people," he assured her. The Uchiha girl hugged her legs. "I still lost to him. I couldn't even pick myself up to help you when he had you dead to rights. You got back up and kept fighting." "I didn't," she said numbly. She was frustrated. It was obvious in her voice and posture. She was competitive and prideful to her core. As frustrating as Naruto found her reaction, he understood it. "Look, I get it. I really do. But you've gotta cut yourself some slack. It wasn't your fault. I know you wanted to help me. I know you would have if you could have. Hell, you did help me. I couldn't have finished him off without your chakra," he said, adding a bit more force to his tone to drive the point home. Satsuki relaxed the slightest bit, though she still looked a long distance from satisfaction. I hate being saved. I hate needing some white knight to rescue me. I hate that it's always you, she spat bitterly. Not even a moment after the words had left her lips, she covered her mouth. Why do I always run my mouth, she whispered through her fingers. Naruto looked on sadly as his teammate rigidly balled up on herself again. Her self-loathing ran deep. That much was far from new. Laying a hand on her shoulder, the blonde squeezed her arm gently. It's all right. I understand, he said, having taken no true offense at her words. Satsuki sniffled slightly. Tears had yet to fall, but they were likely close at hand. It's not personal. I swear it's not, she promised him softly, unable to meet his eyes. The Jinchuriki let his hand slide down her arm to the floor. You don't have to justify your feelings to me. They are what they are. I just wish you'd realize that having people there to help you when you're down and out doesn't make you weak. I'd have saved anybody, but especially you. Especially you, he said, letting his own inner emotions shine through a touch. Satsuki finally turned her head to look at him. I'm not worth the grief. Trust me, she said. Naruto rolled his eyes and laid his hands on both sides of her face. He then leaned forward and kissed her on the nose. Sure you are. You just don't know it yet, he said simply. The Uchiha blinked twice, her cheeks turning slightly pink. Naruto tilted his head off to one side with a grin. What? You gave me one on the lips after ghosting me for 2 weeks, he joked. Satsuki said nothing at all. Instead, she laid her head down on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Accepting the gesture for what it was, Naruto leaned his own head on top of hers. Spotty as it was, both genin managed to sleep. Shikamaru squinted as he stared off into the breeze. The weather had calmed significantly from the storm it had once been, but a persistent wind still lingered. He hadn't the room to complain about the chills running down his spine. He was up on the roof of his own accord. Aside from the obvious reason of direly packed conditions, he desperately needed alone time. His entire day had been chaos from start to finish. He had been dragged out of bed far too early, forced to attend a dull seminar, and then with less than 2 hours of downtime between, the final round had begun. The invasion spoke for itself. Temari's demise had left him torn open and deeply emotional to an extent entirely foreign to him. He had never been immune to bouts of sensitivity, but such an unfettered crisis was an unfortunate first. The lone upside to it all was that he had found his mother quickly. She had been barricaded in the back room of the Nara household, with 2 dead Suna shinobi lying in the foyer. The woman was still a force, by all appearances. After ensuring the safety of Yoshino, Shikamaru joined a patrol on the southern border. Fortunately for his safety, Suna's invading force primarily barged their way through the eastern gate. There had been skirmishes, but none of them had been particularly bloody or violent. Through the patrol, he had learned that the Hokage had been quietly preparing for such an invasion for nearly a week prior. The experience had been a fairly good one compared to the uncensored carnage of the inner village battle. A small part of him felt cowardly for choosing a less deadly front, but he had not done so to avoid the fighting. It had been a matter of geography. Dangling his legs over the edge of the roof, Shikamaru rubbed sleep out of his eyes. He was exhausted, both mentally and physically. He wanted to sleep. He needed to sleep. Yet, his fear for what he would see in his dreams kept him from letting it happen. He could feel the nightmares nipping at him even while fully conscious. He was far too stubborn to give in. Not yet. There you are. I searched this whole damn building. Looking back over his shoulder, Shikamaru let out a long sigh. His father had joined him through the same trapdoor he'd used to reach the roof. The elder Nara strolled across the roof at his usual slow pace. Not even all-out war could shake the man of his nonchalance. Sitting himself down on the edge of the overhang upon reaching his son, Shikaku looked Shikamaru up and down. You're not missing anything, at least. How are you doing? He asked. The genin stared out over his scrambled village. Windows were broken, signs were down, and there were still a few stray bodies scattered and unclaimed. I could be dead. So I'd say I'm fine, he replied blankly. His father studied him, his eyes unconvinced and prying. Why avoid everybody else, then? Your teammates are cuddled up down below, he inquired. Shikamaru tightened his jaw. Shikaku Nara rarely pressed the issue on much of anything, but he was incredibly perceptive. Frustratingly so. There was no point in hiding behind a mask of white lies. I had my first kill. Just grappling with that right now, he admitted. The elder Nara nodded in understanding, joining his son in watching the dark village. Another cleanup crew had been dispatched. It's never easy. My only advice is to never forget their face, because, by no choice of their own, they'll never forget yours, he said sagely. Shikamaru spat off the roof. There was a cut in his mouth that had yet to fully stop bleeding. It was the girl I beat in the quarterfinals. Temari, he explained. Shikaku's eyes drifted sideways, intently analyzing his son. If you have a story to tell, feel free. It might help you, he suggested. Shikamaru hesitated. He trusted his father. They spoke less than many parents and children did, but the man had always been reliable. What held him back was the sense that he was not fully ready to tell himself his own tale. Regardless of his apprehension, he took Shikaku's advice. It's gonna make you cringe, just so you know, he said as a qualification. The older man waved a dismissive hand and gestured for him to continue. Gathering his thoughts, Shikamaru dove back into the memories. The night Mom kicked me out, I ended up trying to walk across town to crash with Naruto. I got about halfway before her brother stopped me. His name's Kankuro. He told me that I was in danger by being out past dark. He wouldn't tell me why, but he made me come back to their motel room, he started. His father nodded along wordlessly. When we got there, he jumped in the shower. It was just Temari and I for a few minutes. She, made a pass at me. More than one, actually. I shut it all down. I managed to get her to talk a little, and I found out why Kankuro was so antsy. As it turned out, their brother Gaara was the one behind the killings, he continued, not quite sure if Shikaku knew of the redhead's involvement in the murder spree. The older man's lack of a reaction suggested that he did. I ended up staying the night. I slept on the floor. I left the next morning. I sat on the information for a few days, but I ended up reporting it to Lord Third. He called Gaara in for questioning. Temari and Kankuro showed up too. When the interrogation went nowhere, I took them both out to lunch. Sort of to apologize for the trouble, I guess, the genin said. His father raised an eyebrow. You were well within your rights, but go on, he urged. Shikamaru drummed his fingers on the concrete lip. The whole point of interrogating him was to get a profile and mark him as a suspect. He started stalking me. I think you noticed it, too. I waited a few more days, and then I decided it was time. I found Temari and Kankuro, and I went to the motel again. We played chess. She actually beat me, too. Only once, but still, he said, chuckling a bit at the memory. Gaara showed up after a while. I threatened him. The guy's a psychopath, no two ways about it, but he's exploitable if you know what you're doing. I had to bluff a little, but I scared him into playing straight and narrow until the final round, he explained. The point of conflict was drawing nearer and nearer. Temari walked me home after he left. Said it was too dangerous to go alone. We talked a little. She was actually pretty normal for once. I liked it, honestly. She offered to play chess again in a few days, the younger Nara said. Shikaku sighed heavily. Before you continue, for the future, never take that sort of offer at face value, he interjected. All indications were that he knew exactly where things were going. Though he very much felt like a known quantity, Shikamaru could not help but feel internal pressure. What came next had made today incredibly difficult. I took her up on it. I don't know why I chose to come knocking at night. Maybe I knew where it was heading. Maybe I didn't. Kankuro was in another room. We played chess again. I won every game, so that part didn't last long. We got to talking. It was mostly small stuff. She offered me some booze. She'd been drinking the whole time, he said, mentally coaching his way through every word. Emotions were welling up below the surface. I didn't want to drink at first. It made me nervous. I knew how it'd turn out if I did. I never really liked how forward she was, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't think she was pretty cool after she beat me at chess. I pushed back for a while, but eventually, I just decided to do it. I was tired. I was having trouble sleeping because I didn't know if Gaara was outside my window or not. I was scared, he pressed on, wavering several times. The frustration he had buried was leaking out. I just wanted to stop caring about all of it. I wanted to stop thinking about villages, fighting, and people dying. I wanted to just be a kid for once. So, I got drunk with her. We had sex, like I knew we would. I barely remember it. I just remember waking up, and feeling like an idiot, he choked out, jaw clenched and tears of frustration threatening to fall. And then I buried her under a ton of fucking concrete. I killed her. I did exactly what I did with Haku. The same mistake, for the same damn reasons. The only difference is that I didn't get lucky this time. I had to look my decisions in the eye. Instead of killing an enemy, I killed a friend, he concluded with a strangled sob. He was angry with himself. He felt utterly foolish. He had made his own bed, and slept in it. He had been aware the entire time, and yet, the same road was taken. He soon felt his father's hand on his shoulder. Meeting the man's eyes, he saw that Shikaku's expression was largely unchanged, save for a light of concern in his eyes. Truth is, some lessons take more than one slip-up to learn. You're realistic enough to see this for the mistake it is. That's a step most people can't take right away. You might not believe me when I say this, but I've been exactly where you are. I'm not proud of my younger years. You probably won't be either in time. But that's life. You fail, and you learn. That's how you grow, he said. His face softened slightly. Don't lose your compassion. Hormones played a role here, but knowing you, something about her resonated with you. You may not act like it, but you try to see the good in people. It got you burned, but that doesn't mean it isn't a good trait to have, he added. At this, Shikamaru fully broke down. Burying his face in his hands, tears soaked his palms. That's exactly what she said to me before she died. Word for word, he sobbed. Shikaku threw his arm over his son's shoulders and pulled him in. Let it out, kid. All of it. I'll be here, he said. Shikamaru could do nothing but pointlessly bite back his tears. And so, for the first time in years, he openly wept in the arms of his father. Hiruzen kept his hands folded neatly behind his back as he stood atop the stone carving of his own face. Damages had been both more and less severe than initially projected. Less, in the sense that property damage was rather low as a whole, but more in terms of casualties. It was a net negative. An entire new cemetery would be needed. Suna had struck brutally. In less than 2 hours, they had inflicted heavy losses. Of course, Konoha had claimed their fair share of lives in retaliation, but the retreat had given them a Pyrrhic victory and nothing more. An emergency meeting had been called several hours prior, with the primary topic being that of extended conflict. Thankfully, the Hokage had managed to silence the Warhawks. Danzo Shimura, in particular. The bandaged man had demanded a declaration of open war be made immediately the following morning, and while his reasons were obvious and sound at their face, all in attendance had known that things were not so simple. While it was true that the Hidden Sand had indeed staged an invasion, they had done so with a knife to their metaphorical and literal throats. Interrogation of a captured Jonin had revealed that Orochimaru had installed himself in Raza's place well over a month ago. That fact alone muddied the waters. Suna's administration could not be held truly responsible for the invasion. They had not had any more of a choice in the matter than the soldiers deployed to do the dirty work. Navigating peace negotiations would be tricky, but it could be done. With the correct political footwork, the conflict could be kept in-house, and not involve neighboring nations at all. That was the ideal outcome, and it would encompass much of the old man's workload for the foreseeable future. Shifting his mind away from the larger-scale implications of the battle, Hiruzen looked down over his village. The hospitals were overflowing, and the Umbu were working overtime to clean up the broken mess of the aftermath. It would be weeks before things could even begin to feel normal again. That was the nature of war, even short and stunted conflicts. Civilian casualties, from what could be immediately discerned, had been extremely low. As a whole, as awful as such things always were, the absolute worst had been avoided. Another thought then occurred to the elderly leader. While the Chunin exams had not been able to run their full course, each of the competitors had been able to fight before the chaos had ensued. What was more, they had all participated in the invasion. Grounds for promotion existed for each and every one of the genin, save for those hailing from Suna, for obvious reasons. Naruto and Satsuki had taken the monumental task of Gaara on their own backs, and with assistance, had overcome him by the barest of margins. Satsuki in particular had shown an excellent sense of priority in her act of leading Suna's Jinchuriki beyond the border. Naruto had displayed a sharp intuition in rushing to her aid, though his reasoning for doing so likely stood on more personal grounds as a whole. Shikamaru's contributions had been much different, but in many ways, were equally as impressive. He had led a group of unarmed civilians to a safety bunker below the arena without losing a single one of them, and had then fought his way through the thick of the battlefield to join an active security patrol for the remainder. Coupled with his ever-impressive display of tactical brilliance in his defeat of Temari of the Sand, the young Nara was a strong candidate. There was still the issue of his less-than-perfect record, but his behavior had been reportedly flawless since. All three of them have a case. I'll sleep on it. Hiruzen decided, turning around and hopping up to the peak of the stone hill from his likeness. He then began a slow walk back to his office. Tragic as the day had been, tomorrow would still come. Chapter 55. Life as a live-in member of the Umbu Black Ops was far from a pleasant existence. The food was bland, the hours were long, and there was little time to talk between it all. There weren't many unfortunate enough to be reliant on the organization beyond a paycheck, but Haku Yuki was certainly among the few. In a sense, while she was avoiding a prison sentence through her service, she had merely traded a cell for a barack. Her freedom came in bursts, and while it was certainly better than nothing, it still distinctly felt like a punishment. Even having been badly injured during her battle with Gaara of the Sand, she had been patched up to the bare minimum and thrown out into the streets to assist in the cleanup effort. Her platoon mates and superiors had been consistently fair and indiscriminate, but that equality extended beyond normality. Every member of the corps was expected to chip in, injured or not, unless they were completely crippled. Haku had never been one to complain about hardship, as her life had been defined by it, but it was irritating all the same. 3 days had passed since the invasion, and only hours prior, the mass reordering had finally ended. The village was in semi-respectable shape again. While most members of the corps had not been afforded extra time off, a select few had been pardoned from service temporarily by the Hokage. Haku herself among them. It was unquestionably a gesture of gratitude, and one that she greatly appreciated. She had not been paid, like always, but she was now free to do as she pleased for an entire month. Kicking a pebble aside as she rounded a corner, the Umbu's destination, the Nara household, came into view. Her greatest struggle during her painfully lengthy shifts cleaning up the aftermath had been her inability to seek out Shikamaru immediately. He had long been her escape from the work she was forced to so diligently do, but time apart had never been particularly harrowing. The past 3 days, however, had been hellish. Their encounter during the fighting had been incredibly brief, but it had been distressing in the extreme. It was only natural that Shikamaru's first brush with inflicting death on another would come during active combat, but fate had chosen a cruel method with which to administer the experience. He had been forced to kill a person with whom he was familiar. For reasons both petty and more grounded, Haku had disliked Temari of the Sand from the beginning, but the horror on Shikamaru's face as he stared down at her corpse had made it abundantly clear that his feelings did not mirror her own. Even setting aside the unpleasant matter of the possible implications of his reaction, the long look she had shared with him was into Haku's mind. The grief, fear, and confusion had been incredibly raw. Truly, the expression of a boy unprepared for the carnage all around him. Hardened and cold as she could manage to be in the face of those very same things, the look on Shikamaru's face had broken Haku's heart. In the end, she had done all she could, and given him a weapon. It wasn't a comforting gesture, but it had been appropriate. He's alive. That's what matters, she thought to herself, walking up the front steps. She then rapped her knuckles on the wood of the front door. For several moments, no response came. It was a few minutes past 8:30 in the evening, and while most ate dinner before such an hour, it was not impossible that she had chosen a poor time. Knocking a second time, Haku stepped back. If no answer came again, she would simply wait till morning. Much to her relief, right at the end of her patience, the door opened. Surprisingly, rather than Yoshino, Shikamaru's father stood beyond the door frame. From what little Haku had seen of him, Shikaku Nara was scarcely energetic, but he looked even more tired than usual. His eyes had circles under them, and his face bore stress lines. Folding her hands at her waist, the huntress bowed formally. "Good evening. Is it a bad time?" she greeted him politely. Shikaku scratched his scarred cheek listlessly and leaned on the frame. "Depends on what you're expecting. I'm the only person in the house who isn't sick as a dog. If that bugs you, then yes," he replied. Haku straightened up again and shook her head. Simple illness was no deterrent at all in her mind. "I don't mind, Narasama," she said. The older man mumbled something unintelligible, but stepped aside and motioned for her to enter the house. Doing so eagerly, Haku was immediately struck by how empty the space felt as she walked into the dining room that connected to the foyer. Shikamaru was nowhere to be seen, and neither was Yoshino. Yoshino's been in bed since 7. She's been sick for a few days. Shikamaru came down with the same thing the day he got home. "I think it's pneumonia," Shikaku explained, pouring himself a cup of coffee as Haku sat herself down at the table. "Is he here?" she asked, not bothering to clarify. The elder Nara nodded, strolling over to the kitchen island and leaning on it with a sip from his mug. "Upstairs, in his room. Has been for the better part of 2 days. Not that I don't understand why. He has a lot to think about," he said. The huntress pursed her lips and stole a look over to the stairs. She wanted nothing more than to ascend them and open his door, but doing so without permission would be more rude than she was willing to be. "I'm assuming you know what happened, then?" she inquired. Shikaku took another sip of his coffee and set the mug down on the counter. "I know a whole lot more than you do, if I had to guess. You haven't been around much lately," he said pointedly. A shifting sound then came from the upper floor, drawing the attention of both to the stairs. The small commotion settled down. Haku turned her chair to face Shikaku fully. "I saw the entire thing unfold in real time. I saw him detonate the explosive tags. I saw him cry over her body. I saw him give up. If I hadn't stepped in, he would have been stabbed to death. I know enough," she said. The Jonin was unmoved. "Do you know why it hurt him so badly?" he asked simply. Haku held his dark-eyed stare for several moments. She had done plenty of consideration. Likely to the point of overthinking. I have a few ideas, she said. Shikaku stepped away from the counter and made his way around to the opposite side of the table. For his sake, I'll tell you the essentials so he doesn't have to run through it again. It isn't straightforward. So shut up and listen, he said, sitting down across from the Umbu slowly. Haku flinched at the new edge to his voice. For as much of a stranger as the man was to her in many ways, it was clear that, behind his mask of apathy, he was deeply protective of his only son. All right. I'm all ears. Headaches were the worst manifestation of human suffering. They applied pain to every one of the 5 senses. If a sound was too loud, the skull pounded. A light too bright, the same result. Even smells and tastes could result in an aching pain in the temples. For the majority of the past 72 hours, Shikamaru had been suffering from a non-stop, ever-worsening migraine that threatened to rip his sanity apart. He could hardly move without triggering a splitting pain in his cranium, and even when he could ignore the pain, it left him so exhausted that he lacked the motivation to try. Alongside the pain in his head, his throat was sore, his sinuses congested, and his stomach perpetually unsettled. He had not recovered even slightly since his infection. He had contracted the sickness from his mother, that much was obvious, but it was his own fault for coming home at all. He could have taken up residence with Naruto temporarily had he so chosen, but privacy had been his motivator. The blonde was an attentive and helpful friend, but he was far from quiet or adept at reading the room. Deep down, he knew that he was accomplishing nothing by sulking, but he couldn't find the energy to care. Wallowing was easy, and easy was exactly what he wanted. He was sick of making an effort at the moment. He was too tired, and if being sickly was the price, he would pay it. Rolling over onto his back, Shikamaru wiped his running nose for the 1000th time. His upper lip was raw. He had somehow managed to fall from the bed several minutes earlier during an attempt to reach for his box of tissues on the nightstand. It hadn't even been worth the fall, as the box was empty. Sleeping was certainly an option to cure the boredom. He had managed to catch a few hours of rest between his stints of self-criticism, and while the sleep was far from pleasant for its contents, it passed the time. He was unable to make the decision for himself, as before he could, his door handle began to turn. Shikamaru made no effort to move or prepare himself for conversation. His father had checked on him periodically throughout the past few days, and while the man certainly cared, he lacked the drive to push the genin out of his stupor much of the time. However, the shadow that cast itself across his bedroom floor when the door opened was both feminine and shorter than his father's. And his mother's, for that matter. Propping himself up on his elbows, Shikamaru squinted as he peered into the light. He felt his nerves act up immediately when he recognized the person in his doorway to be Haku. She was wearing her usual Umbu uniform, though lacking the mask or pouch. In her left hand was a glass of water, while her right gripped the handle of the door. Feeling an uncomfortable silence creeping in, Shikamaru cut it short. "I'm sick, and probably contagious. You shouldn't be in here," he said tiredly. The huntress responded by stepping all the way into his room and closing the door behind her. As per usual, she was not easily deterred. "I've been told you aren't drinking much. I'm not leaving till this cup is empty," she said, making her way across the floor and stopping just short of his bedside. She then offered the glass to him. Disliking the feeling of being prone, Shikamaru threw his legs over the side of the bed and sat up. He did not take the cup. Set it on the nightstand. "I'll drink it later," he said. Haku stared down at him wordlessly, but did as she was told and set the cup aside. "I'll hold you to that, then," she said. Another disconcerting silence set in. Shikamaru could not bring himself to look her in the eye. The reasoning was layered, but at its most fundamental level, it was simple shame. Whether she knew anything beyond what she had seen, he knew not, but that did not change that he knew. Their relationship had been complicated from its outset, and he had only scrambled it further. "Your father told me what happened," the huntress said after a minute had ticked itself away. The genin tensed momentarily, but quickly relaxed himself. His head hurt far too much for physical reaction. "Some dad," he muttered. Forcing his vision up from the floor, he met her gaze. As per usual, she was unreadable. Her eyes were veiling emotions, but for the life of him, he could not discern what exactly they were. "He did it to spare you the grief of telling me yourself. And honestly, after sitting through it, I understand why," she said calmly. Shikamaru swallowed a nervous lump in his throat. The discussion was always bound to happen. She had seen too much for it to be swept under the rug. Such a sudden occurrence was far from pleasant regardless of inevitability. "I don't have anything to say for myself, if you're waiting for me to get defensive. I hate it as much as I'm guessing you do." "Probably more, actually," the Nara said, not bothering to start slowly. Haku brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "You think I'm angry, don't you?" she guessed. Shikamaru struggled to maintain eye contact. Her composure was unnerving to the highest degree. I think it's a pretty safe assumption, yeah, he admitted. The Umbu girl took a deep breath, held it in, and then released it. Well, do you want to know what I think of it? She asked. The Nara nodded reluctantly. Facing what he'd feared hearing head-on was the only sensible option. Delaying it would be pointless. I can't lie, it upsets me. It was immature, reckless, and incredibly short-sighted. Haku began. Shikamaru gripped his pajama pants at the knees. She was entirely right, and he hated it. But, I think it would be unfair not to be realistic. She manipulated you. She played on your mercy and drew you into a game of cat and mouse with Gaara. Then, she sought you out when you were weak, and pressured you into drinking with her. Haku continued. Shikamaru shook his head. It wasn't like that. I wish I had that excuse, but it just wasn't, he said. The huntress let a look of melancholy show for a moment. I know it doesn't fit how you viewed her, but trust me. I've been around the block a bit more than you have. I've met her kind before. I don't doubt that you got along, but she knew what she wanted, and she got it. I can't comment on her much beyond that, but I'm confident in that assessment, she said, pausing for a moment. You're a smart boy, but you've never been impossible to lead around by the nose. I would know, she added. Shikamaru felt a strong wave of guilt set in. Don't give me an out. I don't deserve one, he said dejectedly. Haku's hands found their way to his shoulders as she lowered her levels to meet him more directly. I'm giving you a context that you don't seem capable of recognizing on your own. You see yourself as the villain of this story, and that just isn't true. You made a mistake, but in the end, as much as it may hurt, you corrected it, she said gently. Shikamaru felt his eyes well up and let his gaze drop to his knees. I got involved in the first place to help people. I wanted to stop Gaara. And I ended up just like him. I murdered somebody, he said, his voice breaking midway through. The huntress took hold of his face by his chin and turned his head up again with a jolting force. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. You saved so many people by shutting down his hunts. You did something wonderful. But you can't see yourself as anything but a monster because circumstances forced your hand. Haku said seriously. If her feelings had been hidden before, they weren't now. She was upset. Plain and simple. As quickly as her anger had come, it melted away. Softening her grip on his face to a hand on his cheek, Haku sobered. I'm coming off as quite jaded, aren't I? She said. Shikamaru nodded. Letting her hand drop from his face, the huntress took a moment to collect herself. I just want you to understand that you aren't a bad person. It's a cold, cold world out there, and these things happen. You're caring and kind. It's what I love most about you, but it's a dangerous way to be. You did what you had to do, and that's okay. Can you please try to accept that? She requested quietly. She was genuinely trying, if quite clumsily. That's what everybody keeps telling me. That I'm caring. That I'm special because I don't like watching people die. What kind of world is this? I thought having some decency was normal. Shikamaru said in frustration, standing up and trudging to the middle of the room with no real idea of where he was going. He couldn't handle sitting still anymore. His hands curled up into fists as his frame shook. None of it made sense. Not a single iota. I got raised on the idea that good people care and do their best to help. I'm not the best at it, but I've always tried to be that person. And then, the minute I start the career my own parents put me on, those values just don't fit anymore, he said, talking to no one in particular. A tear escaped him. I don't know what to think or how to feel. At first, everybody was telling me to let go of my emotions. To not care even when I want to. I almost lost my job for saving you. Now, after all of this, I keep getting the opposite message. That I should keep my conscience. Which one is it? Shikamaru hissed, gripping the sides of his head and sinking back down to the floor as his headache hit him with another wave of pain. Haku was soon on her knees with him, holding him steady by his arms. The answer to that question is whatever you decide it is. Who you become is up to you. It won't always be easy, but you can control who you are. So long as you don't give in, your life is yours to control, she said. Shikamaru let go of his temples and set his hands on the floor. I'm so damn tired. It's all been too much, he said with a dead chuckle. The Umbu girl pulled him into her and wrapped him up in a hug that finally brought the tears out in full force. For the second time in a week, Shikamaru was crying without restraint. You have every right to be. There's no shame in having a limit. Haku said in his ear, rubbing his back rhythmically. There was no judgmental underbelly to her words. None whatsoever. Why do you still care? You know what happened. Shikamaru questioned. The Umbu maintained her grip on him unwaveringly. You put your life on the line for your people, and took a wrong turn along the way. I don't like it, but it is what it is, she said. Shikamaru managed to relax a tad, but the exhaustion and internal pain were ever present. I'm so sorry, he apologized in a whisper. Haku sighed and made a few inches of space between them. You never promised me anything to begin with, so I'm a bit of a hypocrite for being upset with you for more personal reasons. Either way, apology accepted. I forgave you before I walked into the room, she said evenly. Feeling his throat catch, Shikamaru backed up a foot and coughed into his arm roughly. It's not gonna be a habit, he said once the spell had passed, rubbing his raw sore throat. Haku reached up to the nightstand and retrieved the glass of water. Good. Now finish this. You need to stay hydrated, she said, pushing the cup across the wooden floor toward him. Shikamaru eyed the water disdainfully. Liquids had not been kind to his stomach since his illness had begun. Later, he insisted, doubling down on what he had said earlier. Rather than arguing with him as he had expected, the huntress took a sip from the glass herself. Cupping the side of his face, she leaned forward, and pressed her lips to his. Shikamaru's eyes widened a tad. The water then began to slip into his mouth, with a few drops sliding down his chin. Though he tried to pull his head back, Haku held him in place with the hand she'd left on his cheek. Quickly deducing what she wanted him to do, the Nara swallowed the water apprehensively. When he did, she released him and let him breathe. That was gross. Shikamaru grumbled, wiping his mouth and chin. Haku gave him a bored look and placed the glass in his hand. Then drink it yourself. It's one or the other, she said. Finally relenting, Shikamaru brought the cup to his lips and began to down its contents. Go slow. You'll puke if you chug it. Haku instructed. Doing as he was told, the genin gradually drank the water. The process took nearly 2 minutes, but he was able to finish the glass. Setting it aside, Shikamaru wiped his nose on his sleeve. You're gonna get sick hanging around me right now, he said. The huntress shrugged and fiddled with a lock of hair hanging in her face. Well, we probably traded saliva a minute ago, so that bridge has been crossed, she said matter-of-factly. Crude as her wording was, Shikamaru found that he was too spent to be embarrassed. Looking around the room, he spotted something. Have you ever played shogi? He asked, choosing to divert the topic away from the invasion. Haku perked up a bit. Once or twice, but I don't really remember the rules, she said. The Nara rose to his feet and made his way to his dresser, retrieving the board he had noticed from its back corner. Glancing back at the girl, he held it up. Wanna learn? I'm an alright teacher, he offered. Haku crossed her legs and smiled warmly. I'd love to. Naruto rubbed his dry eyes as he stared into his dim reflection in the side of his water glass. He was seated loosely on his couch, with the glass sitting on the coffee table. It was late. Later than he could justify, given that he was still awake. Sleep had not come easily to him since the conclusion of the violent tragedy that was the final round of the Chunin exams. His injuries had entirely healed, and he felt no lingering pain, but he had not yet shaken the feeling of anxiety the events had inspired in him. He was well aware that he had little right to such aftereffects, given how tame his experience had been compared to others, but he was on edge all the same. In many ways, he had been exceptionally lucky. The majority of the fighting had taken place in the village itself, or at the eastern border, and he had been well clear of both of those places. Even during his rushed journey from the infirmary to aid Satsuki, he had been too focused to pay much attention to the combat. Narrow as his view of the entire ordeal was, the struggle against Gaara had been more than enough to leave a permanent imprint on his psyche. Never before had he felt so utterly helpless. He had pulled out every stop imaginable, and it had been for naught. The redhead's strength had been so far beyond Naruto's expectations. He had known from their solitary encounter that he was not to be trifled with, but the true extent of his power had been crushing. As much as he regretted cutting things so close in terms of timing in assisting Satsuki, part of him was glad that he had not seen more of their battle. His teammate down on her knees, battered and exhausted while Gaara stood unfazed was an image he would likely never forget. He had done his best to hide it at the time, but the sight had intimidated him right from the outset. Satsuki was powerful. Likely more so than he was in most scenarios. He had not planned on tapping into the darker spectrum of his strength, but his anger had forced his hand, and it still hadn't been enough. Gaara battered and beat him like all the rest. Had Haku not arrived when she had, as much as it pained the genin to acknowledge, both himself and the Uchiha would have been killed in short order. At this memory, Naruto tightened his grip on the glass of water. He had gained a modicum of newfound respect for the huntress who had once tormented them, but to have been saved by her still left a sour taste in his mouth. As with Gaara, Haku's level of power had been shocking. She had been a slight step below the redhead overall, but far closer to him than Naruto on his best day. Egoism and frustration with his inability to compete aside, the blonde found himself stuck on what to take away from it all. He did not share Satsuki's self-loathing for the fact that they had been soundly beaten before help had come, though he did understand the feeling on paper, but he felt an uncertainty that refused to leave him. Gaara's fists and claws had done little to traumatize him, but his words had cut deep into Naruto's soul. Relating to such a vile human being would never sit right, but denying it altogether had not worked in the slightest. Gaara's tale of rejection, mislabeling, and internalized pain had struck a deep chord. Their chosen paths were starkly different, but Naruto could not ignore how painfully similar their experiences had seemingly been. Even in terms of outcome, it was not as though the blonde had never caught himself staring down into a dark abyss. He had always found a way to muzzle it, but disdain and violent emotion had indeed arisen in him before. As you are now, who you are now, you don't have a prayer. The words had rung back in his mind countless times since he had first heard them. Gaara had proven himself to be quite the fan of bluster and deprecating remarks, but of all the things he had said, that specific sentence had felt genuine. He had meant it without sarcasm, and he had been right. He was, in no uncertain terms, more powerful than Naruto had ever been, and by a wide margin. Though logic dictated that Gaara's power could be attributed partially to a greater natural aptitude than the Leaf Genin possessed, Naruto could not help but wonder if the answer lay in murkier places. His own dabbling into his demon's power had been extremely limited, but even with the minimal amount he had dipped his toes into it, the fox's power had yielded incredible results. The gap between his personal strength and that of when he gave into the burning chakra was stark. If his words were to be taken at face value, Gaara had taken things several steps further. He had fully embraced the power of his beast. He reveled in it. In exchange for his humanity, he had gained staggering strength that was only bound to grow with time. Had circumstances not been heavily stacked against him, soon as Jinchuriki would have escaped the victor, his choices validated. Naruto pursed his lips and kept his hand wrapped around the water. Emulating Gaara was the last thing he wished to do, but a small, deeply buried chunk of him wondered if he would find greater peace in such a unity. He had found joy in others, primarily his teammates, but the happiness did not reach his chest. He still struggled to take a single positive aspect of his life to heart. Every moment of joy felt as though he were getting away with something. Feeling things not meant for him. It left him constantly battling an underlying fear that the foundation he had finally managed to build would crumble beneath his feet at any moment, sending him into a freefall all over again. And at the root of it all was the wretched monster locked in his stomach. As he had established long ago, he did not hate the fox. It went against his most basic moral principle of observation before judgment, but he had always been silently bitter. That bitterness spawned his fear, and that fear rendered him constantly depressed. Throwing away his trepidation, and embracing the beast for what it was would have sounded utterly asinine mere weeks ago, but after seeing Gaara in action, and hearing him preach, Naruto found the option more tempting than he ever would have expected to. He was still far from ready to make such a leap, but he could feel the idea planting its seeds. He's a mass murderer. He's a psychopath. All he wanted was to rub it in your face. You aren't like him. Quit pretending you are, he chided himself within his mind. Truth be told, the deviant thoughts were almost certainly born of a desire for any kind of answer to a question he had long failed to find a solution for, no matter what it was. They would pass in time, frustrating and confusing as they were. Releasing his cup from his grasp, Naruto began to pull his arm back from the coffee table. He stopped when he heard a clicking sound against the glass. Slowly drawing the arm back and up, Naruto saw that his nails had lengthened into claws without his knowledge. Reaching back down to the cup, he turned it slightly to better reflect the faint light streaming in from the kitchen. His eyes were red and slitted. Upon further inspection, he found that his arms were shaking as well. He had grown too emotional amid his deeper thoughts. With a tired stretch, Naruto stood up from the couch and grabbed his coat from the back of one of the dining room chairs. I guess we're walking again. A cold wind blew across Konoha as Satsuki rounded a corner. Late-night walks were not a usual habit of hers, but when she found herself unable to sleep, they tended to tire her out enough to make rest less difficult once she returned home. Her current struggles with sleep were not new or unique. In fact, she had managed to fall asleep several hours prior, but nightmares had shaken her awake with no immediate hope of remedy. The most tedious part had been getting dressed all over again. As for the many odd habits Satsuki Uchiha was guilty of, indecent exposure was not one of them. Konoha's streets tended to empty themselves out by 11:30 or so, but ever since Gaara of the Sand had graced the village, that time had pushed back an hour or two. It left the town eerily quiet once night truly set it, but Satsuki was well used to hearing crickets rather than the hustle and bustle of people. If anything, Konoha's newfound volume made her feel more comfortable. It was a more familiar environment. Kicking a stone across the asphalt, Satsuki stopped for a moment as she reached the arena. The structure stood largely unfazed by the chaos that had unfolded within its walls, save for a large pile of blasted rubble on one of its sides that had yet to be cleaned up. In a way, it was comforting. A microcosm of the fact that the village was still in one piece after all it had gone through 3 days prior. The inside probably looks a whole lot worse, the raven-haired girl thought to herself. The fighting had started in the stands, and according to what she had been told after the fact, it had rapidly bled into the inner stadium soon after she and Gaara had departed. Choosing not to dwell too long on the invasion, Satsuki strolled over to the pile of rubble. It was covering what had once been an emergency exit, as far as she could tell. When she reached the edge of it, she spotted something rather morbid. While there was no body, the bloody outline of a torso could be seen in the grass. Somebody had died in that very spot, likely breathing their last crushed under tons of concrete. To which side they belonged, it was impossible to tell. Moving on without delving too deep, Satsuki hopped up onto the first of the concrete chunks. Slowly ascending the pile, she soon reached the top. When she did, she took a moment to stare up at the night sky. It was completely clear. It had been since the storm of the invasion had subsided. Almost as though nature were offering condolences for the bloodshed with beauty. Knowing few constellations by name, and even fewer by location, Satsuki moved on from the stars quickly. Though she initially began to climb back down toward the road, she halted when she heard a slight shifting sound from the other side of the concrete pile. Cautiously climbing back up to the top, the Uchiha girl peered down the opposite slope. "Naruto? What are you doing out here?" she asked skeptically upon discovering her comrade sitting down on a blocky piece of rubble down near the bottom of the mound. The blonde immediately shot to his feet and whirled around. Apparently, he had not been aware of her presence until she had addressed him. He visibly relaxed when he identified who had called his name. Couldn't sleep. Figured a walk might help," he said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. His words sounded mostly honest, but Satsuki couldn't help but feel as though something was being left out of his explanation. Ignoring it for the time being, Satsuki carefully descended down the jagged decline to join him. She stopped a few feet above the Jinchuriki, sitting herself down on a wedged overhang. "Same for me, before you ask. Sleep's been a little rough," she said. Naruto nodded, glancing off into the open air. "Just a little hard to calm down after all of that, you know? I'm still coiled up," he said honestly. Satsuki fiddled with the hem of her skirt. The sentiment was relatable, and more than likely to more than just her. "I almost punched a hole in my door when it creaked a little too loud this morning." "I know what you mean," she said with a chuckle. Naruto sat back down on his concrete block. "We didn't even see much action. Maybe we're just soft," he mused. The Uchiha girl looked off toward the northern border, where they had taken turns holding the line. "I think we're pretty tough. We did our part," she said. While her hang-ups with the way the battle with Gaara had played out were numerous and nagging, she could at least acknowledge that their service had not been in vain. "Yeah, true. I just really feel for some of the families. The Inuzukas especially. They lost both their kids," Naruto said in a low voice. Satsuki leaned back against the rubble behind her. "They invited me to the funeral next week. I left flowers at their door yesterday. Tsum saw me before I could leave," she recounted. The blonde raised an eyebrow. "I thought you hated Kiba," he said. Satsuki brushed dust out of her hair and shifted in her uncomfortable seat. "I can at least respect loss. Hits close to home for me, you know," she said quietly. Naruto studied her for several moments. "You're a good person," he said after a time. Satsuki frowned and leaned forward to get a better look at him below her. "Thank you, but I don't really see how respect for the dead makes me any better or worse than most people," she said. The Jinchuriki appeared stumped by the response, as evidenced by the lengthy silence that followed. When it stretched on past a certain point, Satsuki kicked herself mentally. "Great. You made him feel dumb," she lamented. Accepting compliments had never been a strength of hers. Especially not those pertaining to her character. Deciding that a change of topic would be wisest, Satsuki pointed toward the arena. "They still haven't paid me back for my bet yet," she revealed. Naruto gave her a confused look, which brought the Uchiha to a realization. "I never had the chance to tell you, but I put money down on you at the last minute for your fight with Niji," she clarified. The blonde grinned. "You were talking all sorts of trash about Sensei betting on me. What changed your mind?" he asked. Satsuki waved a dismissive hand. "I didn't mean any of that, dumbass. I basically never do, if you haven't figured that out," she said. Naruto sighed. "You're nothing but mixed signals, you know that," he complained, though he hardly sounded truly upset. Satsuki let an uncommon giggle slip through. "What fun would any of this be if I let you read me," she said humorously. Naruto grumbled something under his breath that she couldn't quite discern. The pair sat in rather comfortable stillness without a word for several minutes. Solitary as she had molded herself to be, the Uchiha had learned to enjoy company in recent months. Especially that of the boy sitting below her. "Hey, Satsuki." Snapping from her contented trance, the raven-haired girl turned her attention back to Naruto, who was staring at his hands. "What's on your mind?" she asked. The Jinchuriki slowly, almost nervously, looked up from his twiddling thumbs and glanced up at her. "Does your offer still stand? For if I beat Niji, he asked, his tone cautious. It took her a brief few seconds, but Satsuki swiftly recalled the conversation he was referencing. A slow smirk spread across her lips. "Of course. Wanting to take me up on it," she replied. Oddly, despite the topic at hand having been one of embarrassment the last time it had arisen, the Uchiha found it to be far less stressful when the request was being levied at her rather than the other way around. With an uncharacteristic look of sheepishness on his face, Naruto nodded. "If you're okay with it," he said. Satsuki promptly hopped down from her higher perch, landing in the grass next to his chunk of rubble. She then took him by the hand and pulled him to his feet. With a gentler smile, she nodded off toward the Uchiha sector. "Let's go home." Chapter 56. Satsuki Uchiha was not a crude person. In terms of etiquette, unless she was truly comfortable and sure of the situation, she was polite and curt, if not quite warm. In terms of dress, while her skirts tended to be an inch or two short of modesty, she never wore anything particularly revealing. Even in terms of personal thought, her mind did not often stray away from the mundane broadly speaking. These trends had held true for the entirety of her life, and up until very recently, they had shown no signs of alteration or waver. Cracks in this wall of stoicism and monotonous propriety were to be expected. She was of age for such things, but how she felt now was a bridge further than an errant thought. In some ways, depending on perspective, sharing a bed with a person of the opposite gender was inherently improper, but the path by which Satsuki had guided Naruto under her covers and into her grasp was pure. She had offered to share for a second time partially to motivate him and lift his spirits, but also because, no matter what flavor of denial she tried, she slept more peacefully in his arms. Her intentions had been pure. As much so as they could have been, given their individual issues. Unfortunately, her body did not agree with her mind. Naruto had long since fallen asleep. He had knocked all the way out less than 5 minutes after they had settled on her mattress. He moved periodically, but he was a heavy sleeper, and they were as tightly wrapped up as they had been at the start. Satsuki, however, had still yet to find rest. She did not know exactly how long she had been laying awake, but it likely exceeded an hour, possibly 2. In that time, something had become more and more apparent to her with every passing second. She was painfully aroused. The feeling had set in within minutes of them tangling up to sleep, and it had only grown stronger from then on. Naruto was not touching her in a sensual way. His hands were on the back of her neck and middle of her back respectively, and his grip had never been forceful. He was holding her in a way that should have inspired comfort. It made no difference. Instead of feeling sleepy and content, she felt tense and hot. No one thing was fueling her desire. It was unfocused. Everything about him was playing a role. He was not rippling with exaggerated muscle, but he was defined, and he was strong. She could feel it through his t-shirt. He was not wearing cologne of any kind, but the way he smelled was intoxicating. He was not smooth to the touch, and she could feel patches of scar tissue along his arms, but she wanted nothing more than to rip off his shirt to get at the hot skin beneath it. Her face was pressed into his neck, and she had exercised considerable willpower to not mark it with her lips. One of her old habits was coming back to bite her as well. Since she had been very small, she had tended to wrap her legs around whatever she was clinging to. Almost always her mother's leg, on nights that nightmares took hold of her. She had done the same to Naruto as they were settling into place. She had meant it as a quiet sign of affection. A cue that she wanted to be as close to him as possible. Now, in a roundabout way, it was backfiring. By no fault of his own, Naruto's lower thigh near his knee was pressed up between her legs. This wasn't an issue last time. Why now? Satsuki silently wondered as she breathed heavily into his neck. While the position in which they had slept several days earlier was largely identical to the one the Uchiha was finding so very difficult at present, a key difference was that she had fallen asleep immediately the previous time, and hadn't been awake long enough to think. It was not the first time she had caught herself indulging in more mature fantasies regarding the blonde, but she had been able to suppress them all in the past. As of now, that did not appear to be an option. As she struggled against herself, Naruto groaned quietly in his sleep and shifted, causing his hands to move a few inches. Now, the hand that had been resting in her hair was on the side of her neck, and the hand once on her back was now pinned between the mattress and her hip. As with everything else, it was not his fault. Naruto was even less provocative than she was as a personality. He had simply twitched amid his slumber. Satsuki swallowed tensely and scooted back just enough to see his face. It proved to be a mistake. He was still sound asleep, with a look of unwitting comfort. Unassuming as he looked, the sight of his mouth and gradually defining jaw only made the Uchiha girl heat up further. Shakily, Satsuki drew her right hand back from his chest and grazed her fingers over his lips. "If you only knew what I'd let you do to me," she whispered, trailing her hand down from his face to his neck. Her legs were still locked around his thigh. Her level-headed side was begging her to release the grip, but she did not. She feared waking him, and the effect his voice would inevitably have, but in a simpler sense, she liked the feeling far too much. He was nearly touching her somewhere incredibly sensitive, without even knowing it or meaning to. Something about that fact drove her to want to walk that line until it became entirely too much. No matter the excitement, it was frustrating. She could do nothing to relieve the stress. Not in a way that would matter. As deep into the feeling of desire as she was, she had the decency to not make a mess of her sheets while he was sleeping in them. On her own, at least. She was coiled up like a spring, and growing tighter by the minute. For better or worse, Naruto moved 90-odd seconds later. His hands shifted back into their previous, more wholesome positions, and he pulled on her weakly. Satsuki relented and nestled back into him, nuzzling her nose on his before tucking back under his chin. With her face buried in his chest, the Uchiha girl forced herself to ignore the wetness between her legs and close her eyes. Laying awake and dwelling on what she couldn't yet have would only serve as torture. She was, at her core, ashamed of the urges plaguing her more and more often. Naruto's gestures of affection were entirely innocent, and held great significance to her, for she knew that he struggled to express himself along such lines. All the while, Satsuki's own jumbled feelings were permeated by lust. He's a teenage boy. He's definitely imagined you naked, she reasoned. Likely as it was to be true, the girl's guilt held firm. He tried his very best day in and day out. He was far from perfect, and he frustrated her plenty, but there was something intrinsically gentle to him that melted Satsuki from the inside out. Even in his vicious confrontation with Gaara, he had spent much of the battle ensuring her safety. He thinks about protecting you while you think about fucking him. You're so damn gross. Satsuki mentally berated herself, clenching her jaw and tightening her renewed grip on Naruto. In a clearer headspace, she may have recognized the truth that, despite her carnal wants and needs, her care for the blonde ran far deeper than she was acknowledging, but she was a long way from such clarity. Finally finding herself exhausted, both from repression and the tears that had soaked into Naruto's shirt, Satsuki leaned into the sleep reaching out for her. "I wish I was more like you," she silently projected to her dozing teammate. With eerie timing, Naruto squeezed her unconsciously. Stuck between contentment and self-loathing, Satsuki finally fell asleep. The incessant ringing of Naruto's clock tended to start off his days with irritation. Thankfully, things were different this morning as opposed to previous. Waking to movement rather than an alarm was a welcome change of pace. With his eyes dragging open in response to the shifting of weight right next to him, he was met by a sight much more pleasant than the bland ceiling that usually greeted him. Having risen a few moments prior from the looks of things, Satsuki was sitting up in the bed directly next to him. The sun was streaming into the room through the half-open blinds of the window above the bed, landing right on the Uchiha. As she stretched her arms and back, Naruto watched her in silence. Illuminated by the brightness against her pale skin and dark hair, he couldn't help but stare. She was more disheveled than she usually was, understandably so, but he found her to be gorgeous nonetheless. Shaking himself from his awe, he sat up alongside her. Predictably, Satsuki turned her head to look at him. A greeting did not come immediately. For several seconds, the Uchiha simply gazed at him, something indiscernible dancing about in her irises. The odd pause ceased quickly. "Sleep all right?" she asked. Naruto gave an improvised thumbs up as a yawn interrupted his attempted response. "Like a baby, for once. I barely remember falling asleep, honestly." "What about you?" he said. Satsuki's reaction was rather strange, as a rigid tension appeared to leave her frame at his words. Fiddling with the soft fabric of her nightgown, the Uchiha blew a strand of hair out of her face. "Took me a little longer than you, but I feel rested," she replied, taking a glance up at the clock as she spoke. A light chuckle followed. "I need to be careful letting you in here. It's noon," she said humorously, throwing her legs over the side of the bed and standing up with another stretch. As with the view he'd awoken to, Naruto caught himself staring again as the girl walked over to her dresser. Something else was drawing his attention this time. The slight swing of her hips with every step she took. It was a small motion, far from exaggerated, but it was so distinctly feminine that the Jinchuriki felt an ill-timed heat hit his cheeks. Quit being weird. Look somewhere else, he thought to himself, thoroughly off-put by his own train of thought. Unfortunately for him, Satsuki looked his way a split second before he could correct his line of sight. In turn, she saw him awkwardly jerk his head to the side. Realizing that he had been unequivocally caught, Naruto nervously turned to face her again. She did not appear upset in the least, but she looked decidedly quite smug, with a self-pleased smirk on her face. "You're such a boy," she said, pivoting back toward the dresser and throwing her hair back over her shoulder. Having noticed it once before, her walk now stuck out like a frustratingly alluring thumb. Patting his warm cheeks, Naruto slid himself off the bed and rubbed the excess sleep from his eyes. "Not my fault you dress skimpy at night," he muttered back. Satsuki snorted and faced him again, leaning back against the flat of the dresser, a set of clothes in hand. "It's just a basic nightgown. You can handle some legs and collarbone," she said casually, the confident smile still strong across her lips. Naruto's left eye twitched as he fought back the urge to look her up and down. His mouth then moved before his mind could catch up. "It's not even that. It hugs you," he said, lamenting right away that he had been far too detailed. Satsuki took a peek down at the black dress. "Maybe a little, but that's your fault. Wrapping me up the way you like to gets it all stuck to me," she admitted, fiddling with one of her shoulder strings. She then stepped away from the dresser and walked up to him, stopping well within his personal space. "Not that I'm complaining. You're a great bedmate," she said suggestively. In such close quarters, Naruto was reminded of the fact that she was still an inch or two taller than he was. With little delay in between, the Uchiha gave him a kiss on the cheek just to the right of his mouth and stepped around him. "I'm gonna take a shower. Stick around. I'll make breakfast," she offered, exiting through the door a moment later and leaving him alone in her room. Once she was gone, the Jinchuriki released the breath he had been unknowingly holding. He felt hot all over, and his mouth was dry. Sighing, he sat back down on the end of the bed. "She's loving this," he grumbled within his mind. Naruto broadly disliked having his buttons pushed, but the raven-haired girl had slowly managed to condition him into tolerating her brand of bullying. Her methodology varied, but it was always the same fundamentally. She would lure him into a verbal slip-up, and relentlessly pester him for it. Contrastingly, however, what had just occurred did not feel like an attempt to mock him. Provocative and teasing as she had been, every word she'd spoken had come off as genuine. She was deeply confusing on every level. One day, self-hating and melancholic, the next, flirtatious and high-spirited. Her mood swung back and forth like an emotional pendulum. Shaking his head and popping back up to his feet again, Naruto chose to take her at her word. Leaving her room and exiting into the hallway, he set out to wait in the kitchen. "It better not be eggs. I hate eggs." Satsuki flinched a bit as she dragged the brush caught on a snag in her hair. She enjoyed bathing thoroughly for the most part, but managing her hair had always been the most tedious aspect of it all. Even now, several inches shorter than usual, it was a pain to brush, and washing it had been a long process. She was grateful for the looks her mother had given her, but they came at a price. Finally breaking the tangle, she pulled the brush all the way through her hair. After several more strokes, she was satisfied. At least it's straight. Curly would be a nightmare, she thought to herself as she set the brush aside. Taking a deep breath, she looked up from the bathroom counter and studied her reflection. Mirrors still made her uneasy, but she had developed a greater tolerance for them in recent times. She couldn't look for long, but she could at least evaluate her appearance for a few moments. She was satisfied with what she saw. A few stray abrasions still remained from the leathering Gaara had put her through, as the medical staff had entirely focused on her more severe injuries, but her skin was clear, and the circles under her eyes were fading. Smoothing out a few wrinkles in her blue shirt, Satsuki smiled inwardly. She then picked up a pair of earrings she had set out before her shower and carefully put them on. It was a delicate procedure, as the tiny holes in her earlobes were not perfect. She had pierced them herself with a sewing needle several years prior. With the small jewelry in place without incident, Satsuki turned away from the mirror and toward the door. She had no qualms about fixing a late breakfast, and having Naruto as an audience stressed her far less than it had the last time she'd cooked for them both, but she was being halted by a distinct feeling that she had overstepped several boundaries upon their awakening side by side. "It's not your fault he was staring," she thought to herself. It was true in a literal sense. She had not disliked the attention by any means, and it had been Naruto's choice to comment further, but she had nudged him along by poking at his ego. He always fired back, no matter the topic. It was who he was. He simply couldn't help himself. The give and take that had followed had not escalated far, but Satsuki had once again dabbled in a place she felt was objectifying toward her teammate. Her ability to put on airs was finely honed, and she had clearly convinced him of her composure, but her mind had been a mess of graphic dreams and scenarios. Especially once she had stepped closer to him. In reality, she had left the room so abruptly to save her own skin from choking under the pressure she herself had created. Naruto had not been unreceptive, his body language and wandering eyes had betrayed his thoughts to some extent, but he had been even less sure of what to do about them than the Uchiha. The predicament was not that the signals Satsuki was sending were inaccurate or misleading. They were completely honest. The issue was that she was beginning to lose her handle when those messages were being transmitted and how. Against her better judgment, the girl stole a glimpse at the mirror. For the short-lived few seconds she studied herself, she focused on the tattoo branded into her neck. The marking had not inflicted the raw, paralyzing anguish it usually did over the past few days, but a dull ache had been eating at her since the sealing procedure had tamed it anew. Let's not think that way, she decided, deflecting the unpleasant root of paranoia sprouting up in the back of her mind. She then reached for the handle, opened the bathroom door, and stepped out into the hallway. Hope he likes eggs. Breakfast isn't my strong suit. Kakashi narrowly overcame his urge to groan as the doorknob of his hospital room door began to turn. Being stuck in scratchy cotton sheets for days on end was the furthest thing from fun in general, but the visitors only made the experience worse. The vast majority had been thinly disguised insurance brokers, and the few that weren't had little to say beyond generic condolence and thanks for his service. As the door creaked open on its hinges, Kakashi was pleasantly surprised to see Hiruzen standing on the other side of the frame. I would have visited sooner, but logistics have been hell on earth, the old man apologized tiredly, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. Kakashi posted up on his elbows and slid up into a sitting position. He had managed to steal a medical mask from one of the nurses during a routine lunch, allowing him to cover his face as he always did. No hard feelings. Honored either way, he said as he adjusted his eye patch. Hiruzen sat himself down in a chair on the leftmost wall. He looked completely exhausted. You really didn't have to do what you did. I had a plan, he said. The copy ninja gave the older man a knowing look. We still need you around. There'd be a political bloodbath if you left a vacant seat without warning, he said. Hiruzen chuckled drily. That's how you view me, HM? Just a toothpick holding up the weight of a country, he joked. The levity on his face was quickly replaced by somberness. It might happen sooner than you'd think. I'm old, Kakashi. Even if I didn't have this job, my body is falling apart. I can't even think as clearly as I used to. Things just slip away from me these days, he said. Hiruzen was not unrelatable in most cases, his broad appeal among the populace was strongly rooted in his humanity, but such vulnerability was not commonplace, even for him. I came off wrong. Forgive me. All I'm saying is that we both know you have enemies. Enemies only you know how to deal with. Kakashi said, choosing his words carefully. The Hokage pursed his lips. Knowing how to deal with something and having the gumption to act are two different things. I've let too many things slide over the years. I've been too lenient. I can't say too much, but be ready when the time comes. I won't be leaving behind a clean slate, he said vaguely. The Jonin raised an eyebrow. Are you offering me a job? I feel like you are, he asked. Hiruzen cracked a sage smile and leaned back in the stiff chair. Not yet, no. Maybe in a few years. For now, I still feel able enough to lead, he elucidated. Kakashi let out a slight sigh of relief. Opting not to press the subject any further for a variety of reasons, he redirected the conversation elsewhere. Any idea how my team is doing? I haven't seen them since it all went down, he asked. Part of him was disappointed to have not been visited, but from personal experience, he knew all too well that such combat often inspired isolation in its aftermath. The Nara family all came down with pneumonia, according to Shikaku, so Shikamaru won't be available for a good few days. As for Naruto and Satsuki, I think they've been keeping to themselves. Or each other. Probably a bit of both, the elderly leader said. Kakashi nodded. Sounds about right. I know I probably shouldn't ask, but what are you thinking for promotions? He inquired. Hiruzen reached into the pocket of his robes and produced the pipe he often smoked. As much as I like him, Naruto has been ruled out. His performance against Niji Hyuga was impressive, and his actions during the invasion were admirable, but he's far too reckless and self-endangering to be left to his own devices just yet. Satsuki has a better argument, but I can't help but feel that she lacks the stability to act independently on assignments, he explained, deciding against smoking and pocketing the pipe again. What about Shikamaru? Kakashi asked. The old man stroked his bearded chin, taking a fair bit longer to consider his answer than before. He's who I'm stuck on. His showing in the final round was resourceful and captivating, and he did good work during his time on the border patrol. Quite frankly, he'd be a shoo-in for promotion if he weren't less than 3 months removed from a strike on his record, he began. His concerns were valid, if a bit disappointing. I'm still leaning toward a conditional promotion. He's a good fit for independent work, even as inexperienced as he is, the Hokage concluded. It was good news at the face of it, but the asterisk still raised questions. What would the caveats be for his rank? I feel like I know what you have in mind, but I'd like to hear it ahead of time, Kakashi said. Hiruzen stood up from his chair and paced across the room. It's not by the book, but he'd still be under your jurisdiction for a few months. He'd still have the authority to lead small-scale missions, but his work would mostly be with you and the rest of his team. Do you have any objections to such an arrangement? He replied. The copy ninja considered the information for a few moments before nodding. That sounds fair, I guess, he agreed. The Hokage stopped pacing and stepped back toward the door. I'm glad you think so. Sleep if you can. You may be needed soon, he said, opening the door and beginning to leave the room. Before he could depart, Kakashi voiced one last concern. Can you get them to let me out of here early? I can take it easy at home, he requested. Hiruzen cracked a humorous smile. I'll see what I can do. Chapter 57. International fame, or rather, international infamy, had a way of fluctuating. Some days, one's mere existence would earn them unnerved, sideways glances from every which person within 50 feet of them. On others, one could pass through a town without so much as a whisper out of place. It was hardly consistent. A small settlement disconnected from any major village could be full of creeping eyes, while a bustling trade post could be completely without suspicion. Thankfully, the tavern Itachi Uchiha found himself sitting near the back of appeared to be closer to the latter. Extended looks had been received, of course, but they had been entirely directed toward his companion. Kisame Hoshigaki was certainly a sight. Tall, broad, and bearing skin of a nearly reptilian quality, the former member of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen was quite far removed from the norm. Even his eyes were far closer to that of a shark than a normal man. Itachi himself had taken several months to grow used to the man's appearance. We've been here for almost 20 minutes, and they haven't even brought us our glasses. Lousy service, the swordsman grumbled, cowing a man across the room with a sharp look. Itachi calmly filed his dark nails with a kunai. Multiple days of continuous running had left him sore, and the rest was welcome with or without food in his stomach. It's not exactly a slow night. Give them time, Kisame-san, he said, drawing an impatient look from his contemporary. Oh, come on. We both need an edge off right now, he countered. Itachi pocketed his kunai and took a short glance at the main bar, where the lone tender was visibly struggling to keep pace. You, not we. I don't drink, he corrected. Kisame rolled his beady eyes and began to fiddle with a fork. You still haven't let me in on why we're crossing the continent on short notice. The Ninetales isn't exactly accessible right now. He's too well guarded, he said, a hint of veiled irritation in his voice. The Uchiha looked the small menu plastered to the table up and down for the dozenth time. He might just throw himself at us, but you're not wrong. He isn't our objective, he replied with vague honesty. Kisame eyed him intently, setting the fork aside. What is our objective, then? I'm starting to think you're just feeling homesick, he pressed. Itachi's eyes drifted from the menu to the chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the tavern. For such a grubby establishment, it was quite ornate. No, nothing like that. Just some maintenance. Maybe a few screws to tighten. It's nothing you need to be stressing about, he said dismissively. Before Kisame could respond, the bartender finally found the space to rush over to their table. Once both men had ordered their respective drinks, the flustered worker bounded back over to the bar. Alone, or close to it, once more, the conversation resumed. It's your sister, isn't it? Kisame guessed, finally drawing Itachi's eyes to his own. For a time, the Uchiha said nothing. And if it is, he challenged evenly. The swordsman held up his hands in faux defensiveness, a sharp-toothed grin on his face. No need to be so prickly. Just curious. That entire story has always fascinated me. Especially now that I know you well, he said. Itachi chuckled lightly. Not as well as you'd like to think, he shot back. Kisame began to retort, but paused when their drinks arrived at the same moment. Tea was a rare delicacy in such places, but luck had been on Itachi's side. Taking a tentative first sip, the Uchiha finally relaxed a touch. The flavor was imperfect, but there was no room for complaint. It was a luxury to have it at all. I'll never understand your obsession with that bland leaf water, Kisame commented, savoring a sip of his stiff drink. Itachi shrugged and took another sip. Mint tea was an acquired taste to be sure, but it had been his only option outside of water or booze. To each their own. At least I don't need to be carried after drinking it, he said. Kisame grumbled something under his breath, but kept it to himself for the most part. Over the following several minutes, the two men exchanged few words. There was nothing much to say. The bar was drab, and the drinks were average at best. Extended conversation had never been an aspect of their working relationship when it wasn't required. They had seldom little in common, though they were able to chat when the boredom hit a certain level. When Kisame had finished his third glass, Itachi chose to cut their pit stop short. The man was quite unpleasant when intoxicated. We should move. The moon is out tonight, he said, standing up from the table and adjusting the hat on his head. The swordsman sighed and rose to join him. As smooth as their stay had been in the area, being stationary was unwise. Anonymity was always a temporary blessing. Weaving his way through the crowded tavern, Itachi was quickly joined by Kisame with his bandaged blade in hand. Moments later, they walked out the door and out into the dirt road running through the center of the small hamlet. Let's take it slow for a few miles. I'd rather not hurl. Kisame requested as they began to walk. Itachi nodded as a lukewarm wind blew across the town. The moon was full, shining a bright light down on the darkened land below. I'd prefer if we kept this little trip between us, he said seriously. The swordsman latched his oversized weapon to his back and fell into step beside the Uchiha. Fair enough. You've kept my secrets. I'll keep yours, he agreed. Itachi gave no response, as his eyes were now fully locked on the vastly distant destination of their journey. A brutal homecoming was in store. Satsuki rubbed her tired eyes as she sauntered through the gate of the Uchiha sector without bothering to lock it behind her. She had never been a particular fan of funerals, though few truly were. She had felt no personal sorrow in the passing of Kiba or Hana Inuzuka, but out of respect for the invitation she had received, she had set the day aside to attend the entire solemn event. The service had begun at 2 in the afternoon, and had stretched on for nearly the entire day. As it turned out, the Inuzuka clan's burial traditions were many in number and lengthy in execution. There had been a banquet after the fact, and while Satsuki had attempted to weasel her way out of it, she had been guilted into staying by the thanks of Tsume Inuzuka, who had invited her in the first place. It was now close to 9 o'clock, and the sun had set an hour ago. To say that the raven-haired girl was exhausted would have been a gross understatement. Her social battery was completely drained, and her legs were numb from standing for hours on end. Using a dead body as an excuse to stuff yourself is tacky. Somebody died. It isn't a celebration. Satsuki thought to herself as she walked through her empty neighborhood. There was value in levity during times of grief, but she had always found the feasts commonly coupled with funerals to be misplaced. The entire experience had been quite awkward for her. Standing and listening to personal stories about both siblings would have been dull on its own, but the addition of crying friends and family members to all sides of her only dampened things. She had not shed a tear. She had not cared for Kiba, and had never met his sister. Apparently, the Inuzuka heir had died defending his clan compound from a group of Sunachunin, and Hana had met her own end defending his body. It was a sad tale, and their deaths had likely been gruesome. The caskets had been closed. Satsuki revered their heroism and the honor of dying in battle. She had paid her respects, even as impersonal as the act had been. The service had been crowded, to say the least. It made a fair amount of sense. The Inuzuka clan was powerful and well-connected. Such a major loss was bound to attract a crowd. The entirety of the graduating class of that year had been present, save for, conveniently, the Uchiha's teammates. Shikamaru, due to his continued illness. Naruto, because he had not been invited. In the latter case, she had even bothered to ask Kiba's father. The response had been curt and without room for further discussion. Due to the setting and circumstances, Satsuki had held her tongue and accepted the rejection of her teammate without a fight, despite having every desire to argue. Shaking her head and rounding a corner, Satsuki tucked a few strands of hair behind both ears. Says a whole lot about me that I was more mad about that than 2 people dying, she mused darkly. The more she considered her conduct at the funeral, the more she came to realize that she had likely come off as rather cold. She hadn't made a concerted effort to feign grief or sorrow. She had simply stared straight ahead blankly. In a sense, the impression would have been an accurate one. Her heart rate had not changed a single iota throughout, nor had her bottom lip trembled. She had attended out of respect. Not out of love or sadness. Truth be told, her mind had wandered elsewhere more than once. She had spent 10 entire minutes silently critiquing the poor choices of dress from many of her female former classmates, and another 20 daydreaming about a plate of cut-up breaded chicken when the Inuzuka clan and their family friends had taken turns recounting their memories of the deceased siblings. Deep down, her choice not to empathize had been a conscious one. Loss of a familial nature was far too on the nose. Had she allowed an open emotional channel, the day would have been even longer. Now that she had returned to her own place of dwelling, the thoughts that had been nagging at her from the furthest corner of her skull were surfacing. Thoughts of her own family, and the fact that they had not been afforded a funeral of their own. Kiba and Hana had been honored and buried with great, if melancholy, fanfare. Satsuki's fellow Uchiha had been taken after a week of rotting, and disposed of. It had all been so clinical. So businesslike. The entire procedure had left a sour taste in Satsuki's mouth. She had long suspected that the bodies had been burned. She had smelt charred decay on the wind later that same week, all those years ago. Scrunching up her nose at the bleak reminiscence, Satsuki stopped at the front steps of her home. The lights were still off, just as she had left them. As she took her first step up the stairs, she hesitated. Something was calling out to her. Something that she usually did her best to avoid thinking about. A mental back and forth ensued, with a verdict being reached soon after. Stepping back down onto the street, Satsuki continued walking. It was a reasonably lengthy walk, even though her final destination was within the bounds of the Uchiha sector. As she trekked on, she felt pressure beginning to mount with increasing speed. She tended to steer well clear of the deeper half of the neighborhood, as it contained the vestiges of her best and worst memories. Too far in either direction almost always ended in pain for one reason or another. The last time she had walked so far, she had been accompanied by Naruto, and though the blonde did not know as much, she had slinked into his arms that night for emotional comfort far more than shielding from the cold. She would not have his company this time around, and that reality was not lost on her. Shaking the nerves as best she could, Satsuki inhaled deeply through her nose as the centerpiece of her fears came into view. The former house of her family. The once proud head estate of the Uchiha sector. It was tall and foreboding as always, with an aura of significance that had never truly left the structure in all its years of inertia. Slowing her pace as she drew closer to the house, Satsuki swallowed the nervous lump in her throat. Gravity almost seemed to increase with every step. She could practically taste the bloody history. By the time she reached the steps, she had to actively remind herself to breathe. Her heart was threatening to burst out of her chest, and she was beginning to sweat. Memories were crashing in at a speed she could barely manage. Turning off her brain as much as possible, Satsuki slowly ascended the steps. Reaching the porch, she took 2 numb steps forward. Now standing before the door that had beaten her 3 times prior, she reached forward. As her hand touched the rusted handle, her arm began to shake. Satsuki was afraid of very little, but fear was exactly what was freezing her. Fear for what she would inevitably see, and the memories it would incur. The nightmares should have desensitized her to them years ago, but to truly walk upon the floors her parents had been piled on and to smell the must intimidated her greatly. Try as she might, she could not break through the wall. Letting her hand limply drop from the handle, Satsuki stood motionless with her eyes downcast for several moments. She had been beaten by the door again. She was still not strong enough to face the foyer. Not alone. Everything. Every single time, she murmured into the cold night. Overwhelmed and marked by Orochimaru, battered and bludgeoned by Gaara, and now, broken and repelled by a wooden door. She had not been fortunate enough to rise to the occasion when it truly mattered of late. Any accomplishments in between were all for naught from her ever-darkening perspective. Curling her hands up tightly, Satsuki slammed one of her fists into the wall to the side of the door, shaking the structure and causing dust to fall all around her. Her frustration was immense. She had spent years striving to overcome the pain and reticence that Itachi's cruelty had inspired in her. She had gone over it all countless times. She had tried every method to make peace. She had even managed to achieve some modicum of contentment at points, though it never lasted. She had made progress. Even as angry as she was, she knew it to be true. Yet, no matter how far she had come, the same barrier persisted. She could not look the tragedy in the eyes and face it directly. She had grown, but not enough, and it was beginning to feel as though she would never reach that benchmark. What she hated even more than her own failure, with a venom that only shame could produce, was the solution she had automatically turned to within her mind without a second thought. She had planted the seeds herself well over a month prior without even realizing it, and they were now bearing a fruit her ego wanted no part of. Dedicating a significant amount of mental stamina to suppression, Satsuki's nails dug into her palms. For the second time that night, she was beaten. With bitter reluctance, the Uchiha girl trudged down the steps and set out down the street again, this time in the direction of the entry gate. Along the way, she made several futile attempts to convince herself to simply give up and resign to sleep for the night. She was too stubborn, and paradoxically, too proud. As much of a blow to her self-esteem as what she was in the process of doing was, she refused to be a slave to the door any longer. She would not accept defeat for a 4th time. She would overcome the foyer, and she would do it tonight. Loss was not an option, no matter the cost. Finally reaching the front gate after a few minutes' travel, Satsuki stopped. It truly was the last thing she wanted. She had said as much the first and only time the topic had arisen. Regardless of these feelings, her desire to enter the house was stronger. Choking down her pride, she set out to find Naruto. Naruto had come to appreciate slow days greatly. At an early time in his life, he had done anything and everything to fill his time with activity, no matter what it entailed. As with many children, his younger self had been a ball of boundless energy without a proper outlet. He had gotten himself into plenty of trouble simply trying to keep himself busy. As he had aged, his capacity for constant activity had waned, and his desire for downtime had increased. This trend in temperament had only been hurried along by his entrance into the shinobi ranks, as he was now quite tired more often than not. From the endless training required to stay in peak physical condition to the more dramatic side of things, there was rarely a lackadaisical moment. He was busy at least 5 days per week, and it left him spent. As such, the past week had been incredibly refreshing. Though facilitated by the less-than-ideal catastrophe that was the invasion, Naruto and the rest of his comrades had been granted a month's leave as compensation for their work during the attack. He had been able to sleep in multiple mornings in a row for the first time in months. He still awoke rather early, but the fact that it was his own choice rather than an obligation was comforting in and of itself. Exactly 1 week had passed since the chaos, and Naruto had spent his days alternating between light exercise, reading, and partaking in miscellaneous activities with Satsuki across the village. He had attempted to visit Shikamaru the previous day, but he had been turned away by Shikaku Nara due to the unambitious genin having come down with an illness. Disappointing as the development had been, it was only a temporary issue. The present day had been the least eventful of the past 7, with the reason being that his only consistent companion had been unavailable due to previous commitments. He had found ways to occupy his time even without the Uchiha girl, as he had spent most of the day giving his apartment a much-needed cleanup. It hardly made for riveting entertainment, but it was something to do, and that was enough. He had finished 40 minutes prior, and since then, he had been attempting to work himself into exhaustion with calisthenics. He was down on the floor between his kitchen and living room, sweating as he held a plank for a 5th consecutive minute. Such a duration would have been a simple matter had he been fresh, but a half an hour of exercise beforehand had left him weathered. Wonder if the funeral's done. She said it'd start at around 2 when she went home yesterday. It's kinda late now, he thought to himself, focusing on a bead of sweat on the hardwood floor as his abdomen strained to remain stable and straight. He had initially been disappointed to have not been invited, but the more thought he had put into it, the more sense it had made. Kiba had been fairly popular amongst his classmates. He had certainly been crude, but even the Jinchuriki could acknowledge that the Inuzuka heir had possessed a sense of humor. It was only logical that his family would choose to invite those their late son had gotten on well with to his funeral, and Naruto did not fit that description in the least. Another bead of sweat dripped down from his hair, the effort required to stay off the ground growing larger by the second. I hope he's in a better place now. Naruto silently prayed, setting aside his disdain for the boy in favor of humanity. 30 seconds later, he dropped flat on the floor, unable to hold himself up any longer. Rolling onto his back, the blonde heaved deep breaths. He had come to adore the specific type of exhaustion exercise granted him. Endorphins were a wonderful thing. Reaching for the towel he had set out ahead of time, Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and dried it from his hair. I need to buy a few more of these. I used this after my shower this morning, he noted, adding the task to his mental to-do list that he rarely attended to as quickly as he should. As he stood back up to his feet, a knock came at his door. Naruto sighed tiredly. His sleep would need to be put on temporary hold, it seemed. Wiping a bit more sweat from his arms and shirt, the blonde set the towel down on the kitchen counter and made his way over to the door. When he opened it, who he saw was rather unsurprising. Finally done with the funeral, he greeted Satsuki, who wore a blank look on her face. The Uchiha girl nodded silently, making no move to enter his apartment or to speak. When her lack of a response proved to be persistent, Naruto frowned. All right, what's up? He asked. Upon further inspection, while her face was lacking in emotion, her body language told a story all on its own. She was stiff and wired, and she was slouching somewhat. Beyond that, her palms appeared to have several scratches dug into them. I need you to come with me, she finally said, her tone quiet and hoarse. The blonde's frown only strengthened. Can you at least tell me what's wrong first? He requested gently, well aware from experience that she was in a volatile state of mind. Satsuki took a shaky breath inward, visibly gathering herself. The door. My old house, she said shortly. Naruto racked his brain to recall what his teammate was hearkening back to, and while it took him longer than he would have liked, he was able to retrieve the memory, and when he did, his eyes widened slightly. "You're sure?" he asked. Satsuki responded by reaching out and taking hold of his wrist. She then tugged on his arm. Correctly deducing that it was not up for debate, Naruto grabbed his jacket from the coat rack by his door and stepped out of his apartment, closing the door behind him. "I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about it. Just walk, please." Satsuki apologized, her eyes partially curtained by the bangs that framed her face. Doing as he was told, Naruto followed without a struggle as the Uchiha pulled him along. As per her unspoken instruction, he granted her silence. Despite all he had seen, he was unprepared for the anguish he was en route to witness. Chapter 58. Naruto would never grow used to the silence. He had ventured into Satsuki's empty neighborhood multiple times by this point, but each and every time he did, the utter lack of sound made him uneasy. Not even crickets could be heard beyond the front gate. Hearing one's heart in their ears had a way of getting to a person. Even now, accompanied by the only remaining person who knew their way around the sector, the blonde was undeniably nervous. In part, his mood was attributable to why he was there at all. Nothing joyous was on the horizon, as far as he could tell. Satsuki's hold on his wrist had not wavered all throughout their journey from his apartment to the Uchiha sector, and her nails had been digging into his skin since the halfway point. He hadn't dared to complain. Everything about her radiated an aura of rigidity and a readiness to lash out at a moment's notice. He had seen her angry plenty of times, but what he was faced with now was something else entirely. She was hanging on by a thread. As with every other time the girl's stability slipped, Naruto had resolved himself to do what he could, as minor as it would likely be. Glancing from side to side, the Jinchuriki noted the increasingly large collections of leaves and cobwebs on the porches of the buildings and homes as they went deeper into the neighborhood. Truly, his teammate had not strayed from her chosen dwelling near the gate. She had let the sector accumulate literal and metaphorical dust. It was easily understandable, but notable all the same. All around them were the fruits of her efforts to bury the past, and yet, they were headed for the root of that history. She had never truly let go. Not in a way that mattered. Working his way around to her side, Naruto managed to match his stride to hers. Her eyes were fixed in an unchanging straight line, and in a full minute of observation, she didn't blink even once. She was completely fixated. Relatively straightforward deduction suggested that she had made an attempt at the door alone, failed, and had come to Naruto for aid. A logical progression of events. Her demeanor remained concerning regardless. Choosing the smartest path, that being non-confrontational silence, Naruto kept his thoughts to himself as they came to the furthest side of her neighborhood. At the end of it stood her old house, in all its ominous glory. Satsuki's pace, and Naruto's by extension, slowed somewhat as they drew closer, but they did not stop. A pause came when they reached the steps, coupled with the Uchiha breathing deep. "Are you?" Naruto started, hesitantly speaking. He was silenced once again when she began pulling him up the stairs. Stumbling on the first step, Naruto managed to regain his balance just as they reached the porch itself. Standing up straight again, he looked to Satsuki. She was still holding on to his arm tightly, standing before the front door. She glared at it with a mix of trepidation and disdain. Then, slowly but surely, she reached out with her free hand. The Jinchuriki could feel her shaking through the hand clamped around his forearm. As she took hold of the doorknob, Satsuki's grip on Naruto tightened even beyond the vice she already had on him. Painful as the feeling of her nails breaking his skin was, the blonde kept quiet as best he could. It took considerable time, but the girl turned the handle. With every inch it rotated, the knob creaked. Then, all at once, Satsuki shoved the door inward, sending it flying open. Naruto's arm was promptly released as she stared into the dark house. From the outside looking in, little could be seen. Moments later, Satsuki stepped into the house. Initially, the Jinchuriki hesitated in following her. She had not made it particularly clear what exactly she had wanted him there for beyond simply acting as a stress doll while she opened the door. Erring on the side of his concerns, Naruto entered in pursuit. What he found when he walked inside was something along the lines of his admittedly ill-informed expectations. The foyer he now stood within was mostly dark, with a small amount of moonlight streaming in through the open door. Due to the poor lighting, he couldn't make out many features beyond the beige color of the walls. Satsuki was standing in the center of the foyer, with her eyes slightly upturned toward the ceiling, and her back was to Naruto. For what felt like an eternity, she said nothing, and moved very little. She was taking it all in. Nearly a decade had come and gone since her last entry into her family home, and the blonde could hardly imagine how tumultuous the rush of emotions she was undoubtedly experiencing was. The room smelled of dust and stale wallpaper. Surprisingly, despite the incredibly lengthy vacancy, the house did not appear to be playing host to many rodents. Cobwebs were plentiful, but not much beyond that. After a stretch of unmoving silence, Satsuki turned and began walking down the leftmost hallway connecting to the foyer. Following her at a healthy distance, Naruto stepped over a fallen grandfather clock blocking the middle of the corridor. Satsuki soon turned into a room on the left side of the hall, to which Naruto slowly walked after her. When he too stepped into the room, the sliding door of which was wide open, the blonde was forced to squint a tad. The space was fully illuminated by the moon. It was not a bright shading, but compared to the darkness he had been dwelling in for the better part of 5 minutes, it was quite a shift. His teammate was situated in the middle of the room, once again facing away from him. For the first time since their entry into the building, Satsuki spoke. "This is the room. This is where I found my parents. They were piled up on top of each other, right here in the middle," she said, her tone incongruently calm and controlled for the words she was speaking. Sensing that she wanted no part of a conversation so much as a monologue, Naruto did not reply. Itachi was standing over them. His sword still had blood on it. "I think I missed them by less than a minute. I swear I saw Dad twitch a little when I first walked in," she said, taking a long look around the room. For the life of him, Naruto could not read her emotionally. "I've tried to tell myself that I could have done something if I'd come sooner. That I could have saved them. But deep down, I've always known that it just isn't true. Itachi was stronger than me. He still would be today if he were here. It's just something I use to cope." Satsuki continued. Her eyes then drifted to the right side of the room, landing on a specific section of the wall. Following her line of sight, Naruto found himself looking at an old family photo, still hanging where it had likely always been. The Uchiha took a half step toward it, but stopped. "While we were apart for those 2 weeks, I started seeing things. It was small at first. Just a reflection looking off, or something like that. Eventually, I saw my parents. I even talked to them both. It felt so real. Like they were really there with me," she explained. Naruto felt his chest tighten up. "I know I was just talking to myself, but somehow, it made me feel a little better. Insanity has its perks, I guess," the Uchiha said, not a trace of humor in her voice. Her shoulders then began to shake. "You know what the fucked up part was, though?" she asked rhetorically, her eyes dropping down to the floor again. Naruto looked on sadly as the girl visibly struggled to hold herself together. "I was disappointed that I didn't see Itachi. Not even for the reasons you'd think," she said. She had not yet shed a tear. An incredibly admirable feat given what she was putting herself through. For several moments, she said nothing. Naruto did not rush her. "I missed the Itachi I knew. The person who was always there for me. The person who hugged me when something made me cry. The person who taught me how to throw shuriken. I miss my big brother," she said in a voice barely above a whisper. She then turned to face Naruto fully. "How pathetic is that? The person I knew wasn't real. He couldn't have been. He turned around and made an orphan out of me. But I still reminisce sometimes. I get stuck daydreaming about when things were happy. I still find ways to believe the lie he made," she said. Her eyes were glassy and full of sorrow. Naruto was tongue-tied. He was at a complete loss. When Satsuki next blinked, a set of tears fell down her cheeks. "I hate it all so damn much. I hate living in this neighborhood. I hate the special treatment I get because I was lucky enough to live. I hate being a mess all the time. I wish he'd killed me too," she choked out, now openly weeping. Unable to handle watching her suffer at a distance any longer, Naruto strode across the room and hugged her tightly. She made no move to return the embrace, but did not push him away. "Why did it have to be me? Why didn't he cut me up like Mom and Dad?" she whimpered into his shoulder, speaking to no one in particular. The blonde suppressed a shiver at the morbidity of her words. "I can't answer that, but I'm glad he didn't. I never would have gotten to know you if he had," he said, using his voice for the first time in several minutes. Satsuki glanced down at one of her hands at her waist. "You always get hurt trying to help me," she said, her tone guilty and sad. A muffled, hollow laugh escaped her. "Maybe he rubbed off on me. I break everything I touch. The flowers I bought for my room died last week, and you're bleeding again," she mused. The Jinchuriki shook his head. Her train of thought was obvious. "I've met and dealt with some awful people. You aren't one of them. Not even close. Don't start thinking you are. You're better than that. You're better than him," he said firmly. Satsuki wriggled free from his arms, but stayed close to him. "All I've ever done is pick on you and confuse you. I'm the last thing you should be caring about," she said. Naruto reached out and laid a hand on her cheek. "Wanna know what I think?" he asked. Satsuki began to reply, but he cut her off mid-sentence by kissing her full on the mouth. The Uchiha girl let out a surprised squeak, and her eyes snapped wide, but she melted and shut her eyes again within seconds. Once he felt he had gotten his point across, Naruto broke off from her lips and rested his forehead on hers. Get it through your skull. I'm not gonna run away. You can't scare me off. If some cuts and bruises are what it takes, then that's all right. You're more important, he said softly. Satsuki finally wrapped her arms around him, sinking to her knees in the middle of the floor with him in tow. No words came. She simply cried into his jacket. He had comforted her through tears once prior, but they were coming with greater force and deeper roots than before. And before you say it, none of what happened was your fault. You didn't fail anybody. Naruto said, gingerly running a hand through her hair. Satsuki squeezed down on him with more force, boring her face into his chest. It almost felt as though, if she could, she would crawl inside his body to hide. I'm sorry. She muttered hoarsely. What exactly she was apologizing for, Naruto could not tell. The sentiment still painted a clear picture of her mindset. Choosing not to enable her self-loathing with discussion, Naruto kissed the top of her head and held her. The Jinchuriki's own emotions were less clear than he would have preferred, with a clouded haze surrounding Satsuki's name in his mind. Though he lacked the capacity to recognize it just then, the truth of his feelings was a simple one. He loved her dearly. Satsuki leaned her head back as the hot water poured down over her. Showers were, and always had been, the most reliable form of stress relief she knew of. Without fail, no matter the predicament, the steady rain of warmth soothed her at least enough to bring her back to neutrality. At present, it was doing its job as best it could. In truth, nothing could have fully quelled the pain coursing through the girl's veins, but if nothing else, she felt comfortable again. Facing the setting of her greatest loss at long last had been an ordeal and a half, and it was an experience she would likely never scrub from her mind. Flashbacks had always been an issue, but they had been crushingly vivid, and suffocatingly long. She had overcome them enough to speak, an accomplishment in itself, but her own words had crumpled her down further. She had relived it all, surrounded on all sides by memories good and bad. Slicking her hair back, Satsuki located her shampoo and began to wash it. Knowing from experience that the process would be long and tedious, she continued to let her mind roam free. Muscle memory picked up the slack in between. She was both incredibly relieved to have done what she had spent years failing to do, and regretful of the path she had taken to do so. On some level, she could feel a greater peace. She had stared into her own personal abyss, and had managed to retain herself along the way. There were aspects worth being proud of. And yet, she could not look past Naruto and his role in it all. She would not have made it past the door had he not been there, and while there was no way to be certain, Satsuki strongly suspected that her inevitable breakdown within the house would have been genuinely dangerous had she been alone. His role had been pivotal, and while she was grateful for his cooperation and unconditional support, she despised what it all meant. She lacked the energy to be angry with herself. She had made the choice consciously, and it had proven to be a wise call in the bigger picture. All she could manage was a drab disappointment. Shelving the thoughts for the sake of not ruining what was otherwise shaping up to be an excellent shower, Satsuki turned her focus elsewhere. Bringing one of her hands up from her waist, she touched her lips with her index and middle fingers. First real kiss. Bad circumstances, and he could use some chapstick, but that made me happy, she thought to herself, a slight smile creeping across her face. It was the lone positive of the night. Both his gall to follow through and the sweet words that had followed had kept her from going completely cold inside, even during the ugliest stage of her unraveling on the floor. Blinking soapy water from her eyes, Satsuki turned around and let the water fall onto her back. As she thought of her teammate, who had insisted on staying the night, a thought occurred to her. I really do run him ragged, don't I? She pondered. Though the blonde certainly would have disagreed if ever asked, Satsuki was more able to view things objectively. He rarely reached out for help. Not from her, not from anyone. He was deeply scarred in his own way, with years of neglect and outright rejection hanging from his neck. He never complained. He never faltered. He just kept trekking on. In between his own pains and personal issues, he acted as her rock. Each time she found herself buckling, whether by choice or chance, she leaned on him. He had soaked up a good many of her tears. At first, he had done little more than tolerate her abrasiveness, and give her honest feedback. Now, he was her sleeping drug, and the first thing that came to mind in a crisis. He met her needs as often as he could. In return, she had not given him a thing. Sitting down on the floor of her shower as the steam accumulated, Satsuki rested her chin on her knees. What did I do to get you so committed? I don't even remember when it started, she silently asked Naruto, well aware her unspoken question would not reach his ears. She held not a shred of resentment for the boy himself, but she indeed resented how badly she clearly needed the help. Strength and independence had been the hallmarks she'd held fast to as her strongest traits, and they had failed her. She was just as vulnerable and confused as any other person. For as much as Naruto could claim left, right, and center that he could endure any and all tribulation Satsuki brought upon him, the Uchiha knew better. Everyone had a limit, and while his was almost certainly well beyond average, it still existed. Satsuki had no interest in pushing him that far. At the very least, not without lifting him up in return if it couldn't be helped. Standing up again with a momentary slip midway, she turned off the water and stepped out of the shower. Toweling herself off up and down her body, she exhaled heavily. It was nearly midnight. She had cried for well over an hour, and had been made a simple meal of ramen by Naruto before bathing. As she put on a dark blue nightgown, pain seared forth from her neck. Gasping at the crippling ailment, Satsuki's legs gave out. Accompanying the physical torment of the mark attempting to spread, a violent wave of raw emotion rushed through her. Thankfully, mercifully, the renewed Fuinjutsu encircling the tattoo did its job and cut the attack short. Breathing heavily as her body returned to a state of normalcy, Satsuki could taste blood in her mouth. Spitting it out onto the floor, the Uchiha bared her teeth. "Fuck off. Tonight's already sucked enough," she hissed, laboring up to her feet and throwing the bathroom door open with a slamming sound. Ignoring the bloody saliva she'd left on the tile, she trudged down the hallway. Seconds later, she entered the kitchen, where she found Naruto laying half asleep across her dining room table. Her freshly aggravated mood softened significantly at the sight of him. "How was your shower?" he asked groggily, sitting up straight and yawning. The Uchiha girl bit back an honest reply, having no desire to stretch him out any further. "Warm and steamy," she answered, making her way over to him and pulling the blonde to his feet. It took considerable effort. He was heavier than he looked. "I don't want to sound like a brat, but can we go to bed? I'm barely awake," Naruto requested through a second yawn. Satsuki guided him out into the hallway, steering him in the direction of her room. "That makes two of us. Let's knock out for a few years. You told me once that you dislike stargazing. I just don't understand it." "Did I say that? I don't really remember." Haku rolled her eyes and moved a piece across the board. Shikamaru Nara was an inconsistent conversationalist. When he had the energy, he was deeply interesting and well-considered. He even possessed a dry sense of humor when the mood struck him. At the best of times, he was utterly fascinating to speak to. Currently, however, he was operating at far less than maximum capacity. Understandably so, given that he was still sporting a fever of 103 degrees. Haku herself had a fever to match, though hers was less severe. Falling ill had been a given, and she had expected it, but pneumonia was an extremely unpleasant sickness. Her nose ran constantly, her throat was raw at all times, and her head was pounding. It was a worthwhile price, and she did not regret it, but being ill had a way of sapping the excitement out of anything and everything. She had spent the better part of 4 days learning the ins and outs of shogi from the genin, and initially, she had been blown away by the sheer depth of his knowledge. He had an answer for every one of her questions, and they were unfailingly detailed. But as the pneumonia set in, the fun had drained from their games. Both were so completely occupied with their symptoms that the matches were sloppy and half-hearted. They always ended the same way, with Shikamaru decisively winning, but there had been moments of drama sprinkled in before the sickness had sapped them of their enthusiasm. Even half dead, he's untouchable on a game board. Haku thought to herself as she was outpositioned by the Nara. She had known that he was intelligent, it had been the very first thing that had drawn her in, but to see those smarts applied was a sight to behold. Seeing no way out of the corner he'd corralled her into, the huntress threw up her hands melodramatically. "I'm finished. You've beaten me. Whatever will I do," she said theatrically, squeezing as much energy into her voice as she could muster. Shikamaru chuckled hoarsely, sweeping all the pieces off the board. "Lose to me again, probably. I'm kinda sick of this, though." "No pun intended," he said honestly. Haku nodded in agreement. The genin then pushed the board aside, leaving empty space between them. For a time, they sat wordlessly, with the only sounds coming from their sniffling noses. In the midst of the silence, Shikamaru tipped onto his side. The position he wound up in hardly looked comfortable, with his neck bending uncomfortably as his head touched the floor. "I'm sorry for getting you sick. You didn't deserve this," he mumbled. Haku furrowed her brow. It was a new tune. He had appeared rather in touch with her decision to be ill alongside him, but he had apparently hidden his true feelings on the matter. "I chose this, so save your breath." "I'm having a great time, actually," she shot back. The Nara snorted and licked his dry lips. "That's bullshit," he said tiredly. Though Haku initially began to retort, as bickering was at least more interesting than unchanging small talk, she stopped when she recognized an opportunity. Well, do you want to make it up to me, then, she inquired, drawing Shikamaru's lethargic gaze. Yeah, sure, but I can't do much right now, he said with a shrug. Haku took the cue with both hands and crawled over to him. When she was close enough, she draped herself down over the top of him. To her surprise, she received no complaints or immediate recoil from the Nara. Let me snuggle you. That should be easy enough, she murmured into his ear, her head resting on the back of his shoulder. Shikamaru shifted a bit underneath her, but made no effort to escape. I'm really bony, but suit yourself, he said. Haku smiled internally, letting out a contented sigh as they laid in an awkward pile on the floor. I think we're quite well suited, personally, she said, finding his right hand with her left and intertwining their fingers. The genin studied their bound hands for a moment before offering her a surprising squeeze of the palm. Yeah, you're pretty neat, he admitted. It was a small plaudit, barely a step beyond basic politeness, but Haku's cheeks turned pink all the same. Choosing to savor the compliment, the huntress said nothing. Don't you have to be back at the barracks soon? You usually leave sooner. Shikamaru eventually asked. Haku took a quick glance up at the clock. It was 11:55. 40 minutes past her curfew. Her platoon captain had been lenient in the past, but pushing her luck was unwise. Especially while effectively quarantined in her bunk. 5 more minutes, she requested hopefully. Shikamaru wiped his nose with his sleeve and let a hint of a smile show. Just don't get yourself in trouble. Chapter 59. Kakashi struggled up from his chair as a knock came at his front door. Even 10 days removed from his massive expenditure, walking took considerable effort. It had been well worth the price, but life had been awkward and slow-moving, quite literally, ever since. Doing his best to not force those waiting at his steps to wait, the Jonin made his way to the door as briskly as he could. Opening it a moment later, he was rewarded with a sight he had been looking forward to for several hours. Guy rounded you up, am I right? He asked his genin, all 3 of whom were gathered just beyond the door. Naruto, who stood between his teammates, gave a thumbs up in response. Stepping aside, Kakashi beckoned them all inside, to which they obliged. You don't get many visitors, do you? Satsuki guessed, glancing around as they entered the living room just beyond the entryway. The Jonin sighed and flopped down in his chair once again. He had expected such comments. His furnishings were rather barren, to say the least. He had more than sufficient funds for more lavish fixtures, or even a larger house if he saw fit, but he couldn't be bothered with either option. They were unnecessary. I'm not much of a host, he replied, watching with amusement as Satsuki attempted to hide her irritation at Shikamaru having seated himself between her and Naruto. With Team 7 fully settled, Kakashi opted to skip over idle small talk. How are all 3 of you holding up? He asked directly. Chances were, given how long it had been since he'd spoken to any of the 3, each of them had already overcome the worst of their experiences. It still felt proper to pose the question regardless, however. Though verbal responses took several moments, plenty could be inferred from their immediate facial expressions and body language. Naruto took on a look of unsteady conflict, and his eyes turned down to the carpet. He radiated internalized conflict. Shikamaru's face contorted into something resembling regret, but it vanished quickly. He was self-suppressing. Satsuki's reaction was more subtle, as it occurred only in her eyes. A flash of raw, unadulterated frustration crossed over her irises, and for the briefest of moments, Kakashi could have sworn he felt the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. As with Shikamaru, her turmoil lasted mere seconds, and disappeared quickly. Doing fine, for the most part. Shikamaru said, breaking the silence. He then coughed into the bend of his elbow. It appeared that his sickness had not entirely left him, despite clear recovery. Naruto and Satsuki both nodded in agreement. Dreams can be a little rough, but other than that, I feel normal. It does suck that the ramen stand got blown up, though, the blonde said, sounding quite disappointed to have temporarily lost access to his favorite food. The Jonin nodded. Given who he was speaking to, the first 2 responses had been in character. And you, Satsuki, he pressed. The Uchiha flinched slightly upon being addressed, snapping from some sort of stupor. Same as him. Just some trouble sleeping, she said after a slight hesitation. Noting her lapse, Kakashi nodded. Sounds about right. Widespread chaos like that isn't exactly common, not even in our line of work. Not when we can help it, anyway. You're all doing fine enough, from what I can see, he said approvingly. He then adjusted his forehead protector to better cover his left eye. And I think you'll all be relieved to hear that we won't be diving into an all-out war with the sand. Things have been kept at a low simmer for now. There's still work to be done, but things should be peaceful in the long run, he added. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at the information. How'd we manage that? Not complaining, but invasion seems like a pretty surefire way to start a war, he asked. The Jonin considered his words for a moment. He knew far more than he likely should have, as Hiruzen had felt the need to be talkative over the past several days. Let's just say things weren't as they seemed. Suna isn't exactly at fault, as wild as that sounds, he said, choosing to keep his answer brief. Though a look of skepticism passed over each of the Genin's faces, they kept their complaints to themselves. The worst part of it was that it caught me totally by surprise. I could barely think straight. Satsuki said candidly. The two boys next to her voiced their agreement in short order. Well, you made a sharp call in leading Gaara away from the village, so don't get too down on yourself. All of you did your jobs and did them well. It's normal to feel negatively about your performance when the stakes are so high, but don't let those feelings get to you. It's normal. We all go through it at some point or another. Kakashi assured the group, with a focus on the Uchiha specifically. What matters to me is that you're all in one piece. Quite a few others weren't so lucky. One of your classmates included, he continued. As he had expected, the cell's faces collectively fell at the mention of Kiba Inuzuka's demise. What I want you all to take away from this experience is that you're smart and skilled enough to handle yourselves when the chips are down. You didn't come out unscathed, but nobody ever does. Life is fragile, but you're all a little tougher than you used to be. Be proud of that, and move on. Kakashi said. It was far from a gentle message or lesson, but it was one they needed to learn sooner rather than later. Naruto and I would be dead if we hadn't gotten bailed out by a member of the Umbu. I get what you're saying, but I don't think that credit's deserved. Satsuki cut in, gripping the hem of her skirt. Naruto began to protest, but shut up quickly. He clearly agreed with her, whether he liked it or not. Kakashi shook his head. There's more to duty than winning fights. In a case like this one, what mattered more than either one of you beating Gaara was the safety of the village, and holding him off long enough for reinforcements to arrive and take over contributed to that cause. He was stronger than you ever could have been ready for, if that crater in the forest is any indication. I've said it already, but don't beat yourselves up, he insisted, doubling down on his own brand of optimism. Il try. Satsuki said shortly, her tone effectively closing the door on the topic. Needing no further prompting, Kakashi took the cue. Well, on a more exciting note, I have your compensation on the kitchen counter, he said. Predictably, all three teens livened up at the news. We're talking money, right? Naruto asked hopefully, to which Satsuki groaned and shot him a disapproving look. You don't say that outright, dumbass, she chided him tiredly. Kakashi cracked a smile beneath his mask. Some things would simply never change, it seemed. The manners still need work, but he's not wrong. There are 3 bags on the table. Your checks are inside, alongside a little gift from me, he explained. Taking initiative, Shikamaru rose up from his seat on the couch and made his way toward the kitchen. The moment he was off the couch, Satsuki began slowly scooting over to fill the vacancy. Naruto appeared to not notice, as he was staring off into open space while fidgeting with his hands. More humorous was the look of slight nervousness on the Uchiha's face. She's got social anxiety and he's got some kind of ADHD. Maybe I jumped the gun with Naruto's gift, the Jonin thought to himself, stifling a low chuckle. Shikamaru then returned to the living room, prompting Satsuki to close the remaining gap all at once and plant herself shoulder to shoulder with the Jinchuriki. Actually, never mind. Kakashi corrected. Shikamaru, who was holding 3 paper bags, stopped for a moment and studied the new seating arrangements. Choosing to say nothing, he sat back down next to the right of Satsuki. He then distributed the bags to the rest of his team. Your handwriting is terrible. Not sure how you even managed to make Satsuki's name look like mine, the Nara said, gesturing to the loosely scrawled name in permanent marker on his bag. Kakashi scratched the back of his head awkwardly. There's a reason I use a typewriter for field reports, kid. Why don't you all take turns opening them up, he suggested, deflecting the valid criticism. Thankfully, the proposal stuck, and Shikamaru reached into his bag. First, he removed the envelope containing his check and slid it into his pocket. Then, he removed the second parcel. Melatonin? You know me way too well, he said, holding up a bottle of the sleeping aid. Though partially having been intended as a joke, it was certainly fitting. My turn, I guess. Satsuki said, opening up her bag and tucking her check away as Shikamaru had. She then produced a small ball, which she squeezed several times. What's this thing supposed to be? She asked skeptically, squishing the malleable orb a few more times. It's a stress ball. Figured you could use one, the Jonin said with a shrug. Satsuki said no more, but continued to squeeze the ball, almost seeming hypnotized by it. Naruto snickered a bit as his teammates' attention continued to be transfixed by the ball. Come on, Naruto. You're up? Kakashi encouraged his student, having a particular interest in the blonde's reaction to what lay within his bag. Naruto did as he was told and opened up his bag. As with his teammates, he pocketed his check. He then reached in deeper to retrieve the other item within. He stopped halfway. A beat later, his face flushed bright red. "Really? You suck," he said, obviously embarrassed by what he had found. Kakashi gave him a knowing look. "Who knows? Might come in handy," he replied casually. The Jinchuriki grumbled something under his breath that Kakashi couldn't quite catch. Satsuki tilted her head off to one side. "What did he give you?" "One of his gross books," she asked curiously, leaning across Naruto to peer into the bag. Before she could get a clear look, the blonde scrunched it closed and wedged it between two couch cushions on the opposite side. Satsuki frowned, a look of irritation spreading over her face. "What's your problem?" she huffed, folding her arms across her chest. Perturbed as she seemed, she made no move to scoot away into the foot of extra space on her right away from him. Kakashi sat back and watched his team interact for the better part of a minute. Naruto attempted to steal Satsuki's stress ball several times, resulting in several shoves from the Uchiha. Shikamaru, as he was wont to do, simply sat still with a vacant look on his face as his teammates lightly tussled. Despite his blankness, a slight trace of a smile could be seen tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I shouldn't think this, but I really wish you'd all stay genin longer than you're bound to," Kakashi thought to himself as he watched Team 7 be themselves. They deserved their own careers, and much more, but the Jonin had found more meaning in his life over the past several months than he had in the prior half-decade. He had often scoffed at the idea of leading a cell of his own, and had intentionally made his criteria for acceptance nearly unfair to avoid it, but now, he had come to understand the value in the coming generation. "Maybe I should have been a little less harsh on the other kids I sent back to the academy," he pondered. Brief consideration of the sentiment brought him to the conclusion that he had been right to be picky. It had taken a specific group to meet his standards, and any other set of hopefuls would have been a royal waste of time. Satisfied with this conclusion, he looked up at the clock. He then cleared his throat to catch his team's attention. "Not to cut this short, but I've got some meds to take in around 5 minutes. I'll be kicking you out now," he announced. Naruto, having finally managed to acquire the stress ball, jumped up to his feet. "Thanks for having us, sensei," he said before jogging away and out the door. Satsuki immediately rushed after him, determined to reclaim her ball. Just before she could fully exit the house, she looked back over her shoulder. "Thanks for the gift," she said quickly, turning around and closing the door behind her. The rapid exit of the pair left Kakashi alone with Shikamaru, who glanced down and pulled Naruto's bag up from between the cushions. He had left it behind in his haste. The Nara then opened it up and looked inside. A short laugh came soon after. "You had him fighting for his life with her sitting next to him. You're a mean bastard," he said as he calmed down, shaking his head all the while. Kakashi held up both hands defensively. "I think it's a practical thing to give him. He'll need M sooner or later." "Probably sooner," he countered, though he hardly felt pressed. Shikamaru closed the bag again. "Are you sure you should be encouraging them? The entire point of the cell was for that kind of thing not to happen from what I've pieced together," he pointed out. The Jonin's brow drew upward. On occasion, he forgot how perceptive the unambitious boy could be. "That was Hokage-sama's idea, not mine. I wanted Naruto because I didn't trust anybody else to handle him. Besides, at this point, there's no use in lecturing them. They practically live together," he explained. Shikamaru frowned. "Wait, really?" he asked, clearly quite surprised by what he was being told. Kakashi nodded and shifted in his chair to make himself more comfortable. "Naruto's been spending nights in the Uchiha sector for almost 2 weeks now. I'm pretty sure they're keeping things relatively clean given how Naruto reacted to what's in that bag, but I have no confidence in a pair of teenagers keeping in check for long," he said. The Nara's expression remained skeptical. "You've been down and out for most of that time. How do you know all of that?" he asked. Kakashi scratched his cheek absently. "There was an incident last month. One that put Satsuki in the hospital. It involved Naruto. I decided to keep an eye on both of them around the clock after that. I still do, just not directly," he revealed. Shikamaru took a moment to consider what he had been told. "Have you been watching me, then?" he inquired, his tone taking on a new, more ambiguous emotion. Kakashi made a SOSO motion with his hand. "A little, you're my student, but not much. Nothing against you. Quite the opposite, really. You tend to stay out of trouble," the Jonin replied. A strange tension appeared to leave Shikamaru. "Yeah, I'm pretty boring," he said. He then stepped back and around the couch. He was moving to leave. Erring on the side of a peaceful conclusion, Kakashi ignored his odd reaction and changed the subject. "Drop that bag off at Naruto's door. I'd still prefer if he had those, he requested. The shadow user gave a thumbs up and headed for the door. When he opened it, the Jonin addressed him one last time. Shikamaru, he called out. The younger ninja turned back around and waited expectantly. You're a good kid, Kakashi said directly. The Nara pursed his lips silently, but did not allow any single feeling to show clearly. Thank you, he said in response, pivoting back toward the afternoon sun. Seconds later, he was out the door and long gone. Alone once more, Kakashi stood up stiffly with a sweeping look around the room. I really do need better furniture. Satsuki swatted a bug out of the air as she trudged through the darkening streets of Konoha. Night was fast approaching, and asphalt roads were clearing out rather quickly. The Uchiha enjoyed peace and quiet for the most part, but at present, she was painfully bored. She had been without anything to do for the better part of 3 hours, and the mundanity of it all was finally starting to get to her. Sleeping early was an option, but she was not tired, and far too stubborn to turn in for the night. Tossing her stress ball up into the air and catching it again several times, the Uchiha girl rounded a corner. As odd and miscellaneous as the gift had seemed at face value, Satsuki now found herself enamored with it. Fidgeting with it was oddly calming, and it made for an effective distraction in short spurts. What am I, a dog? She thought to herself. The brief lapse distracted her for just long enough to cause her to miss catching the ball as it fell back down from being tossed. It bounced off the ground several times and rolled away, somehow managing to find its way around another corner. Jogging after it, Satsuki hastily made her way around the bend in pursuit. When she stumbled onto the new street, she was met with a surprising sight. Standing beside a bench, wearing a white sundress with her stress ball in hand was Hakuyuki. For a time, the girls simply stared at one another. Having never met outside of an incredibly hostile setting, either as allies or enemies, the current circumstances were quite foreign. Is this yours? The huntress eventually asked, holding up the stress ball. Satsuki nodded and cautiously walked closer to retrieve it. When she did so, Haku chuckled a bit. I don't bite. Promise, she joked. The raven-haired girl stepped back again, studying her now comrade intently. She stood a fair few inches taller than Haku, and from what she could see of the girl's arms, she was likely a bit more muscular as well. Despite what outwardly seemed to be a physical disparity in her own favor, she knew all too well that Haku was far stronger than she was. It just feels a little weird to be talking to a person who... Satsuki started, trailing off near the end. Killed you? Haku offered, a pleasant smile on her face that was incompatible with her words. The Uchiha's left eye twitched slightly. She had long since overcome the trauma of her near-death experience, but it still made her uneasy to hear it so concisely spelled out. Yeah, that, she confirmed blankly. Haku nodded and sat down on the bench, brushing her hair back behind her ears. Understandable. It did feel quite strange fighting alongside you and Naruto. Though, not really in a bad way, she said thoughtfully. She then tapped the space next to her. Mildly uncomfortable as she was, Satsuki accepted the silent invitation and sat down next to the huntress. That whole situation was terrible. Every second of it sucked, she said, scowling at the unpleasant memories. Haku held out her left hand and allowed a firefly to land on one of her fingers. I was only there for the end, so I can't say I understand what you went through, but I almost had my arm amputated because of that freak. Terrible is a good way to put it, she agreed. Satsuki draped one of her arms over the back of the bench. I fought him alone for a while. I did what I could, and I damn near burned the forest down, but he walked right through all of it. Naruto showed up at the last minute and saved me, she explained, doing her best not to sound as bitter as she was. I've seen more combat than you probably ever will. I've gotten quite good at gauging the strength of my enemies. It helps that I'm a sensor type, too, the Umbu started, pausing briefly when the firefly flew away. There are only 3 people I've ever encountered who I can confidently say are stronger than Gaara was. 2 of which being your teacher and mine. He was too much even for me. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of, she said. Satsuki leaned her cheek on the heel of her palm. What bothers me more is that I couldn't do anything else after he beat me. Naruto lost to him about as badly as I did, but he got up and kept going. I didn't. I had to stay down, she said. Haku eyed her from her periphery. You do know he's different, right? She asked. Satsuki bristled instantly, sending a sideways glare her way. Yeah, I do. What about it? She challenged. The huntress' reaction was unexpected, as instead of firing back or growing defensive, she covered her mouth and giggled. So protective. I didn't mean any insult by it. Fact is, his ability to recover isn't something you could ever measure up to. Same goes for me. It isn't a comparison worth making, she clarified. Calming somewhat, the Uchiha looked to the ground again. I just don't like being helpless, she said. Haku coaxed a second firefly into taking refuge upon her, this time in the palm of her hand. Fair enough, but I think you might just hate losing. Or anything like it, she said. Satsuki considered arguing with the assessment, but did not do so. Truth be told, it was quite on the nose. I'm really competitive. Even when I shouldn't be, she admitted. Haku frowned disappointedly as the second firefly left her just like the first. And I can't feel things the way I know I should. We all have our problems. What matters is how we deal with them, she said, looking at the genin directly. Satsuki met her eyes. Why are you giving me advice? She asked. The conversation had moved very quickly given the context and subject matter. No reason in particular. It just felt appropriate, the Umbu girl said. They then lapsed into unmoving silence as the sun fully set. Several minutes after darkness had fully covered the village, Satsuki spoke. How's Shikamaru doing? She asked. Unlike her previous composed, nearly effortless responses, the huntress hesitated initially at the question. Still a bit sick, but much better than he was. That boy is a nightmare to play nurse for. Especially when you're sick right along with him, she said. Satsuki allowed something resembling a smile. Take good care of him. He needs it. More than he'll ever realize, she said. Haku raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised you're even remotely okay with our involvement, she said honestly. Satsuki rubbed one of her eyes as she slowly grew more tired. I've never found the energy to care a ton about what happened. I don't like that he saved you, it made it tough to put faith in him for a while, but he earned that back. You're not really any worse than any other ninja. You were just a person doing their job, she said. The Uchiha then stood up and stretched her stiff back. I still don't like you, but I don't see the point in holding a grudge, she added, sitting back down again as she spoke. Seeming to take the sentiment without offense, Haku nodded. May I ask what you were doing out walking? She asked politely. Simple as the question was, and as obvious as the answer was, Satsuki took her time in answering it. I don't have anything to do, she said. It was partially true, but the reasoning for her lack of entertaining options was something she had no plans to voice. Unfortunately, Haku did it for her. Let me guess, Naruto is busy, and you don't know what to do with yourself all of a sudden, she said. Satsuki tightened up momentarily at the painful accuracy of her words, but relaxed gradually. It never used to be a problem for me. I spent years doing my own thing. Now I don't really want to do my own thing, she said frankly. It was a realization she had been grappling with for the majority of the day. We never tend to realize how lonely we are until we experience something warm. You start to crave it, and when you don't get it, you feel the withdrawal. Haku said, clearly articulating the exact feeling Satsuki had been experiencing. It makes me feel weird. I don't like needing another person to feel good, she said. The huntress looked up toward the rising moon. It's not a healthy way to be. As of now, I'm solving my own problems. More or less the same as yours. I've found that taking a step back and spending some time with yourself helps. Though, in your case, she said, pausing as she turned to face Satsuki. I think it's safe to say that solitude is the last thing you want, she concluded. The Uchiha girl looked at the asphalt ground. Yeah, it is, she said quietly. Haku sighed and stood up, brushing bits of dust from her sundress. Well, I'll leave you to do your own thinking. Whatever it is you decide to do, commit to it, she advised. Satsuki didn't bother to watch her walk away, instead listening to the slowly fading echo of her footsteps as she disappeared into the night. The genin was motionless for a further few minutes before rising. Looking off toward the Uchiha sector, she took a preliminary step. She slept alone that night, and she hated every second of it. Chapter 60. Summer had held out as long as it could. The warmth of the season lasting well into September had been a gift from nature, and while it felt ungrateful to lament the transition into gray skies and chilly temperatures, Naruto couldn't help but feel disappointed. The jacket around his shoulders was doing its job well enough, but it was a cold night. In part, it was his own fault. Days were still rather even temperature-wise, but nights had been frigid for weeks by this point. What happened to heat rising? Naruto grumbled to himself as his legs dangled over the edge of the first Hokage's stone likeness. He didn't mind the cold much, but it was still inconvenient, and would likely shorten the amount of time he could tolerate being outside. Being a shut-in had never spelled good things for the Jinchuriki, and as such, he had made a concerted effort throughout the years to dwell outdoors more often than not. He had disliked it at first, stares and jeers were an annoyance, but he had slowly learned to enjoy the experience for what it was. As he stared out over the village from his high perch, Naruto caught sight of a flash of lightning far off in the distance. A sign of coming rain. No crack of thunder came, however, which suggested that the storm was a long way from Konoha. The village itself was recovering well from the pounding it had taken 2 weeks prior. The destroyed east entrance of the arena had been cleaned up and fixed, shops had been reopened, and infrastructure was being returned to form. It was heartening to watch unfold. Life would go on. His mood dipped ever so slightly when he recalled the grim number of casualties suffered by Konoha. Early estimates had been near 2,000 dead, but later analysis had revealed that the number was closer to 2,500. Funerals had been a common sight since the invasion, and they were bound to continue for another few weeks. Even in victory, there was still grief to be seen all around. The sad reality of battle. If nothing else, the fact that all-out war had been evaded was worth a few drops of optimism. It had all been a one-off, from the looks of things. Lost in his thoughts of recent events and the changing weather, Naruto did not notice the arrival of a new presence above his head on the peak of the rocky cliff. He was only snapped from his unaware trance when he was addressed directly. "I should make a list of the places you hang out. Would make you easier to find." Naruto craned his neck back and up, bringing Satsuki into view. She was standing at the edge of the higher cliff, wearing a black sweater. A moment after having been spotted, the girl hopped down from her elevated position, landing without a hitch behind Naruto on top of Hashirama Senju's head. "It's pretty much just here and the training fields. I'm not hard to track down," Naruto said with a shrug as his teammate sat down next to him. Letting her own legs hang over the edge as his were, the Uchiha trifled with the sleeves of her sweater, which were just a touch long for her arms. "I'll keep that in mind. Just hope I don't have to climb this thing too often." "It takes a while," she said nonchalantly. Naruto poked her in the thigh. "You've got the legs for it." "I think you're just lazy," he countered. Satsuki huffed and knocked the side of her head against his lightly. "Unlike men, women don't enjoy sweating," she said, her tone rather unserious. Naruto snickered a bit. "Never thought I'd hear you call yourself basic," he joked. Satsuki puffed out her cheeks, but let the comment slide in favor of making actual conversation. "I've never actually been up here. I hiked it halfway with my dad once, but we turned around when he twisted his ankle," she recalled. Naruto glanced up at the highest point of the cliff. It wasn't a mountain by any means, but it was certainly steep, and the trail was rough. Far from an easy climb for the inexperienced. "I've been coming up here for a while. It's a nice view. Usually pretty quiet, too," he said, reminiscing a bit about the many afternoons he had spent watching over the village from the monument and marveling at how small everything looked from the height. "Didn't you vandalize it once?" Satsuki asked, gesturing to the sculpted faces. Naruto laughed out loud at having been reminded of one of his proudest moments. Indeed, he was guilty as charged. "Yeah, I painted the faces to make them look like clowns. Kind of amazing that I didn't get arrested for it," he confirmed. The raven-haired girl blinked a strand of hair out of her eyes as a chilly wind blew across the cliffside. "If I remember right, we weren't even teenagers yet, so that probably explains it. I'm glad you don't do crap like that anymore, though. I don't want to have to bail you out of prison," she joked. Naruto zipped up his jacket all the way to his throat. "I got bored of that stuff a while ago. I was just doing it for attention," he said. Satsuki studied him for a moment. "The attention was always negative, from what I saw," she pointed out. Nodding slightly, the blonde let his mind drift back to his earlier days. "That didn't matter much to me. It was still an acknowledgement of some kind. That was all I wanted. To be seen, you know," he said. Satsuki's left hand drifted over the stone and rested on his right. "Well, I see you. So do Sensei and Shikamaru. Not much for numbers, but I think you've made some progress," she said encouragingly. Naruto smiled. "I never said I wanted to be popular. You guys are enough for me. Especially you," he replied, leaning into his feelings more than usual with his latter clarification. Satsuki kicked her legs back and forth absently. "You sleep in my bed half the time. We'd have a problem if I wasn't cutting it for you," she said humorously. For a time after the exchange, the pair said nothing, simply enjoying the company as the wind occasionally made them shiver. "Do you still want to be Hokage, Naruto?" Satsuki asked after several minutes. The question was rather unexpected, as the topic had never once come up in the past. Taking a long look down at his village, Naruto pondered his answer. "Yeah, I do. Just not too soon. I've got to figure myself out before I can be a leader," he said. His dream of heading the village had changed in nature over the past several months. Initially, it had been a manifestation of his ego. His desire to be respected. Now, the position was attractive for completely different reasons. There was much that needed to change. He had yet to fully determine his path to the top, but he would follow what he found. "I figured. No offense, but you'd burn this place to the ground if you got into office anytime soon," Satsuki said bluntly. Naruto kicked her foot in response, earning the same treatment in retaliation. "What do you want to do?" the blonde asked curiously. The girl's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Quick as the reaction was, Naruto recognized his blunder immediately. We don't have to talk about that. I shouldn't have asked, he added hastily. Satsuki's face softened somewhat as she gazed into the night sky. It's all right. You didn't mean any harm by it. To be honest, I'm not all that sure what I want outside of the obvious thing. I'm still figuring that out. I'm not too worried, though. I've still got time, she said. Naruto felt a small amount of internalized stress within him lessen. If her words were to be taken at face value, she was finally beginning to look beyond her unsavory mission. No matter what you choose to do, I'm pretty sure you'll do well. Hate to admit it, but you're kind of a genius. Naruto conceded. Satsuki smirked. Oh, I know. Always have, she replied haughtily. The Jinchuriki rolled his eyes. For all that she had become significantly warmer with time, her ego was still very much intact. You're supposed to say, thank you. He chided her under his breath. He then felt her hand touch his cheek and turn his head to face her. How about I do this instead, she said once they had established eye contact. A second later, she leaned in and fit her lips to his. Accepting the kiss after a moment of surprise, Naruto closed his eyes and leaned into her. Separating after a short while, the Uchiha leaned her weight on him. Throwing an arm over her shoulders, Naruto squeezed her. I never really took you for a physical person, honestly, he said. Satsuki reached across him and started fiddling with his free hand. I used to hug people a lot when I was a kid. I guess you just brought that back out of me, she hypothesized, slipping her arm around his back to staple them together. So close together, Naruto was struck by something he had noticed many weeks ago. You smell like vanilla, he said as the Uchiha continued to play with his fingers. Satsuki peeked out from under his arm. You said you liked it last time, so I'll take that as a compliment, she responded. Naruto flicked her on the nose playfully. It was. Makes this more comfortable, he said. An awkward chuckle then came from Satsuki, who appeared somewhat shy all of a sudden. Well, that's good to hear, because I might have stocked up on that body wash after you told me I smelled good, she revealed diffidently. Detecting her embarrassment, the blonde said no more. Several more minutes came and went, with little breaking up the silence. Can you come home with me tonight? My heating sucks right now. Satsuki eventually requested. Naruto gave her a droll look. You don't need to have a reason to invite me over. You can just ask, he said. The raven-haired girl groaned and buried her face in his stomach. It makes me sound desperate, though, she whined, now practically laying across him. Naruto patted her on the side of the head. You're reaching a little there. I think it's sweet that you like having me around, he said. Satsuki shifted and rolled over, leaving her head laying in his lap. You make me feel like such a girl, she muttered, staring up at him with half-lidded eyes. Naruto tilted his head off to one side, barely hiding an amused grin. That's what you are, so I think you should loosen up, he shot back. Satsuki exhaled through her nose and sat up off of him. She then circled around to his back and latched on. And I think you should carry me home, she said, her chin resting on his shoulder. Having no particular issue with doing so, Naruto powered up to his feet with Satsuki in tow, hooking his arms under her legs to keep her supported. You really are lazy, he needled her, jumping up onto the precipice of the cliff as he spoke. The Uchiha draped her arms over his shoulders, taking grips on his jacket. I'll make you fall off the cliff, she threatened, her voice clear as a bell due to her face being right up against his ear. Setting out down the path toward the village below, Naruto simply carried her along. Your loss. You'll get cold. Shikamaru still couldn't find the appeal in stargazing. Though they shone brightly across the sky most nights, and constellations were fairly interesting in and of themselves, the Nara found them to be tremendously boring. They did nothing more than sit in place, unmoving and unchanging. Watching them was akin to staring at an elaborate wallpaper. Interesting for a few moments, but uninteresting past that point. As dull as he found the activity, he had been partaking in it for most of the past 90 minutes. Glancing to his left, Shikamaru once again found nothing but a look of relaxed contentment on Haku's face. While he had possessed a fairly solid understanding of the girl's personality for quite some time, the past 4 days had uncovered new aspects to her. She had taken the liberty to drag him around the village for hours on end each day, and always stayed by his side until well past her curfew. In other words, he had now been exposed to her in multiple settings, and had far more to analyze. The conclusion he had come to was fairly predictable given who Haku Yuki was. She was a person of many different faces. Each one was genuine in its own way, but distinctly different from the rest. For the most part, she was a complete goof. It was the one trait that permeated every impression she gave of herself. She balanced on every railing they came across, routinely went off course to chase after stray cats, made faces at small children regularly, and walked barefoot half the time. Contrastingly, when they had entered cafes for meals, her demeanor had shifted to one of refined etiquette. She had shown hints of such a side in her extremely formal treatment of his parents, but to see it elsewhere was quite interesting. Even in such moments of elegance, she found ways to make light of the setting. She had frozen his water mid-sip more than once, and had pickpocketed enough tip money to pay for her own dessert off of an unaware waiter. The most prominent question of all throughout, from Shikamaru's perspective, was whether or not he enjoyed her as a whole. And as of the present moment, laying side by side with her on the roof of his house, he most certainly did. She was endlessly endearing for all her antics. For perhaps the first time, he didn't mind waking earlier than usual. For such a clinical and deadly combatant, Haku was an incredibly sweet girl. Taking a longer look at her, Shikamaru sighed quietly. "Kinda wish you weren't cute. You make fun of me constantly, and I can't even start to get mad," he silently complained, though he hardly meant it. Before he could turn his gaze back up to the sky, Haku rolled onto her side and caught his eyes with her own. "May I help you?" she asked teasingly. The Nara chewed his inner lip absently as her large brown eyes watched him ever amused. In reality, he had nothing to say, but to reveal it would mean laying bare the truth that he enjoyed looking at her. Choosing to face such a revelation later rather than sooner, he allowed a conversation to begin. "You still haven't told me much about yourself," he said, allowing her to connect the dots herself. It wasn't untrue. He had noted numerous times that the girl was particularly tight-lipped about her past dealings and experiences. Her reasons for silence were almost certainly sound, but what lay beneath the surface of who she was today fascinated the genin regardless. Flipping onto her back again, Haku sat up straight and crossed her legs. A distant look took over her features. "There really isn't much to say. I can give you a short summary if you'd like, but most of it would ruin the mood," she said candidly. Joining her upright, Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever you're comfortable with. I'm just curious." "No pressure at all," he reassured her. Haku took a moment to gather her thoughts, posting her hands behind her and leaning back. "I lived in a small hamlet in the land of water. My family was a happy one, from what I remember. We were known for our unique chakra. As you've seen, my clan can manipulate ice. Or at least, we could," she began. Shikamaru pursed his lips. Her wording was not negative in and of itself, but it held grim possibilities. To make a long, complicated story short, we were caught in the middle of a conflict between two larger settlements who both feared our Kekkei Genkai. We were attacked, and all but me were killed. I'm not sure why they let me live. I think they assumed I would just freeze to death. I was young, and winter was harsh that year, the huntress continued, her tone emotionless and dull. I probably would have, if I hadn't been pulled out of the snow by Zabuza-sama. He never told me why he did it, but he saved me that day. He took me under his wing and gave me a purpose. It wasn't ideal, I knew that even back then, but I had no other choice," she said. The Nara felt an odd lump building in his throat. He was a harsh man. Gruff and mean, most of the time. But he was my father all the same. That's how I saw it, anyway. I don't think I was born a killer, but I did what I had to do to meet his standards. I served him faithfully, and in return, he taught me how to live. In his own brutal way, that is. Haku said, her eyes glued to the star formations above. Our relationship was never a happy one, but I always felt, deep down, that he did care for me. That might have just been wishful thinking on my part, though, she said, a thin sliver of emotion slipping through into her voice. As for everything else, it isn't worth discussing. I did his bidding, and all that such work entails. I cut my teeth on assassination and espionage, and I'd had a dozen brushes with death before my 10th birthday. It was a hellish way to live, but it made me strong. In the end, it all led me to you. And then you led me here, she concluded, taking a deep breath to compose herself upon finishing. Her eyes shifted over in his direction. That's all I'll say for now. You'll learn more in time, she said. Shikamaru nodded and processed the dense amount of information he had been presented with. As he sifted through it all, one aspect in particular stuck out to him. As he focused on it, he recalled something. Zabuza did care about you. I can guarantee that, he said, drawing an unconvinced look from Haku. And how is that, exactly, she pressed. The genin turned his entire body to face her square on. The huntress did the same, with uncharacteristic trepidation. After Naruto threw you off the bridge, my teacher put Zabuza down for the count. He was gonna kill him, I think. Before he could, Gato, the guy that hired you, showed up far off. Zabuza got up and told us to run. He wanted to kill his boss before kicking the bucket, he started. Haku smiled nostalgically. He always was petty, she said with a low chuckle, her eyes falling down to the shingles of the roof as she reminisced. In an action far more forward than he generally partook, Shikamaru reached out and turned her head back up by hand. "Wanna know what he said to us, right before we bolted?" he asked. Haku hesitated momentarily, but soon nodded. "He told us that you were still alive in the river. I used to think he was warning us, but looking back, I think he knew. I think he knew that we'd been meeting up in the forest. He took a gamble on me still caring enough to act. It almost cost me my job, but it worked," the Nara revealed. Haku's eyes widened, becoming glassy and wet in an instant. "You'd better not be lying to me," she whispered. Shikamaru shook his head and held her steady as she began to shake. "Why do you think I was down by the river in the first place?" "I was looking for you," he said. The tears finally fell at his words, with the huntress covering her mouth and squeezing her eyes shut. Wasting no time, the Nara took hold of her shoulders and pulled her into a hug, which Haku returned with a forceful squeeze. Though she did not explain or speak at all, the source of her tears was clear. A potent mix of relief and grief. "Hey, now you know. You were cared for, even if it wasn't in the nicest way. You've always meant something," Shikamaru said kindly. Haku dug her forehead into his shoulder, her grip on him tightening further. It was somewhat uncomfortable, but he cared little. He had seen her cry briefly in the Land of Waves, but with nowhere near the same force. Years of pent-up emotion were being released at long last. "Promise me something, please," Haku said after the sobs had subsided enough for her to speak. Making just enough space to meet him at eye level again, the huntress laid her hands on both sides of his face. "Don't die on me. I can't lose you too. I can't handle that," she said. Shikamaru's eyes drifted elsewhere for a moment, but quickly returned to her face. "We don't exactly live safe lives. I'm gonna be in danger for most missions. It's just the way things are," he said carefully. Haku's disposition shifted from tearful to intense on a dime. "Then know this. No matter what, where, or when, I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe. Even if that means defending you with my life," she said seriously. Shikamaru swallowed somewhat nervously. Her brittleness had been replaced by something quietly fierce shockingly quickly. "Look, that's really sweet, but you don't have to," he began. Halfway through, Haku silenced him by pressing a finger to his lips. "This is not negotiable. I'm sorry if that makes you uncomfortable, but my heart is set," she reiterated. Once her hand left his mouth, Shikamaru spoke. "Let me ask you a question, then," he said. Haku held his gaze and gestured for him to continue. "Are you doing this because you think you owe me something, or because you actually want to?" he asked. The huntress' reply was snappy and instant. "The latter. I'm not putting you up on a pedestal, if that's what you're thinking. You frustrate me plenty, and you didn't exactly make my life simple by bringing me here. Trust me, I yelled at you plenty in my head when I first got here," she asserted. Her expression then grew gentler. "I've made some friends in my platoon, and I've come to quite like it here, but above all else, before any duty I have to this village, I'm loyal to you. It may sound sudden, but you gave me a second chance at life, and you make me very happy. If I have to bloody my hands to make sure you're still here with me, then that's what I'll do," she said softly. Shikamaru felt his face heat up. His life had been crushingly mundane up until fairly recently in the grand scheme of things. He had been a wallflower. A fixture. The butt of many jokes. A poor student, an unambitious worker, and far from popular. In the space of months, his life had changed so drastically that Haku's declaration of macabre commitment almost felt perfectly normal. Life was wholly unpredictable. "All right. Would appreciate it if you still let me fend for myself for the most part," he said. Haku pulled his head down a few inches and gingerly kissed him on the forehead. She then stood up and stretched her arms above her head. "No worries. I won't hover. But any threat to you that I'm close enough to address will be dealt with. I'm not one for mercy," she said, a dark glint in her eye. Shikamaru was once again reminded of how very contradictory the Umbu was as a personality. Both incredibly wholesome and starkly disturbing. A confusing mix to be sure, but not one he disliked. In a strange way, the contrast was intriguing. It gave him something to think about. "You're kinda scary. In a good way, though," he said. Haku blew a strand of hair out of her face and stepped back. "I can be quite mean, I will admit. Freezing your tongue to a straw wasn't my proudest moment," she confessed. She then took another step back, but did not bother to look behind her before doing so. As a result, her foot slipped off the edge of the roof. Wobbling twice, Haku fell with a surprised yelp. Scampering to the side of the roof, Shikamaru crouched and looked down at the lawn below. Haku was laying in a small mess of leaves with her hair splayed out under her. "I'm okay," she called up to him with an awkward thumbs up. As she stood up and brushed the leaves from her sundress, Shikamaru couldn't help but smile. Hot and cold, deadly and sweet, elegant and clumsy. She managed to be each at once. Cleaning one's room was not meant to be a stressful activity. It was boring as a rule, and rarely ever something worth looking forward to, but it rarely featured any actual pressure. As of right now, that was not the case for Satsuki Uchiha. She had managed to rope Naruto into aiding her in the cleanup, having promised him breaded chicken, which was currently baking in the oven. She was now beginning to think that the choice had been a mistake. Not for any practical reason. He was doing a fine job, but due to things far beyond his control or awareness. It all stemmed from the fact that he had been wearing a tank top beneath his jacket, which he had removed quite some time ago. He was not dressed provocatively by any means, but it didn't matter. It was his arms. As with every other part of him that Satsuki had seen, they were not bulky, but she could see the definition all across them. Especially when he was forced to move something. It wasn't any help that she had slowly been coming to terms with how handsome she found him to be. For the second time in less than a week, she was hot and bothered by him. It's not his fault you're a horny mess. Don't make it his problem, she coached herself as she swept a pile of dust into the pan she was holding. The issue was, in no uncertain terms, she very much wanted to make it his problem. Given open consent and a closed door, she knew all too well that she would make a different kind of mess out of her room with him. Hey, where should I put this? Flinching at the sound of his voice, Satsuki sheepishly looked up from the floor and toward her teammate. The Jinchuriki was holding up a hairbrush. Gears quickly turned in Satsuki's head. He was right near her bed, just at the edge of it, and he had been crawling on the floor. The horrible realization of what he was holding hit her in the back of the head like a stone. Scuttling across her room as quickly as she could manage, the Uchiha swiped the brush from Naruto's hands and tossed it up onto her desk. Up there works, she said with a forced smile. The Jinchuriki blinked, clearly quite puzzled by her odd reaction, but he made no further comments. Satsuki then awkwardly slinked away back to her sweeper and dustpan, listlessly working away to clear away the embarrassment. As the minutes ticked away, she routinely stole looks at him from across the room. You snuggle this boy nightly. You kissed him 2 hours ago. It's not like he isn't into you. You can stare if you want to, she thought to herself after her umpteenth rushed glance. Taking her own advice, Satsuki set her dustpan down and looked back toward Naruto again. He was seated on the floor, with a pile of assorted objects he had collected from around the room in front of him. Pencils, price tags, a few stray wrappers. Thankfully, nothing as alarming as the extra hairbrush he had discovered beneath her bed. The area around him appeared quite clean and clear of blemishes. He looked quite proud of himself. Just as Satsuki began to find the sight innocently wholesome, Naruto yawned and leaned back with his arms tucked behind his head. The change in posture caused his tank top to pull up a few inches, revealing a hint of his midriff. It was a tiny glimpse, but the mere sight of more skin was enough to set the girl back on her inappropriate train of thought in an instant. I'm fucking hopeless, she groaned to herself mentally. Before she could begin uncomfortably sulking once more, Naruto looked her way. Almost done? Because I'm pretty much finished, he said proudly, depositing his pile into the small trash bag the Uchiha had provided to him. It was all too much. His voice, his exposed arms, his ever-pleasant face. Holding herself together while he was asleep in her arms had been difficult enough, but with his attention firmly on her, Satsuki could feel her dam cracking. Why yeah, I'm done, she lied, nudging her dustpan under her desk with her foot. Naruto nodded and picked up his bag before jogging out of the room to dispose of it in the kitchen. Finally deciding to quit torturing herself, the Uchiha set her brain to work. During the blonde's 30-odd seconds of absence, Satsuki threw together a ramshackle plot. It was flimsy, and it was transparent as could be, but she did not care. All she needed was an excuse to give him the initiative to touch her, and things would flow naturally from there. When Naruto walked back into the room empty-handed, Satsuki stood up, walked over to the edge of her bed, and sat down. Ever given a shoulder massage, Naruto? She asked as casually as she could manage. The blonde thought for a moment, and then shook his head. No, dime avent. Are you wanting one? He replied. Whether he was playing along, or genuinely curious, the Uchiha could not tell. My shoulders and back are killing me. Have been all day, honestly. Getting rubbed sounds amazing right now, she said, well aware of how crude her wording was. For better or worse, Naruto did not appear to catch her innuendo. I can try if you want. I might suck at it, though, he offered. Satsuki smiled coyly and beckoned him over. For the life of her, she could not read the Jinchuriki's body language or facial expression. As with everything else, though, what mattered more was the result. Scooting herself to the middle of her bed, Satsuki turned her back to Naruto. Don't be shy about it. Just do what you think will work, she said as the Jinchuriki settled behind her. Once again, her words were intentionally suggestive, and once again, Naruto did not openly respond to them. The Uchiha was left with no room to complain, however, as the blonde's hands settled on her shoulders seconds later. He then began to gradually squeeze and massage her shoulders and upper back. Leaning her head back, Satsuki's eyes fell half-lidded as her stiffness was slowly relieved from her upper half. Inexperience be damned, Naruto appeared to have a natural talent for massages. "Am I doing this right?" he asked hopefully. Satsuki dug one of her canines into her bottom lip and pressed back into his hands. "Perfect. You're doing great," she assured him. The massage continued for most of the next 2 minutes. In this time, it grew more and more difficult to accept any sort of end to the contact for Satsuki. She wanted more. She was throbbing between the legs and as warm as she'd ever been. When 2 minutes had passed, the Uchiha melted down onto her stomach. "Are you all right?" Naruto asked densely. Satsuki turned her head against the sheets and eyed him from her peripheral vision. "Feeling great. Want more," she muttered, tacking a double meaning onto her words. Frustratingly, but predictably, Naruto took the more milquetoast interpretation of her words and laid his hands on her upper back to resume massaging her. As enjoyable as the feeling continued to be, the sensation of being repeatedly pushed face down into her bedsheets by the Jinchuriki was driving Satsuki to the very edges of her sexual patience. Her nightgown was thin. She could feel the warmth of his hands through the fabric. Finally, a minute later, the Uchiha snapped. Flipping over onto her back under him, the girl reached out and bunched up the front of his tank top. She then pulled him forward and crushed her lips to his. Any questions remaining about Naruto's headspace were silenced, as he took no time at all to meet her enthusiasm in equal measure and flatten her back down against the bed. He had been aware the entire time, but too indecisive to act. Pulling their mouths apart to breathe, a messy trail of saliva hung between their lips. Satsuki kept hold of the front of his shirt and wrapped her legs around his waist, locking him in place. "How long were you gonna make me wait, huh?" she hissed, thoroughly irritated by the implication that he had been ready and willing from the beginning. Naruto scratched the back of his head timidly. "I didn't want to jump the gun and make it weird," he admitted. Satsuki licked her lips clean and pulled his head down toward hers. "Yeah, well now you've got me a little upset. This has sucked for me," she complained. A grin tugged at the corners of Naruto's mouth. "Can I make it up to you?" he asked. The Uchiha used her grip on the sides of his face to turn his head up and expose his neck, which she then kissed hungrily. Once she was done marking his throat, she pressed her lips against his ear. "Make me scream and I might forgive you," she whispered. Naruto answered her challenge by kissing her own neck, though much more delicately. The lack of force made no difference, the touch of his lips sent a shiver through her body. "God, yes?" Satsuki breathed, squirming a bit under him as he trailed his lips down her neck and across her collarbone. Shrugging her shoulders inward, she managed to free herself from the straps of her nightgown. "I don't really know what I'm doing," Naruto said honestly, sitting up between her legs. Satsuki reached up and touched his cheek. "Neither do I." "Let's figure it out," she suggested, exposing her bare chest to him as she wiggled further out of her dress. Any shyness she had ever felt in his presence had completely given way to raw lust. Staring wide-eyed for a moment, Naruto gave a small nod. "Yeah, okay. Let's do that," he said dumbly. In an absolutely painful twist of bad timing, the pair was then sorely interrupted by a shrill ringing sound. Initially, both froze in place. Satsuki quickly realized what the sound was, and what was causing it. "The chicken's still in the oven." "That's the smoke alarm," she said, looking toward her cracked open door. She then returned her attention to Naruto. "I, kinda need to go turn all of that off," she said awkwardly. The blonde nodded and sat up straight again, taking his weight off of her. Unbinding her legs from around his waist, the raven-haired girl slowly rolled off the bed and pulled her nightgown back up onto her shoulders. Running down the hall, Satsuki quickly reached the kitchen. As expected, there were small wisps of smoke rising from the oven. Throwing on a pair of mitts, the Uchiha opened it up and removed the badly burnt chicken from inside and set it on the counter. It took several minutes for the smoke to escape through open windows, and only when it was all filtered did the alarm die down and stop ringing. The moment things were situated again, Satsuki headed back for her room. As she walked down the hall, frustration kicked in. Things had finally fallen into place for a painful tension between them to be relieved, and something as trivial as an overcooked piece of meat had interrupted it all. Worse yet, when she stepped through the door of her room, she saw Naruto. He looked some combination of embarrassed, uncertain, and dejected. Most likely, he had been riding high on his hormones, and having the moment ripped away from him had drained him of his energy. Beyond that, it had clearly taken much more mental energy for him to engage in the first place. He was still socially stunted. He looked exhausted. Crossing the room slowly, Satsuki sat herself down next to him on the edge of the bed, and laid a hand on his shoulder. We don't have to start that up again. I understand, she said gently. Naruto gave her a sideways look and sighed tiredly. Don't take this like I didn't want to do it. I did. I still do. He said. Before he could finish, Satsuki cut him off with a peck on the lips. You don't have to explain it to me. It's okay. I probably rushed it a little anyway, she said dismissively. She then crawled over to the pillows and slid under the covers. Now hit the lights and get over here. The only thing I'm gonna make you do is hold me, she said, trying to find some levity. Naruto nodded and made a quick round trip to the light switch and back, leaving the room in darkness by the time he returned to the bed. He then joined her beneath the covers, still wearing a look of silent shame. Feeling rather guilty despite the entire blunder not having been any one person's fault, Satsuki hugged his abdomen and kissed him on the cheek. Get some sleep, Kei, she said. Naruto nodded and laid his head down on top of hers. Relieved that he was still receptive to physical affection, the Uchiha girl closed her eyes and nuzzled his shoulder. Note to self, dinner before sex. Chapter 61. Never took you for a bar rat. Satsuki looked up from the table in surprise. She was situated near the back of a rather packed tavern in the center sector of Konoha. It was a place of regular attendance for the Uchiha, though she kept that knowledge entirely to herself. Quite jarringly, she recognized the voice and face addressing her. At long last, she had been discovered. Standing over her with a glass in his hand was Shikamaru. Could say the same to you, she greeted her teammate, who looked very tired despite it being the middle of the day. Sitting down across from her, the Nara rested his elbows on the table. My dad knows the owner. I help clean up sometimes, he explained, drumming his fingers on the crystalline cup in his hand. He then eyed her curiously. How'd you even get in here, he asked. Satsuki glanced over toward the entrance, where a tall, broad man stood checking the identification of all those who entered. I've been coming for years. I pay up front, she said. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair. If I cared about this place half as much as my dad, I'd report that, but lucky for you, I've lost way too many weekends cleaning shot glasses, he said humorously. His nonchalance was unsurprising, as was his lack of desire to get her in trouble, but Satsuki still felt herself relax somewhat at his dismissal of her illegal entry. Doesn't look like you're helping out much right now, she pointed out, letting her silent question speak for itself. The shadow user nodded and leaned back over the table. My mom's cleaning, and dad's out of town on assignment. I would have asked one of you to do something, but I couldn't think of anything, he said. It was a simple enough reason. Perfectly mundane, and as an extension, par for the course for Shikamaru Nara. However, there was a slight hole in its logic. What about Haku? Satsuki asked, applying no force to her words. Interestingly, much unlike the outward stress and tension the huntress had displayed at having been lightly questioned regarding their relationship, Shikamaru remained calm and unbothered. She got in trouble for staying out past curfew one too many times. She's stuck in her barracks till tomorrow afternoon, he said evenly. Finding that she preferred other topics to a rerun of a conversation she had already had once before, the Uchiha made no further attempts to press for details. I'm honestly surprised you've never seen me here before. I drop by once a week, she commented. Shikamaru made a wide gesture around the establishment. This place is packed most of the time. Even when I was out of the back room, I was mostly just cleaning up messes. Besides, it was just an occasional thing, he said. A small skirmish then broke out near the center of the tavern between two clearly inebriated men. I can see why you never picked this up as a career. Seems a little grimy for your tastes. Satsuki said jokingly. Shikamaru rested his cheek on the heel of his palm. Being a ninja isn't the most fun thing in the world, but it gives me some variety. Working in a place like this would be too dull. Even for me, he said. It was an easily relatable sentiment. The life of a shinobi was dangerous, often unforgiving, and wholly erratic, but if nothing else, it provided excitement. Fair enough. I get the feeling that it gets a whole lot more boring once we get promoted, though, the Uchiha said. Shikamaru tapped his foot on the floorboards listlessly. That's what my folks say. Apparently, it's just a whole bunch of peacekeeping and escort work, he said, his eyes drifting across the tavern slowly. But I don't think we should complain. Excitement usually comes from conflict. Where there's smoke, there's fire, as they say, he tacked on as an addendum. Perhaps born from how little they spoke to one another at length, Satsuki could not help but be surprised once again by the Nara's capacity for nuance. His intelligence was common knowledge, but his disposition belied his prowess as a thinker. We came inches from not having the luxury to be bored. In any other world, that invasion starts a war. Satsuki pondered aloud. Even 3 weeks removed, the battle's tension aftermath lingered. Shikamaru brought his glass up towards his mouth, but stopped just before tipping it back. We got lucky. In more ways than one. I spent a few hours on border patrol, and from what we saw, their forces weren't exactly high in numbers. Just a few thousand, he said. A contemplative frown formed on his face. It almost feels like it was never meant to be successful. There's no way whoever was running the show thought that a division that small could ever take us down on home turf, he said in a low voice, seeming to be speaking more to himself than Satsuki. Sounds like you've done some thinking about the whole situation. Care to share? The Uchiha pressed. Shikamaru pursed his lips and set his glass down again. Something about the entire day felt off. Waiting to attack until the final round had already started was a weird call, given that security was bound to be high for an event that large. That, and the fact that we were able to respond instantly. It looked to me like somebody higher up saw it coming and prepared ahead of time, he said, his tone unusually serious. I feel like the goal of the attack wasn't even to take over the village. It was all a smokescreen. There was a more specific target, he said, trailing off near the end. He then fell into silence. Satsuki nodded along, considering his logic all the way through. Let's say you're right about all of this. What does it mean? She asked. Shikamaru looked up from the table. That's what I can't get a solid grip on. None of it makes total sense. There are too many missing pieces. All I'm sure of is that whoever, whatever, directed that invasion is willing to play with some seriously oversized pawns, he said, sounding slightly frustrated at being stumped. He then rubbed his temples. Let's talk about something else. This is giving me a headache, he requested. It was as animated as the Uchiha had ever seen the unambitious genin. He had clearly invested himself in the apparent mystery more than he generally did most things. Respecting his wishes, Satsuki pointed to his glass. What's in the cup? She asked. Shikamaru glanced down into the depths of the glass and shrugged his shoulders. Sake, he said simply. Contextually speaking, the answer made sense, but that fact made the news no less surprising. You drink? Satsuki asked with a raised eyebrow. Shikamaru paused for a moment, an unclear emotion crossing over his eyes briefly. Not really. Just figured I'd try it a few times. They don't ID people much here, he said. While his tone did not sound dishonest, per se, it was clear that there was more beneath the surface. Don't make a habit of it. I already babysit Naruto half the time. I don't want to start nagging you too. Satsuki said. Shikamaru took a sip of his alcohol. Unlike you two, I've got parents for that, he grumbled under his breath, freezing up the moment the words left his mouth. Unbothered by his slip-up, the kunoichi held up a hand. You're good. Just watch it, she said. Relaxing once more, he took a longer swig from his glass. With little left in the cup, he studied the remaining liquid. This stuff is weak, he muttered absently. He then returned his attention to Satsuki, gesturing to her own glass. I'm guessing you're not drinking, then, he inquired. The raven-haired girl barked a short laugh and shook her head. This is lemonade. I'm already screwed up enough. Adding booze would be a death sentence, she said. The girl had developed many unhealthy habits over the years, several of which still plagued her, but alcoholism had thankfully never been one of them. You know, it's kind of surprising that psychologists don't make more money than they do around these parts. You'd think our line of work would drive up the demand for therapy. Shikamaru mused. It was a fair point, and one the Uchiha had long wrestled with for more personal reasons. For a lot of people, opening up is about as traumatic as the experiences themselves. It isn't as simple as just walking into an office and spilling your guts, she said. Her teammate assessed her silently for a moment. You make it sound like you've tried it, he said. Satsuki sipped on her lemonade, which was as jolting and sweet as it always was. I checked myself in for sessions a few years back. I quit showing up after a week. The therapist they assigned to me was way too pushy. She wanted to get me medicated and crap like that, she recalled, scowling at the unpleasant flashbacks playing in her mind. Do you think it would have helped? Shikamaru asked. Satsuki tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear and sighed. Maybe, but I don't want to live my life tied to some bottle of pills. It wouldn't have solved anything. It would have been a crutch, she replied. The Nara nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. You picked a tougher road than most people would. I can respect it, though. I could probably use the therapy myself, he said candidly. The conversation then fizzled out for a time, with both genin wordlessly watching the mundane happenings of the tavern. In the midst of the break, Satsuki let her mind wander. Having been set on the topic, she delved into her mental and physical state several years prior for the sake of comparison. Her brief venture into therapy had occurred just over 3 years ago. She had been shorter then. Just barely over 5'4". Far skinnier as well. In fact, her trigger to finally seek professional help for her multitude of long-standing issues had been a sudden development of an eating disorder. For reasons she could no longer fully recall, she had cut herself down to a single meal per day. Whether it had come as a fearful response to overblown weight gain, or raw stress, she did not entirely remember. As she had recounted to Shikamaru, her commitment to treatment had been tenuous at best, and completely non-existent at worst. The moment the possibility of pharmaceutical intervention had arisen, she had completely abandoned the path. She had done what she always had, and dealt with her problems in solitude. Though many recent months and years melted together into a flavorless soup within Satsuki's mind, she could at least recognize that her nutritional issues had sorted themselves out. She had been eating at least twice per day for quite some time. In all, she had been an utter mess. Malnourished by her own hand, roundly depressed, and as volatile as she'd ever become. Bringing her thoughts back around to the form she currently found herself in, it was quite shocking to find just how much she had changed. She had grown several inches, now standing at 5'8", and she was in better physical health than she had perhaps ever been thanks to her constant exercise and related need for food. Even on the mental side of things, she broadly felt much happier and more grounded. And yet, for all her improvement, she could not shake the sinking feeling in her gut. Have you ever felt like you're slacking off, but you can't quite put your finger on why or what for? Satsuki asked out of the blue, drawing Shikamaru's eyes back to her. You're asking the wrong guy, but let's say I have. What's on your mind? He replied, downing the last of his sake mid-sentence. That's the thing. I don't know. I just feel like I'm forgetting something. Everything has felt too easy. I can actually sleep these days, I wake up in a good mood sometimes, and I don't feel as down as I used to. But there's still this feeling that I'm on borrowed time. Satsuki said. Her teammate gave her a sympathetic look. I think that's just your anxiety talking, he said. The answer was logical. It made perfect sense. Despite its strength, Satsuki found herself doubtful of its validity. Suffering from a laundry list of undiagnosed mood disorders for years on end had given her an unwanted familiarity with needless nervousness. The unease needling her from the deepest corner of her mind felt distinctly different. Far more real. I hope you're right, she said after a long pause. Shikamaru pushed his glass to the edge of the table as a server walked by, prompting them to retrieve the cup and take it away. He said nothing in response, simply staring off into open space. His demeanor was odd, and had been from the start. He had never been the most talkative person, but he usually had something dry to say. Now, there was something distinctly worn about him. He almost seemed melancholy. What happened to you during the invasion? Satsuki asked bluntly. It was rude to prod so directly, and she knew it, but she lacked the patience to push more gently. Shikamaru shot her a sideways glance. I did my job, he said vaguely, his eyes making it perfectly clear that he preferred not to discuss the topic further. His answer revealed practically nothing specific, but conclusions could still be drawn from it. None of which were pleasant. Downing the last of her lemonade all at once, Satsuki rose up from her chair. Well, what matters more is that we're all still in one piece, don't you think, she said. Shikamaru held his silence for a short time, but managed a weary smile. Yeah, that's true, he conceded. Initially turning to walk away, the Uchiha paused and looked back over her shoulder. Don't get drunk. Your mom would kill you, she suggested. The Nara swatted a fly that had landed on the table. I hear you. It tastes like piss anyway, he said. Satisfied with his answer, Satsuki made her way out of the tavern and out into the town square. Taking in the fresh air, she looked up at. A hike might be nice. Naruto slowly came to as a cold, unpleasant sensation dug into his body. As his senses oriented themselves, his surroundings and current state slowly fell into frame. The ending result was a confusing one, to be sure. He was seated at a booth table, with his ankles chained to the dense floor beneath his feet. A single light bulb hung from a ceiling that he could not see, providing the only light to what was otherwise a black void. More unsettling than each of these singular details was the person joining the blonde at the booth. You sleep heavy. I envy you. Immediately snapping to rigid attention, Naruto immediately identified whom he was sharing his table with. With a voice as coarse and hollow as the desert wind, and a pair of frigid blue eyes, Gaara sat calmly across from him with his arms folded across his chest. He wore a look of malignance, as he always did, and he was adorned in an identical tunic to the one he had been wearing throughout the extended Chunin exam. His gourd was nowhere to be seen, but Naruto could still feel the itch of sand on his skin. Where, why, and how? He asked confrontationally. Gaara gave him no visible reaction to analyze or build his verbal attack upon. Somewhere quite familiar to you, but somewhere you tend to do your best to avoid, he said ambiguously. With no substantial retort with which to fire back, Naruto shelved his confusion for the time being. "You're not as clever as you think you are," he said. His fellow Jinchuriki's eyebrow curled up, hinting at amusement. "Insults already? I don't even need the wit, from the sound of you," he shot back. As per usual, the redhead was unervingly composed. "What do you even want? And what's with the shackles?" Naruto questioned, struggling in futility against his lower body restraints. Gaara shrugged his shoulders. "You made them yourself, but let's not bury the lead," he began, folding his hands and resting his chin on his interlaced fingers. "Why can't you stop dwelling?" he asked vaguely. Naruto scowled at the unclear query. What exactly he was being accused of hanging onto, he could not decipher. "On what?" he said in response, seeing no other option but to play along. The light bulb flickered ever so slightly. "Me. What I did to you. What you couldn't do to me," Gaara said with characteristic relish. Naruto snorted derisively. "I put a hole in your chest. Not much more I could have done to you," he said with disdain. The redhead leaned his head off to one side. "And how many extra chances did you need to make that happen? 2? 3? If I'd wanted to, I could have killed you the moment you arrived. But I didn't, because I wanted to see just how deep your well ran," he said, eliciting a clenched jaw from Naruto. "By the time I'd grown bored of kicking you around, somebody far stronger than you stepped in and saved your life. Even with her on your side, you only managed to scrape by because I dented myself for you." Gaara continued, growing more bullying with every word. "Don't run your mouth like you know what I think of it." Naruto growled, aggravated through and through. The redhead smirked. "It's easier than you'd think. You've buried it deep, but at your core, you're starting to wonder whether or not I have the right idea. Whether, maybe, just maybe, you've been too lenient on those who've wronged you," he said, cutting deeper into the lesser Jinchuriki's psyche. "But even then, nothing terrifies you more than letting loose. Even faced with me, you never let yourself run wild. You feared what you may become. That you may prove them all right, the way I did my people," he added. Naruto once again strained to free himself, but to no avail. "You're full of shit," he spat. Gaara chuckled and began slowly leaning across the table, the grin never leaving his face. "Would you like to know how I know I'm right?" he asked with obvious rhetoric. The Leaf Genin met his eyes defiantly. His sturdiness was shaken badly by what came next. In a transition that was far too organic for Naruto's comfort, Gaara's face morphed into a mirror image of his. "This is all in your head," the doppelganger said, his voice identical to Naruto's. The jarring transformation brought the dark world around them crumbling down, and when it finally gave way to what lay beyond it, Naruto's eyes snapped open to reveal the familiar layout of his bedroom. All indications were that he had been dreaming. It certainly explained a number of things, and it was a relief on several levels, but regardless of his regained mobility and firm grasp on where he was, his mind was not at peace as he sat up against the backboard of his mattress. "Why?" he whispered, checking his hands to ensure that claws had not sprouted. Thankfully, his body was unchanged. Taking a cursory look around the room, he found that his sheets were strewn about chaotically. He had been thrashing in his sleep, it seemed. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Naruto threw his legs over the side of the bed to sit more comfortably. That wasn't fun, he thought to himself grimly. His memory of the vision was vivid, and he recalled every word. It was all uncomfortably on the nose. An expression of his inner turmoil spelled out against his will. He was no stranger to such nightmares, but few approached the pointed skittishness his most recent had instilled in him. No sunlight shone through his window, heavily suggesting that it was still the dead of night. He momentarily considered making the journey to the Uchiha sector, but quickly ruled it out on multiple grounds. His thinly defined partner of sorts was prone to crankiness when awoken prematurely. Beyond that, he was far from sure that he could find consistent rest again that night. Sleep was bound to be a hurdle now. Standing up groggily, Naruto trudged out of his bedroom. "Couch it is." Hiruzen frowned as he looked out over the forest from atop the highest peak of his village's monument. Something was amiss. The winds had changed, and there was a distinct buzz in the air. He had noticed it several days prior. The disturbance's beginnings had been humble. A bird song out of place, a breeze blowing the wrong way. Over time, the hidden tension had built up on itself until now, the old man could not ignore it. It had shaken him from his slumber, and brought him up the steep trail to where he now stood. Something was coming. Something with a potent enough presence to shift things the slightest bit with no direct intervention at all. Narrowing his eyes and pushing his senses out further beyond the trees, Hiruzen felt the presence increase in density. He was on the verge of being able to apply characteristics to the signature. Less than a minute later, the oncoming force fell within range, and a minor few of its details were unveiled. The picture that slowly began to paint itself was an eerie one. Cold chakra, with a depth and breadth that nearly made Hiruzen back up a step despite the distance. His mouth pulled into a thin line. As the seconds came and went, he began to pick up on a second signature of similar, but lesser strength. There were two entities, both approaching at rapid speed. They were still well over a country away. Hundreds of miles. Holding the brim of his hat as a gust of wind blew across the cliff, the Hokage strained one last time. His senses had dulled somewhat with age, and now more than ever, that fact frustrated him to no end. His efforts were not in vain, as he was able to glean a clearer image of the advancing party. Of the pair, one of them was completely foreign and unfamiliar to Hiruzen. The other, however, did not fall into such a category. He had sensed the very same chakra before, though never at such an unbound level. It took him little time to deduce the identity of the familiar signature, and when he did, a contradictory combination of even greater unease and an underlying calm came over him. For a commodity to be known was a boon in and of itself, but in this case specifically, said commodity had the potential for explosive reactions if mixed with certain other factors. Hiruzen took a deep breath, held the air in, and then released it. Time was short. Unless there was a marked change in pace or trajectory, they would be upon Konoha within 72 hours. He had been unobservant, and they had slipped past him. Preparation was necessary, but potentially futile. Turning back toward the winding path, the Hokage took his first step down toward his village. This does not bode well. Chapter 62. 3 decades on Earth had taught Kakashi Hatake a number of things. Some mundane, others not. Bills could realistically be paid any time within their scheduled week. Collecting companies were made of people, after all. They hated the process just as much as any other person. Groceries were best bought in bulk. Attempting to buy when immediately needed almost always cost more in the long run. Much more than such trivial, day-to-day maxims, a single lesson had drilled itself into his skull permanently. If something felt amiss, chances were, it was. With experience on his side, he knew better than to write off the unsettled murmurs of the crowd as he and Guy made their way through the busy midday streets of Konoha's central sector. Passing a short look to his equally seasoned comrade, the men exchanged a curt nod and began to follow the buzz. Tracking sound was a tricky procedure. It varied from place to place, and determining an epicenter was a pain. In large part, it was trial and error. Or at least, it would have been. Luckily, ominously, for the Jonin pair, the source of the widespread commotion was making no attempt to hide its presence from those with the sensory capabilities to detect them. There was a set of massive outliers among the unthreatening auras of the civilian populace. 2 enormous sources of chakra. They stood out so starkly from the crowd that they may as well have been glowing. As both he and Guy picked up their pace and pushed through the swathes of people, Kakashi felt a bead of nervous sweat trickle down his forehead. Bystanders all around were milling about with a strange shuffle. They can feel it too. Something's wrong. They just don't know what they're afraid of, or why, he thought to himself. In fairness, neither he nor Guy knew exactly what had so disturbed the peace. In some ways, they were just as blind. The only difference was that they were warned enough to know what such an intense shift likely preceded. Soon taking to the rooftops to cover ground more quickly, the men bounded across several buildings. Moments later, they were staring out over the town square. In the center of the slowly draining area stood 2 figures reading a directional map posted on a bulletin. Their postures were not hostile outwardly, but the taller of the 2 was absolutely oozing bloodlust. Both appeared to be male, donned in black robes stylized with red clouds. The more belligerently tempered man had an oversized sword wrapped in bandages strapped to his back, and what little Kakashi could see of his skin almost looked blue in color. After another few moments of silent observation, both Jonin leapt down from their high ground. By the time they touched down seconds later, the majority of those once permeating the square had scuttled out into adjacent streets. The sound of the 2 shinobi's feet making contact with the ground prompted the 2 cloaked men to turn around. In addition to their robes, they were both wearing wide-brimmed hats with small strips of white cloth hanging from the sides. With their postures now open, and their fronts facing toward the Jonin, Kakashi was given a solid look at their faces. Though slightly obstructed by the strips of cloth, he was able to form a concrete guess as to the identity of the shorter man, and a less confident, but still well-founded assumption for the taller. For a time, neither party moved. The tension in the air was palpable. The deadlock was broken when 2 puffs of smoke appeared on either side of Guy and Kakashi, with Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi each being revealed within them respectively. Though the 2 new arrivals both took initial steps forward, Kakashi halted them with a raised hand. "I felt something coming for the better part of a week, but I still didn't expect it to be you of all people," the copy ninja said to the shorter of the 2 men. With slow, deliberate smoothness, the man removed his hat and tossed it aside. With his features fully revealed, a hushed collective gasp could be heard from Kakashi's three comrades. For a man who's known as a bit of a no-show, you're certainly out early for this, Kakashi-san, said Itachi Uchiha. The elder brother of Satsuki had certainly grown up a bit since the last time Kakashi had seen him, 7 years prior. He was several inches taller, his voice was deeper, and his face was more mature. He had always had stress lines on his face, but they had deepened. He was now a man, if quite a sullen-looking one. One thing had not changed in the slightest, however. His eyes were as piercing and analytical as they had always been. I might have been late, but your friend made a show of it. Even for me, that was hard to miss. Kakashi shot back. Itachi's freshly activated Sharingan shifted over to his partner, who had also removed his hat to reveal an almost shark-like face. If I'd had it my way, this conversation never would have happened. We don't mean you any harm as of now, the Uchiha said. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector to reveal his own dojutsu, his eyes narrowing. I find that hard to believe. What are you here for? Out with it, he asked. The sword-wielding man, whom Kakashi rightly recognized to be Kisame Hashigaki of the Hidden Mist, then made his voice heard. We're here on business. Nothing that concerns you. Now, if you're all eager to contest us, I'm more than willing to let this get messy, he said, brandishing his sword from his back and pointing it toward the quartet of Jonin. At the unsubtle threat, Guy and Asuma each drew kunai. Much to the group's surprise, Itachi shook his head. We've already drawn more attention to ourselves than I would have liked. Kakashi-san in particular won't fall easily. Your methods are too grandiose, he chided Kisame. The swordsman scowled, but lowered his weapon. Itachi then turned his attention back to Kakashi. He's correct. What we're here for is no concern of yours. I'd suggest stepping aside, he said calmly. As unprovoking as his tone was, there was a threatening underbelly to his words that did not go unnoticed by Kakashi. There had always been a hidden edge to Itachi, and his multi-year absence as a rogue had only sharpened it. As far as I'm concerned, you being here at all is grounds to toss you in a jail cell or kill you. You're practically on the cover of the bingo book, the silver-haired ninja said, holding his ground unflinchingly. Itachi sighed and unbuttoned the top 3 clasps of his robe. Is that so? Well, in that case, he said, vanishing into thin air before his sentence could conclude. Kakashi then felt breath on the back of his neck. I'll make this as clean as I can, the Uchiha finished. Whirling around reflexively, Kakashi barely managed to catch Itachi's wrist before he could drive a kunai straight into his abdomen. They matched strength for a tense few instances, and the resulting stalemate was telling. For all that neither man budged, a vein popped on Kakashi's forehead, and Itachi's expression remained unchanged. Their struggle was interrupted briskly, as Kurenai and Asuma both came charging in from both sides. Reacting with more immediacy than Kakashi could muster, Itachi kicked the copy ninja square in the chest and sent him flying back into the bulletin board. As he crashed down onto his back, Kakashi caught sight of the short exchange that took place between his fellow Jonin and the rogue Uchiha. In a space of time insufficient for Kakashi to even complete his fall, Itachi froze Asuma in place with a mere glance, and doubled him over with a harsh knee to the gut. With only Kurenai remaining, he sidestepped her linear blitz and knocked her out cold with a chop to the back of her neck. Each movement was completely lacking in fat, and he had performed them all effortlessly. In one exchange, he had completely incapacitated Kurenai, and by the time Kakashi regained his bearings, Asuma had yet to rise from his knees even though the blow to his gut not having been particularly devastating. Rushing to his feet, Kakashi stole a look to his right, where Guy was fiercely engaged with Kisame. Things had spiraled out of control, and quickly at that. Worse yet, they were down 2 combatants right from the start. Numbers were the same on both sides, and if Itachi's ease of dominance was any indication, they were in no way evenly matched despite that fact. Ignoring the ache in his sternum, Kakashi drew a pair of kunai and ran in to engage once more. Itachi produced his own blade and met his aggression with patience. For nearly a minute, they dueled in close quarters. In that time, Kakashi was unable to strike the Uchiha even a single time. At numerous points, time would seem to skip forward ever so slightly. One moment, he would be facing square with Itachi, and the next, without any movement or use of a substitution, the rogue Uchiha would be right behind him. As a result, he was countered at every turn, and his nose was soon made to bleed. Finally, after a dozen or so confusing exchanges, Kakashi was knocked backward for a second time. He managed to keep his footing, but was forced down to a knee by the ringing in his ears. He was being comprehensively battered. You can't look him in the eyes, Kakashi. The copy ninja jerked his head left, where Asuma had regained his autonomy at long last. The advice was obvious, and Kakashi had done his best to avoid direct eye contact with Itachi throughout their scuffle. Unfortunately, it was far easier said than done. Their eyes had met in passing multiple times amid the chaotic dust-up, and Kakashi had paid the price. The genjutsu had been subtle, but it had robbed him of his effectiveness. Spitting blood out of his mouth, Kakashi readied himself for another round. "You were a good kid, Itachi. It's a real shame you became such a rotten man," he said. The rogue Uchiha responded by vanishing once again. When he appeared, he was within inches of Itachi, with his eyes boring into Kakashi's. The ability to recognize a problem and the capability to solve it were two very different things, and for all his awareness, the gap in speed and strength was simply too much for Kakashi to parse. In a fragment of time too small to be perceived, the world around the Jonin completely melted away into a jumbled stew of colors. His body numbed, his hearing muffled, and his sight blurred. Even his sense of smell was suppressed. When his bearings were returned to him, he was no longer in the town square, and he was no longer a free man. He was strung up on a wooden cross, with his arms and legs tied in place by thick leather cords. The cross was standing in an endless shallow pool of water reflecting a deep red light from the featureless sky. He was in another reality entirely. Almost certainly a genjutsu, but one completely unlike anything he had ever experienced. He was not alone, either. Standing before him with a sword in hand was Itachi. "It wouldn't have come to this if you had simply stood down like I asked," the Uchiha said, almost sounding disappointed. Kakashi struggled against his bindings, but they held painfully firm. "I have a job to do. Besides, you wouldn't even give me a real explanation for why you're here at all," he said. Itachi stepped forward, testing the distance between them with his blade. "There are things you don't understand, Kakashi-san. Plots in motion you aren't even aware of," he said, stabbing the sword into the Jonin's side. The anguish and sensation felt all too real. He felt his skin rip, his blood flow, and his organs puncture. To make matters worse, a crowd composed of clones of Itachi soon appeared, and its scope may as well have been infinite. "Don't bother straining. This is my world, and you're my subject," Itachi said, his voice echoing 1,000 times over in the swarm of copies. Kakashi was unable to respond, as he was stabbed by 2 clones before he could do so. For what he felt to be 3 entire days, the Jonin was repeatedly skewered all over his body. Every time it seemed as though Itachi had run out of places to stab, his wounds healed just enough to be usable. After 72 hours of torture, the dark red world of anguish cracked and broke. Suddenly back in the town square, Kakashi found that he was down on his knees at Itachi's feet. From what he could tell, despite the horrific length of the cruel illusion, practically no time at all had passed in reality. Guy and Kisame were still battling several meters away, Kurenai was still unconscious, and Asuma was still looking badly crippled by what Kakashi could only assume was a similar experience. Glaring up at Itachi, Kakashi saw something strange. The rogue was staring straight ahead, his eyes transfixed on something. Mustering what little strength he could, Kakashi managed to turn around enough to look behind him. What he saw froze the blood in his veins. The worst-case scenario had reared its ugly head. Naruto's day had started excellently. Having been whisked back to the Uchiha sector the previous night by Satsuki, he had been awoken in his teammate's bed. A positive thing. He had been awoken with the raven-haired girl latched onto his back tightly. Another positive, rather humorous thing. They had eaten a cheap breakfast of cereal. Once again, a positive thing. His morning had been relaxed and comfortable. As such, when they had left the neighborhood with the intention of rounding up the rest of their cell, both Naruto and Satsuki had been in good spirits. In turn, as they stepped into the town square after having heard a commotion from across the village, Naruto was reminded of an old saying he had once been told. The higher the peak, the harsher the fall. Truth be told, he had not expected to ever meet Itachi Uchiha. A small part of him had even wondered if the man was still alive at all. 7 years as a rogue shinobi was a perilous stretch of time, even for those of great strength. Bounty hunters, unpredictable weather, and international authorities were all threats. For Satsuki's elder brother to have survived such a climate for the majority of a decade had almost sounded foolhardy to the blonde. Now, standing less than 100 feet from him, he understood why Satsuki had been so adamant that he had survived. The scene was grim, and they had clearly missed plenty. Kakashi was down on his knees, Kurenai was limp on the ground, and Asuma looked completely stuck on his own knees. The only ally of Konoha in the premises who was not down for the count was Might Guy, who himself was visibly damaged from what appeared to be a long-running duel with a large man wielding a wrapped sword. Most striking of all was Itachi himself, and where he was standing. He was bearing down over Kakashi like a father would a disobedient child, and the other 2 defeated Jonin were down on his right and left. If the positioning of all those present was any indication, Itachi had beaten them all at once. No time was afforded to either the blonde or his teammate, as the elder Uchiha's eyes dragged up from Kakashi and rested on them. His pupils were red, with 3 distinct tomo encircling them. A set of fully matured Sharingan. In the face, while they were not identical, Naruto could clearly see the family resemblance between the brother and sister. Their eyes were similarly shaped, their cheekbones were identical, and their mouths rested in the same position. The differences were predictable. Itachi's jaw was sharper, his face longer, and he was much taller than his sister. From a distance, he appeared to stand nearly 6 feet in height. Pushing the comparisons aside, Naruto nervously glanced at Satsuki, whose eyes were wide as saucers. Her hand, which had been clasping his, slowly slipped from his grasp. With a shaky step forward, the girl's entire body began to tremble. Naruto reached out and gripped her shoulder, but he was shaken off. "Look at you. All grown up." Itachi projected, his voice surprisingly soft and reserved. For what felt like an eternity, the siblings stared at one another without a single word more. Then, when the pressure felt as though it might crush them all, Satsuki bared her teeth. "I've been counting down the days," she croaked, her voice hoarse and brittle. A step forward followed. She was emanating a haze of raw contempt that caused Naruto to shudder down to his bones. "I've broken my back over and over again, all for this. To find you again one day," she continued, her tone regaining its life as audible anger poured into it. She then began to weave hand signs. "And I swore to myself that when I found you," she hissed as electricity began to crackle in her right palm. Naruto backed up a step as her chakra sparked and flared in all directions. "I'd rip your heart out of your chest," she screamed in a frenzied rage. She then blasted across the town square, her right arm completely encased in volatile electrical chakra. Naruto felt a panic rise in the pit of his stomach as his teammate streaked in toward her brother. No matter how enraged she was, the chances of her being able to overcome somebody who had bested Kakashi in combat were utterly non-existent. Predictably, his fears were realized, but the damage that followed would cut far beneath the skin. Satsuki saw nothing but red as she tore across the asphalt toward her brother. There was not a thought in her brain currently that didn't involve the brutal murder of Itachi Uchiha. Recent months had mellowed her, and brought her joy. At times, she had even managed to forget about her conviction of revenge for short stints. It never lasted. Left to herself, her brother still dominated her subconscious. It was an accomplishment, in some small way, that she had managed to relegate his influence over her to a corner of her mind that she was capable of ignoring, but the anger had never left her. Mother. Dead. Father. Dead. Shursui. Dead. Dozens of uncles and aunts. Dead. They had all been taken from her by one man, and at long last, he stood before her. Her own flesh and blood, at one point her favorite person. Itachi was within spitting distance, and she would not allow the opportunity to slip through her fingers. The closer she drew to him, the angrier she became. He was the same. Small details had changed, he had certainly grown, but his facial expression mirrored the same cold apathy he had displayed all those years ago. As she came barreling in, Itachi kicked Kakashi aside. He was clearing the path for her. An open challenge to do her worst. A beat later, the collision came. Satsuki had not known what exactly to expect. She hadn't thought far enough ahead to consider the possible outcomes of such a direct assault on her brother. One thing was for certain, though. No amount of self-awareness could have prepared her for the ease with which Itachi stopped her dead in her tracks. Without even bothering to adjust his feet or back up a step, her brother caught her wrist a few inches from his chest. The interception halted her completely. She could not push through his grip. As the dust cloud she had kicked up faded away, Satsuki clenched her jaw as Itachi glowered down at her. So close to him, with their eyes locked, the younger of the two siblings saw the truth. There was a massive, insurmountable chasm between them. Even while clearly not trying particularly hard, Itachi was beyond her by orders of magnitude. "Have you already forgotten what I told you, Satsuki?" her brother asked, pulling her wrist out to her side despite her efforts to stop him. The girl was unable to speak. Too many emotions were running wild within her. Sensing this, Itachi seized her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. "You don't have the same eyes. Growth or no growth, you don't have a prayer without them," he said, applying more pressure to Satsuki's windpipe. Choking and struggling, the genin was completely trapped. Even while floundering, she could still see his eyes. They had changed. No longer were they a set of mature Sharingan. The tomo had fused and twisted into a pinwheel-esque design. She had seen them only 2 other times. "I almost believed for a moment that you'd done it." That scream was convincing. "You certainly do hate me," Itachi said, reeling her in toward him with her arm. "But not enough. You're still too weak," he sneered. Satsuki's stomach and chest burned with hot fury, but she could do nothing. Her jutsu had fizzled out some time ago, and his grip was iron. She was utterly helpless. Itachi then brought his forehead to hers. "And at the rate you're going?" he began, clamping down on her wrist and breaking the bone in two. "You always will be," he concluded as his sister screamed out in pain. As her arm seared with pain, and her world grew fuzzy from the choking, she met Itachi's eyes one last time. It proved to be a mistake, as when she did so, she was completely swallowed by an illusion of her brother's creation. The genjutsu rendered her completely unconscious in an instant. With Satsuki dealt with in short order, Itachi tossed his sister's limp body back toward Naruto, who was looking on in petrified horror. The blonde was at her side in no time at all. A quick check of her vitals revealed that she was thankfully still breathing, though her heartbeat was erratic and she was sweating profusely. Standing up and stepping in front of her, Naruto swallowed a nervous lump in his throat and assumed a shaky stance. Itachi gave him a bored look. "Come on, you're smarter than that," he said. It was a pointless fight to pursue, and Naruto knew it. Every fiber of his body screamed for him to run. He was hopelessly outmatched, and he was already hesitant and afraid. Even at his most violently angry, he would be crushed like an insect. He simply saw no other viable options. Retreat was unrealistic. Diversion even more so. In Naruto's first and so far only stroke of luck that day, he was not forced down the road of confrontation. Just as he took his first ill-advised step toward the rogue Uchiha, the roofs of the buildings rimming the town square all went up in smoke, and when the clouds cleared away, a dozen or so Jonin were revealed. Reinforcements had arrived, if a bit late. Itachi frowned and took a cursory look around. He then cleared his throat. "That's our cue to leave, Kisame-san," he called out to the swordsman. Kisame, who was still fiercely battling Guy, grumbled something under his breath and knocked the flamboyant Jonin away with the flat of his blade. He then rejoined Itachi in the center of the town square. Before Naruto or any of the other shinobi present could act, the pair vanished in a flurry of illusory crows. When it all faded away, there was an empty space where the two rogues had once stood. They had escaped unscathed, and they had left several broken bodies in their wake. Kakashi was still laying on the ground despite clearly being conscious, as was Asuma. Kurenai was still knocked out entirely. Guy was the only remaining member of what Naruto could assume was the original group that had been resisting Itachi and Kisame, and even he looked worse for wear. Shaking himself from his dazed stupor, Naruto turned around, knelt, and cradled Satsuki's head. She had yet to stir. Naruto did not register much of what occurred around him over the following several minutes. Orders were barked in all directions, civilians in nearby buildings were escorted out of the area, and medical staff began to arrive. Broad outline notwithstanding, Naruto's entire focus was on his fallen teammate. She was physically fine. Her injuries were minor. What worried him far more, and presciently so, was the inevitable impact the day would have on her mind. To encounter the object of her morbid obsession so suddenly and without warning would have been traumatic on its own, but to have been so badly beaten in short order on top of it was bound to increase the damage exponentially. His silent concern was interrupted when several medical ninja descended down from the roof to tend to her. Though he disliked it, Naruto preemptively stepped back and allowed them to do their job. "She's in shock." "From what, I'm not sure, but she needs to be stabilized," one of the medics said, to which the others concurred. Naruto looked on, sick with worry. Before his feelings could overcome his logic, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Glancing back, he saw that Kakashi had recovered enough to stand and walk. "She'll be fine," he assured him. Saying nothing, Naruto merely nodded. Though it took longer than the Jinchuriki's nerves would have preferred, Satsuki finally began to shift and move just under 5 minutes later. Just as relief began to set in for both Naruto and Kakashi, any peace of mind they had managed to dredge up was shattered. As she awoke, Satsuki's eyes snapped open with a bloody scream. Hiruzen stared at the wooden surface of his desk as he contemplated the chaotic fruit the day had borne. The damage was insignificant on a general scale. Nobody had been killed, and the injuries sustained by Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma had been perfectly treatable. Even Satsuki, who had far and away come out the most badly hurt of the group, was almost fully healthy. Physically, that was. It had taken 4 Jonin to restrain the poor girl upon her awakening, and 3 more to escort her to the hospital for further treatment and rest. She had been dragged off kicking and screaming. Whatever Itachi had put her through, it had badly splintered her young mind. Reports had come back several hours ago that she had calmed somewhat, but had become unresponsive to staff. In other words, she had swung from one end of the spectrum to the other. Both extremes were less than ideal. Naruto had been another issue. Keeping him out of her hospital wing had been difficult, and it wasn't until Kakashi had come to retrieve him personally that he had conceded to leave at all. Siamese twins, the pair of them, he muttered, sifting through the contents of a document he had been working his way through for several minutes. The paperwork never ended, not even in the midst of a miniature crisis. It was aggravating in the extreme. Petty complaints, insignificant budgetary requests, and field reports of no importance. It was all so trivial, and yet it had to be done. Caving to his frustration for the first time in many months, Hiruzen crumpled up the document and tossed it aside. Even the most patient of men have a limit, I suppose. Hiruzen's eyes drifted over to the leftmost corner of his office, which was partially illuminated by the moonlight streaming through his open window. He had very much expected company, and he now had it. Standing in the shadow of a filing cabinet with eyes glowing red was Itachi. His arrival in Konoha several hours prior had been an eventuality, and logic had dictated that he was there for more than commotion. "You haven't exactly made my day easy, boy," he said sternly, adjusting his robes and sitting up straight. "Now, I'd like to know why you're here. And while you're at it, step out into the light," he ordered. Itachi made no move to comply, remaining motionless against the wall. "You know why," he said. Hiruzen's mood was already foul to begin with, and Itachi's insistence on enforcing an air of ambiguity was pushing his limit. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the Hokage relaxed. Indeed, the Uchiha's priorities had never been a mystery to those who truly knew him, and they had become even narrower since his exile. "She's safe and protected. Nothing has changed," he said firmly. Itachi shifted in place, but remained within the darkness of the shadow. "But for how much longer? I did everything I could to make my visit as predictable as possible, and you still didn't catch on until I was knocking at the border." "You're slowing down," he replied. Hiruzen disliked being pressured. He viewed it as a sign of utmost disrespect. No matter how it needled him, he could not deny how true the Uchihas were. "If you're questioning my ability to keep Danzo in check, you needn't worry. I have him under constant surveillance," he said. Itachi folded his arms across the front of his black and red cloak. "You know as well as I do that keeping an eye on him isn't enough. You have to cut him off at the pass. He'll always have another scheme," he insisted. Hiruzen pursed his lips. "I'm aware of that. I've taken precautions to limit his choices. I've done everything possible to keep him as far away from Satsuki as can be done," he assured the Uchiha. If any of what he said quelled Itachi, the rogue did not show it on his face. "The last time you assumed he was all tied up, he built his own personal army under your nose. You're complacent," he said. Hiruzen scowled, but contained himself. "What exactly do you expect me to do? I'm not blind to my age. I've been feeling my body fall apart for years now. But the fact remains that I can't simply appoint somebody without an emergency calling for it. There would need to be an election, and Danzo has a devoted following," he argued. Itachi then finally stepped out of the shadow, allowing the moon to reveal him in full. "You aren't dying yet. You still have the time to build up somebody new to take your place. You're a skilled communicator. Your people love you. Even I still respect you. Election or not, you can stack the deck. Don't act like you haven't played a bit dirty before," he countered smoothly. Though his pride urged him to argue, the old man relented with a sigh. "I've already picked someone out, actually. I haven't done much in the way of advertising, because I'm not convinced he actually wants the position, but I'm not without foresight," he admitted. Itachi remained silent for a moment. "I'd appreciate it if you picked up the pace. Ample time or not, there's plenty that could go wrong," he said a touch less bluntly. The Hokage folded his hands. "I'll do my best. But do stay away during that time. You caused quite the uproar today," he said. The rogue Uchiha stepped toward the desk. "You should know, even when I'm 1,000 miles away, I'm never in the dark," Itachi said. The sound of rustling then caused Hiruzen to flinch. Turning his head slowly, he saw that a crow had landed on his vacant windowsill. Its eyes bore a red tint and tomo. "Take too long, or grow too lenient, and I'll solve this problem my way." Hiruzen returned his attention to where Itachi had been standing, but found that he was gone. Shaking his head, Hiruzen reached into the pocket of his robe and produced his pipe. He then lit it. "Not even 80, and people are already writing my obituary.